I went to Sydney, Australia, and tried the ghost tour at Q Station. Weird things happened there. Despite having a comfortable flight from Manila to Sydney, I still felt tired. After passing through immigration, I immediately went to the arrival hall, loaded my Opal card, and rode a train to my mate's flat in Burwood. It was raining when I arrived in Sydney. At only 18 degrees, the warm shower and the bed were the only two things that I looked forward to. It was still raining when I woke up. The overcast weather made the day bleak and gloomy. Then I just remembered the things I watched online a few days ago, and one of them was the ghost tours in Sydney. I asked my mate about it, and the next thing I knew, he already booked us an extreme ghost tour on a weekend after my trip to Melbourne. Sydney was not a glamorous city back in the 19th century. Diseases such as smallpox, Spanish influenza, and bubonic plague were prevalent. To mitigate the spread of these infectious diseases, all ships entering Sydney Harbor must be checked by the doctors. Even if there was only one sick passenger on board, everybody was required to stay at the quarantine station for 40 days. Those who were sick were brought to the hospital for treatment. At least 16,000 people were brought here from the 1830s to 1984. 570 people died here. Today, Q Station serves as a hotel, a conference center, and a part of Sydney Harbour National Park. Our extreme ghost tour was scheduled at around 9 p.m. To beat the weekend traffic of North Sydney, we left Burwood at around 6 p.m. and drove all the way to Manly. We had our dinner there before heading to Q Station, located east of Manly Beach. We arrived at 8:30, way too early for the tour. So we went straight to the front desk and toured around. Some of the original relics like tombstones, luggage, and clothing are still there. It felt eerie upon seeing those personal belongings that once belonged to people who got quarantined here more than 100 years ago. Disclaimer. We met up with the group at 9:30. Our guide, Bob, told us that we should not rationalize everything we would encounter during the tour. Jace and I are both air traffic controllers, and in our line of work, we rationalize everything. This time, we would have to leave everything behind and open up our senses. We were given EMF, or electromagnetic field sensors. This instrument detects an anomaly of the surrounding electromagnetic field. Experts believe that ghosts manifest themselves as a form of energy. First stop, the chamber. The tour started inside the chamber. There are 2 rooms. Both aren't that big, with a floor area approximately 50 square meters. We were locked inside for at least 5 minutes just to observe everything. I didn't feel anything in the first room, except that it faintly smelled of hay. I didn't mind it because I thought it used to be a barn. But in the second room, I felt something. The surrounding air felt heavy, and I felt an unknown force pressing on my cheeks. It was quite difficult to breathe at some points. As we went out, Bob told us that it used to be a gas chamber. About 40 people were locked inside for sanitary reasons. Now it all made sense as to why it felt so heavy inside, and why I felt claustrophobic inside the second room. The second stop was the hospital. It was quite a long hike to the quarantine hospital. During the early days, it was harder to get to the hospital. You would need to climb the steep walkways. Basically, when you're on top, you're completely isolated. The hospital is located near the cliff overlooking Sydney Harbor. There are several buildings around, including the quarters of the nurses and doctors. Hospitals, no matter how modern their facilities are, can get creepy at night. but this one was way creepier than I thought. We first entered the doctor's quarters. It was dark but cold inside the room, and there were 3 bunk beds inside. As I sat and leaned on the lower bunk bed while listening to Bob's stories, I felt something was pinching my lower back. I shrieked, and Bob caught my attention. I told Bob that it was nothing. I lied. We went into the main hospital room. It was quite big, and there were 6 beds. Feeling brave, I lied down on one bed and tried to make some connections. I don't know how, but I just closed my eyes momentarily. I felt nothing, and honestly, the bed felt soft and comfortable. I transferred to an adjacent bed near the wall, and the moment that I lied down, it felt weird. It felt like something was pushing me, but not in a forcible manner. The room is connected to another room that had a darker history. Bob told us to open the door and asked if we felt something different. Everyone told him that it was colder in that room, despite the doors and windows being tightly shut. Some of our EMF detectors went crazy. According to Bob, there are 4 resident ghosts inside this room. 2 children who love to play hide and seek inside the cupboard, a woman, and a malevolent spirit of an old man. There were stories circulating around that one group who stayed overnight in the hospital decided to record themselves singing "Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star," and they caught something on the recording. They heard children giggling, a woman saying, "Wait, wait," and an angry voice of a male shouting, "Get out." Jace had his EMF detector pointed near the cupboard. It went crazy. So what he did, he got his phone and started recording himself singing the same song. Actually, we were all at the center of the room, and we didn't hear him singing. After we went out, we played back his recording. Believe it or not, he caught something on his recording. There weren't disembodied voices from children or from the women, but in the middle of his singing, someone was shouting in the background, "F you, your singing stinks." Things got real. The third stop is the gravedigger's house. The gravedigger's house is one of the most haunted parts of the complex. It's so haunted that Bob won't dig deeper into its bloody history. It used to be the house of course, the gravedigger and a doctor. Just a few steps from the house is the third-class cabin. During that time, there were reports of missing girls and children. Eyewitness reports claimed that they saw some kids and girls entering the gravedigger's house. More so, the doctor was attached to the girls, especially the young ones. The house is a bungalow. It has 2 bedrooms with a small living room, dining room, and the kitchen and the bathroom are located at the back part. Bob left us in the house for at least 10 minutes. The first room to the right used to be the bedroom of the doctor. As I slowly entered the room, the atmosphere drastically changed. It felt cold and sad at the same time. I don't know, I just couldn't help but be sad in that room. I went out right away because I couldn't take the sadness any longer. The second room was rather weird. I was about to enter there, but something felt wrong. It felt like there was a force barring me from entering. Some of my group mates checked their EMF, and it went a bit crazy. I guess everybody was not welcome to come inside. The back portion, where the kitchen and the bathroom are located, was the scariest part of the house. It was dark, but that part of the house was faintly illuminated by the moon outside. I stayed there for at least 3 minutes, just to observe. I suddenly felt goosebumps all over my body. As I neared the bathroom, it felt sinister. I didn't go inside because my instincts told me not to. I managed to take photos inside the house. My phone didn't catch anything paranormal, but all the photos are super creepy. When everybody is outside, Bob confessed that the bathroom was the most haunted part of the house. Locals claimed that a girl was brutally murdered inside the bathroom and that she got strangled by barbed wire. Fourth stop was the morgue. Firstly, I never like going to a morgue, especially if it's dark and abandoned. I was very nervous the moment that we entered the morgue. To add to the scare factor, they had a mannequin lying at the center, covered with a white cloth. I know it's staged, but it still creeped the hell out of me. While Bob was talking about history, it started to get cold, but weirdly only on my right side. No one was standing to my right. There was nothing there but a door that led to the laboratory. A cold breeze passed through the door. I wasn't paying attention to Bob's story, because I felt like somebody was standing beside me. I whispered to Jace about it, so he scanned his EMF, and suddenly there was a spike of energy. He told me to calm down, but I was so close to breaking down. As minutes went by, I started to feel goosebumps on my right arm, and I could feel that somebody was actually touching my arm. It was like a gentle caress, but definitely not human. I became uneasy after we went out of the morgue, and Bob noticed. He smiled and said, "The resident ghost liked you, didn't he?" "Really, Bob?" The fifth stop was the shower block. The shower block is the most haunted place in the whole Q station. During that time, those who were sick had to take a shower of carbonic acid, not water, at the shower block. The acid killed fleas and ticks in seconds. 2 days after, your skin starts to peel off. It was dark and eerie as we entered the shower block. The stench was still there, and I felt lightheaded, the same feeling when you just got out of a boat ride. Bob told us that there are shadows lurking around the dark corners of the shower block. For 15 minutes, we were instructed to roam around and observe. He told us to go to the corner where we felt the most uncomfortable. I had goosebumps as we passed by the center aisle and turned right, since we both felt uneasy on this side. As we were walking back to the center aisle, I felt that somebody was watching us from behind. So instinctively, we turned our heads slowly, and there we saw a dark figure peering from the corner of the block. I am pretty much sure that my mind was not playing tricks on me. The figure was tall, about 7 feet, and it was darker than the dark. All of a sudden, it came right after us. I don't know what happened next, but Jace and I were back at the main door of the block in a jiffy. Whatever that thing was, it scared the crap out of me. The tour lasted for 3 hours. It was already 12:30 a.m. when we went back to the parking lot, safe and sound. I honestly don't know what to feel after the tour. I was physically and mentally exhausted. Nonetheless, it was a great experience. It finally validated that I am sensitive to the paranormal. I do believe in ghosts, and I don't easily get scared by them. But my experience at Q Station was overwhelming. A lot can happen in 3 hours. About 13 years ago, my sister lived in a house in a not-so-great neighborhood. You'd come through the kitchen and then the dining room, and turn left into the living room. Behind the living room was a hall to the main bathroom and all the bedrooms. The couch was positioned with its back to the hallway. At the end of the hall was a bedroom that always creeped us out. We didn't ever go in there or in the half bath that was inside of it. She mostly has boxes in there. Well, my niece's nursery was right beside that room, and we always had weird stuff happen in there. One time, my sister was asleep and heard a voice scream one of my niece's names in her ear. She got up and ran into the nursery and saw a dark figure over the crib. My niece had gotten tangled in the crib bumpers. The figure looked at her and disappeared. Now, that was the least creepy thing. Whenever I was over, I used to have nightmares about the main bathroom being covered in blood. I have a lot of nightmares though, so I never thought anything of it. Until one night, I was supposed to be babysitting while she went out on a date night. I was laying on her couch, and she was in the bathroom taking a shower. I'm just hanging out, and I hear her call my name. I called back, "What?" And she yelled back, "Nothing." I just shook it off as her being annoyed, and it happened 3 more times. Finally, I got up and stormed to the bathroom door and knocked as loud as I could. I said, "You're gonna wake up the girls. Why do you keep calling me?" She was quiet for a second and said, "I'm not calling you." I was pretty creeped out, but I went to sit back on the couch to wait for her to be done showering. Then I heard the door of the back bedroom creak. I turned around, looked down the hall, and saw the door open by itself. And then, in my sister's voice, I heard something say, "Hey, come here." Nope. She moved out soon after. All kinds of crazy things happened there. We later found out that a man killed his mother in her bathroom and then killed himself, just a few years before my sister lived there. We couldn't remember the address when we found the news story, but it was on the same street and it looked like the house. It would also explain the nightmares I had, so I'm pretty sure that it was definitely that house. So, a little background to set the mood, and this is all 100% true. I grew up in central New York, between Parrish and Mexico. You can look up Happy Valley and see just how creepy it is. Surrounded by woods, farms, fields, gravel pits, and swamps. I'm outside roughly 90% of my day. I do firewood, logging, farming, hunting, fishing, and trapping. I'm certainly used to the creepy shit in the woods. So much so that there's a predator light on my walking stick, which is a backwards-facing LED light. People deter tigers from leapfrogging on them by wearing masks on the back of their heads, but we only have fishers, coyotes, and the occasional wandering bear. So every night, on the wood line, I have a pimp fire pit set up that I use pretty much every single night. It's not uncommon to see raccoons and foxes. We feed the birds and even have a huge turkey and deer feeder. My house is basically a safe haven. We constantly have critters running amok in the daytime, and especially at night, in the shadows. So you get used to the random ground leaf flutter, twig snapping, chittering critters in the forest nooks and crannies staring at you, wondering if you're going to eat that last hot dog. It can be unnerving, honestly. But then, there's my cliquey buddy who always says goodnight to me. It began when I moved into a good buddy's house. He and I are very much alike. Hard-working outdoorsmen who hunt, trap, and collect firewood. I've recently gone through some changes in my life, and I was lucky enough to move in with him, which is only 4 miles away from where I grew up. Every night, after working or running through a trap line, I'd work on my fire pit, which is in a clearing we made to store firewood right on the edge of the forest. I'd hear this clicking, like a slower version of the predator's clicks. The sound was kind of random at first, but then I noticed it reacting to me moving. Grabbing a beer, click, click. Packing a pipe, click. Building up the fire or taking a leak, click, click. At first it freaked me out, like to the point of carrying a bigger knife than I should. Some nights a loaded .223. A couple of those wandering bears came within a quarter mile of my fire pit, so... I wear a headlamp, I have a lit lantern by me, a roaring fire, a machete, the walking stick, so I'm pretty comfy, even though I'm kind of crapping my pants as I yell at the darkness to come and get me. So, when the fire dies down, no more smoke for the pipe or hot dogs for my belly, I'll start packing up my stuff and get ready to head inside. Click, click. I look around for eye shine. Nothing. I move closer to the woods, stray a little to reposition my headlamp casting shadows. Click. I've even clicked back, and it kind of responded to me a few times, but I could just be stoned out of my gourd. I mean, it's freaked me out so much a few times, I've literally built up the fire just to walk away. My fire pit is built for that kind of thing. I'm literally a pro at having fires. When I did, click, click. Now, we do have nocturnal flying squirrels here, and one trick the squirrels, all squirrels, do is that they'll hide on the opposite sides of trees as you pass by. You'll never see or hear them. You won't know that they're there. Unless a friend is walking 20 feet in the same direction and you're both looking up at the trees, the squirrels can't hide from both of you. But I don't think this is what I'm hearing. It would make sense, since I can't see whatever's making the noise, but they tend to chitter more than click, click. So now it's been over a year or so of hearing this sound, and I'm nowhere closer to finding out what it is. I've come to accept it. I'll even leave some food at the edge of the woodline, beginning of a trail for it, which is usually where I relieve myself and then go back to the fire or inside. So almost every night, I'll hear the clicks. And I'll say goodnight back, or call its mom a dirty name. I mean, I don't speak click, who knows what I'm saying, but I click back anyway, and then I head inside. I suppose this isn't a scary story, it's just creepy, and I wanted to share it. All during my childhood, up until recently, I had thought that ghouls were just spooky, imaginative, scary monsters that would come out on Halloween night. But now, I know differently. I now believe they are synonymous with the creatures we know as crawlers. In Arabic folklore, the ghoul is said to dwell in cemeteries and other uninhabited places. Some say that a ghoul is a desert-dwelling, shape-shifting demon that can assume the guise of an animal. It lures unwary people into the desert or into abandoned places to slay and devour them. The creature also preys on young children, drinks blood, steals coins, and eats the dead. It can also take the form of a human. It is a particularly monstrous character, believed to inhabit the wilderness of Afghanistan and Iran. The Galu demons were known to be part of the underworld, and were thought to carry their victims off to the land of the dead to devour them. People who traveled near cemeteries and abandoned buildings, or through desert wastelands, were warned to be especially vigilant against these creatures. They were thought to be bipedal, though with a hunched form, and were known to crawl, and sometimes run, on all four limbs like an animal. I knew there was a reason why I kept warning people to stay away from the forests and surrounding areas. Since we have fewer deserts in the United States, these creatures are frequently encountered in wooded areas in addition to cemeteries. After years of research, I've come to the conclusion that crawlers are actually demons, interdimensional demons. The late, great Father Malachi Martin, in his book Hostage to the Devil, stated, quote, "There is a dimension that is devoid of love and compassion, all the qualities that make us human," end quote. I believe it is from that dimension which these demon crawlers come. People from the Middle East are far more familiar with the ghouls. They are able to shapeshift and spend time in cemeteries as they feed off the flesh of the dead. Like I said, I used to think these were just stories, meant for Halloween and scaring kids. But the more research I do, the more I believe they're real. And I think we all ought to be vigilant. I was off-roading with some buddies back home in eastern New Brunswick on the Bay of Fundy. There's this trail we go on that ends on the water, and it's at the site of an old ammunition depot from World War II. We've been here many times during the day, and sometimes at night. You can drive into and through this massive old structure, and up the hill is the admin building for this site. It's pretty far into the woods. At the very top of that hill are some grave markers from hundreds of years ago. We were told that they were old private graves. We live on the coast, not at all something that I would doubt being a real thing. We were in there one night in the big building having a fire, and we all saw and heard something quite large scramble up the side of the building and then start running on top of it. Now, there are a dozen of us there, so it's clearly not just one person seeing something crazy. There is nothing in the woods of eastern Canada that should be able to climb as quickly as what we saw. A black bear? Maybe. But this thing basically ran up the side of a 4-story tall structure and then ran across the top of it in moments. Needless to say, we got in our trucks and hightailed it out of there. On another occasion, we were exploring the admin building, which is 3 stories tall. It's concrete, and it's been abandoned since World War II. We go all the way to the top. Nothing weird happens. But as we're coming back, we notice something weird on the second floor. An entire room is filled with lit candles, but there's nobody around whatsoever. We ran out of there so fast. This one, I will admit, could have been an elaborate prank, since lots of people would go and mess around there since it was a fun off-road trail with some history. But the thing that climbed up the building, to this day, that still mystifies me. Not too long ago, my brother was telling my mom about something that my dad had said to him quite a few years ago that always puzzled him. My dad passed away over 10 years ago, so I can't ask him about it, and it really bugs me that I can't get more information. My dad loved being in the woods. They were like a second home to him. Whenever we would take a family trip into the woods, I could ask him what any animal sound was that I heard from the area, and he could tell me exactly what animal was making it, and any other details I asked. He grew up on a farm, spent time as a forest ranger working in the fire towers, and he enjoyed hunting, so he knew nature pretty well. The woods that we would take family trips to, he was also very familiar with, as some of the fire towers that he worked in were still standing in the area. I think nowadays only one does. My brother said that there was a weekend that my dad decided to take a trip to the woods by himself to do some small game hunting. Not unusual at all for him. The strange part was that my dad came home early. From where we lived at the time, it took 2.5 hours, and sometimes longer depending on traffic, to get to the woods that he liked. He didn't spend the night, even though he had brought everything he needed to camp for 2 nights. Both my mom and my brother remember him coming home early, only my dad never mentioned why to my mom, and only let it slip to my brother once. My dad told my brother that he heard something making a sound in the woods, a sound that he had never heard before in all his life. He knew it wasn't from any of the animals in those woods. The sound made him pack up and head home during the night. My brother tried to press him for more details, but he quickly changed the subject and never wanted to discuss it again. He never described what type of sound it was. He just said that it wasn't from any of the animals that inhabited those woods. None of the natural ones, anyway. My dad was never easily spooked, especially by nature. Whatever he heard, we have no idea, but it sure got to him good. It eats at me that I can't ask him about it. I really want more details. My brothers still take trips to those woods, and they've never heard anything out of the ordinary while out there. So, maybe we'll never know. As I mentioned in the last story, my boyfriend and I live in the basement of his grandparents' house. One night, my boyfriend went upstairs to make us some food. I was sitting on the bed playing around on my phone downstairs by myself. I didn't hear him come back downstairs, but I saw something walk across the foot of the bed into the bathroom. Me, thinking that it was him, started talking to him. I'm the kind of girl that can tend to ramble, and he's not much of a talker, so I just kept on jabbering along thinking he was in there. But then I actually heard him come down the stairs and he flung the door open. I was really freaked out because I had legitimately seen somebody walk across the room. But what really freaked me out was what happened 2 days later. I was sitting on the bed while my boyfriend was at work, talking to one of my friends on the Snapchat video thing. I looked up and I saw a smoky black silhouette of a person walk across the room and into the bathroom. What made this so much scarier than the last time was that 1, it happened in broad daylight, and 2, it was completely in front of me, not just out of the corner of my eye like a couple of days before. When I told my boyfriend about this, he laughed at me and said, "Yeah, I hear footsteps run down the stairs, stop at the door, and then run back up." This scared me and weirded me out because he didn't even seem afraid of it. I would have been terrified. I think this was the first time that I ever really saw a ghost or whatever that basement entity was. I think the scariest thing is that I don't know what it is. A lot of people have seen actual things in this house, and I'm scared I'm going to see a full ghost one day, or whatever this thing is. In September, my partner and I signed the lease on a dream apartment. I was ridiculously excited, and I kept telling everybody I knew all about it, to the point where I was probably pretty annoying. One day, a friend of mine came to visit me at work, and of course, I told her the news of our new place. She asked me where it was, and when I told her the location, she turned pale and seemed uncomfortable at best and flat out scared at worst. She asked to see a picture of the inside, and when I showed her, she let out a long sigh of relief, then proceeded to tell me one of the creepiest stories I have ever heard. It turns out that about 5 years ago, she had lived in the house directly next to mine with her sister and boyfriend. Starting almost immediately when they moved in, they began hearing noises out in the kitchen area at night when they were sleeping, and occasionally they woke up to the cabinets or kitchen tools being opened or scattered around. Eventually, they started to hear what sounded like kids talking in low voices in the kitchen at night, occasional crying, and crashes that sounded far off but still somewhere in the house. Around this time, my friend and her sister started to fight a lot, and she said that they'd both been feeling extremely irritable about everything. Their house was broken into while they were all at work one night, but nothing was stolen except for some cheap costume jewelry. There was cash, valuable jewelry, and designer clothing in the house, but all of it was left untouched. Later in the same month, they received a visit from the cops, who said a neighbor had called about screaming and crying coming from the house, and had reported that they had left their children alone when they went out. They didn't have kids. The cops were called a few other times and finally got a search warrant. Somehow, they ended up finding a trap door under the kitchen window area that was covered in a layer of leaves and dirt. They found out that it was the remains of a very old root cellar. I live in one of the oldest cities in America, and much of the structures are built on top of older structures. That's not the surprising part. One thing led to another in the search down there, and the police recovered some very old skeletal remains of 2 children. Nobody seemed to know if the skeletons or the root cellar were there first. During all of this, my friend and her sister broke their lease and moved out of there immediately, as they were terrified to be there any longer. I went through with my lease, and I live in the building next door to where all this happened. My apartment is an old adobe market that was converted into an apartment in the 70s, and it's been an absolute dream to live here. No scary vibes or noises at all. The couple who live in that house now seem pretty nice and keep to themselves. We all have high adobe privacy walls and coyote fences, and I feel tempted to see if they know about all of this. But I'm afraid it might make them uncomfortable if I approach them about it. In any case, that was the wildest story I've ever heard. A few experiences, and then I'll get to the main story. First, our house was 3 stories, with technically 3 master bedrooms, 1 on each floor. The one on the main floor we used as an office. I would constantly hear somebody walking around in the office at night, sinks turning on, toilets flushing, and occasionally I'd hear talking. My parents would always say that someone was awake and making those noises, and that the toilet and water running was just faulty pipes. Maybe on the pipes, but no one was ever awake during the other things. Second, there would be a shadow figure that would pace on the top floor. There was like a balcony that overlooked the foyer, and I would usually see who I presumed was a lady in a dress, pacing. My parents just said it was the shadow of somebody outside. We were on a hill, overlooking all of our neighbors. I don't know how they thought this was possible. Third, I hated using the upstairs bathroom, which was my bathroom. I would hear talking and singing from the bathroom. When no one was home and I was in there, someone would bang on the door. One time I was showering and listening to music. I heard the banging really loudly, so loudly that it shook the room. Then the locked door swung open and I heard a scream. My parents said it was just my brother pranking me, which is something that he never did. Anyway, on to the main event. My brother's about 10 years older than me. He was the only sibling living at home with my parents and I. He had the master bedroom in the basement. I was never really in the basement except for going to the garage, because it was in the basement next to the bedroom. I always remember feeling uneasy down there, but I wanted a big room, so when my brother moved out, I begged my parents to let me have his room, and eventually they caved and let me have it. I moved all of my stuff downstairs, painted it and everything. I loved my new room. I was talking to my brother about it one day, and he casually says, "Watch out for the little girl who lives down there. She likes to laugh." I was shocked, as obviously he was kidding, right? My whole family, besides me, never talked about stuff like that. I just laughed and shrugged it off. I figured he was probably trying to scare me. About a week after I moved into my new room, I had a friend come over, and we were just laying on the floor next to the bathroom, laughing and stuff like that. She had to go to the bathroom, so she closes the door, and I was just kind of zoning out. All of a sudden, she goes, "That's not funny." I asked her what she meant, as I hadn't done anything. She said that she heard somebody laughing right outside the door, but I didn't do anything or hear anything. She left freaked out, and I assumed that my brother put her up to it, since she liked my brother. A few days later, I hear someone in my bedroom while I'm in the shower. I call out thinking it's my mom, but I don't hear anything. I get out, and as I'm putting my robe on, I hear a little girl giggle. And then, "Are you looking for me?" I freak out. I throw open the door to my room, but nobody's there. I checked the garage and ended up setting off the house alarm. So nobody could have come or gone through there without everyone knowing. I run upstairs, and my mom is pissed that I set off the alarm, and I told her what just happened. She then told me that my brother had a similar story when we first moved in, but that it was nothing. I called my brother and asked him why he told me to watch out for the little girl. He said that I was the little girl. He said he was kidding because, quote, "you would always come downstairs and giggle really creepy." I never did anything like that. I told him that, and that's when he got legitimately creeped out. I still would occasionally hear the little girl. I never saw her, but she did like to laugh and open the bathroom and closet doors. I named her Sarah. My brother called me up today to ask me about this. He asked me if I was sure that I never tried to scare him by laughing, and I told him no. He got uncomfortable. I don't think he knows how to handle the fact that our house was mildly haunted. My grandparents, along with my grandma's sister and her husband, would go to Ontario, Canada every year for a fishing vacation. The area in Ontario is about 200 miles north of International Falls, Minnesota. During these vacations, they would go park by the garbage dump at dusk and watch the bears come out. Sadly, the local bear population had been reduced to eating garbage due to the presence of humans. Being from the south side of Chicago, it was fun and interesting for my grandparents, particularly my grandma. One evening, my grandma and my Aunt Beth were parked on the rim of the dump and sitting in Beth's car, looking down at the bears in the dump below. While my grandma sees one bear on his hind legs, he turns and makes eye contact with her. To her dismay, she realized that this was not a bear. It was Bigfoot. "He looked at me with such evil in his eyes," she said. She screamed at Beth to start the car and to get out of there. Beth, hearing the tone of my grandma's voice, did what she said without asking any questions until they were a safe distance away. After they got out of there, Beth pulled over and my grandma told her what she saw. My grandma passed away in 1993. She was a wonderful person and had an open mind to what is now referred to as high strangeness. I think that's where I get my interest in it. I think it was maybe 3 years ago when this happened. I remember that it was winter because it was really cold and snowy outside. I was left alone in my family and I's cabin, while the others went Christmas shopping for food, last-minute packages for some friends, and something else. I don't really remember exactly why they went out, but that's not so important. My point is that I was all alone in our cabin. I was playing some games on my phone and listening to some music on the radio in my room on the first floor of the cabin. I remember that I suddenly got cold and went to get a blanket that was on our sofa. Just when I was about to get up and grab the blanket, I saw some kind of shadow in my peripheral vision. I didn't really care that much because I thought maybe it was just my imagination playing tricks on me, because I didn't really like being alone in general, especially not in a cabin on a mountain in the middle of winter. I got the blanket and went back to my room to play some more games. About an hour passed and I had nearly forgotten all about the strange shadow. But then I saw it again, and this time it stayed in my peripheral vision for about 3 to 5 seconds before it went away again. I got a little creeped out about it, since I was the only one in the cabin at the moment, so I decided to lock the door to my room. Right after I locked the door, I heard some kind of crying upstairs on the second floor of the cabin. At first, I thought it was my little sister, who was about 3 years old at the time. She used to cry a lot. I asked out loud, "What's wrong? Did you hurt yourself?" I heard her answer, "Yes, I fell while playing with my dolls. Can you come upstairs and help me?" I unlocked my door and headed toward the stairs. When it finally hit me, I was alone in the cabin, so whatever was upstairs was not my little sister. I sprinted out of the cabin wearing only a t-shirt and my dad's slippers, and it was freezing cold outside. I stopped running about 150 meters away from the cabin and looked at it from a distance. In one of the windows on the second floor, I could see a shadow just standing still. And even though I couldn't make out any eyes, I got the feeling that it was staring at me. I stood there outside of my family's cabin in the freezing cold for maybe about 30 minutes, and I cried until my family finally arrived. My mom and dad asked me what was wrong, but I didn't want them to think I was crazy, so I just made up a story. I don't remember what I told them, but they seemed concerned about me. One thing I remember is that I talked my mom and dad into driving me to my grandparents' cabin because I refused to enter ours. Ever since that day, I refuse to join my family when they go to our family cabin. It's really hard to explain, but the feeling that I got that day in the cabin can only be described as unwanted, like someone or something wanted to harm me. I still have nightmares about that shadow figure thing, even today. It's haunting my dreams. This is something that happened a while ago at a cabin that my family and I were renting. My sister and I were sitting outside on the back porch around 11 p.m., maybe getting closer to midnight. We were talking when we heard a noise. To me, it sounded like someone was clapping their hands, kind of like in The Conjuring. At least that's what it reminded me of. No one was outside, and the neighbors were pretty far down the road. So if it was someone, they would have had to walk all the way to the house and be standing pretty much right outside of it. The rest of my family were talking inside the kitchen. We could have heard them, and it would have been obvious if they were the ones clapping. It happened 3 times in 3 different locations. Once right next to the house, once in front of us, which would have been in the back, in the woods. And the 3rd time came from the front of the house. I really don't know how to explain it, but it was pretty creepy. Something happened when I was camping 20 years ago, and I can't get it out of my head. If you have any ideas about what this might be, I'm very interested in hearing it. I was visiting my uncle and cousin, Sarah, in rural Pennsylvania. I was about 16, and Sarah was about 12. Sarah asked me if we could go camping, which meant pitching a tent at the top of this huge foothill that was on the property. The foothill was very steep and had woods at the top. I'd never been camping before then, but I figured if anything happened, we could just walk back down to the house. So I said, cool, no problem. We pitched the tent so the woods were directly behind it, with the tent opening facing out toward the scenery and the view. We roasted marshmallows, told campfire stories, and got in the tent around 11 p.m. or midnight. Sarah fell asleep right away, but I couldn't, so I was just lying there counting sheep. Suddenly, I heard leaves shuffling in the woods behind the tent, and I heard footsteps coming out of the woods behind the tent. There were a few steps, and then it would stop. Then a few more, and as it got closer, I heard it step on some large rocks. It sounded like a really large hoof stepped on the rock, because it made that same clop sound as a horse. As it got closer to the tent, I could feel the impact of each step in the ground under me, so whatever it was sounded very heavy. At first I thought it was a large buck, and I debated waking up my cousin so she wouldn't miss it. But then it kept coming closer to the tent, closer than a deer or buck ever would have. And suddenly I was overcome with this feeling of full-body dread, like something was very, very wrong. Then I heard a really bizarre sound. It sounded like it was coming from about 8 to 10 feet off the ground, and the best way I can describe it is like someone had a huge roll of masking tape and was pulling off a big section at a time. It was this odd, tearing sound, for lack of a better word, and each tearing sound was loud and lasted 2 to 3 seconds. I told myself that it was a deer, and that it was tearing bark off trees, and that's what was making the noise, but deep down I knew something was wrong. I didn't want to risk waking or scaring Sarah, so I just lay there as quietly as possible, praying that whatever it was would leave. But instead of leaving, the tearing sound got closer, still about 8 to 10 feet off the ground. Now it was directly behind the tent, within 5 to 10 feet. Right then, I heard Sarah scream whisper my name, and I realized she was awake and heard it too. She asked me what it was, and I told her that it was fine, that it was just a deer, and to go back to sleep. She said, "That doesn't sound like a deer." But I insisted that it was, because I was too scared to make a run for the house with whatever this thing was right outside. So we listened to it slowly move around to the left side of the tent, still close, still making the sound every few seconds. And then, things got even weirder. It started moving around to the front of the tent, where the ground dropped off steeply, so each few feet forward was also several feet down. As this thing went around to the front, the sound stayed at the 8 to 10 foot height, and was slowly moving to the right. Now, if the thing making this sound was standing on the ground, then the sound should have dropped several feet, but the sound stayed at the same height all the way around. I even wondered if it was a bird, but it was moving too slowly, and that wouldn't account for the hoof steps I'd heard before. After the sound faded into the woods, Sarah and I just lay awake for the rest of the night, too afraid to leave the tent. At first light, we booked it back to the house and told my uncle what had happened. Even though he didn't know what it was, he just shrugged and didn't seem too concerned. But that experience scared me so much I've never been camping since I know I didn't hallucinate or imagine it because Sarah heard it too. Has anyone else ever heard of anything like this? I've asked friends who are avid outdoorsmen, hunters, and trackers, and none of them have ever heard of anything like it. For my lady's birthday, I took her to Gatlinburg, a popular, touristy, one-main boardwalk town in the Smoky Mountains of Tennessee. We camped the first night, a few miles out in the woods at a popular location, Elkmont Campground. The campground was beautiful. Tall green trees, like baby redwoods, a clear water river scattered by checkered rocks, families with little ones running around. It was great. Through borrowing a tent, we found that we had no stakes and headed into town for supplies, whiskey, and hot dogs. It was dusk by the time we made it back to the campground. Most campers were surrounding their dissipating fires or cleaning up before the quickly coming night. Our tent was still up, but crunched up a little without the stakes allowing it to spread open as widely as it could. We fixed our tent and started a fire. As our night progressed, we found ourselves surrounding our campfire 2 to 3 hours later around midnight. Now, this was the sort of campground where another campsite is just 30 yards from yours. Bears frequent the area, and my girlfriend was already freaking out a little bit, which is why I booked our site in the dead center of the whole campground. All the other campers had gone to bed at this point, and the only sound we could hear was the slowly crackling fire and the light stream of the river flowing into the rocks. The clouds were covering a crescent moon, so there wasn't much light to begin with. We had flashlights, and I would occasionally shine the light around us while avoiding hitting the other campers to confirm that we were fine and that there were no bears. Seemingly out of nowhere, from the campsite behind my girlfriend and to my left, a light shined directly on us and then all around in a frantic yet focused manner, kind of like the Eye of Sauron. I saw what appeared to be a man with the strangest gait I've ever seen. He wore a headlight and was focused on his picnic table. The man's gait seemed to me to be a little bit like Jar Jar Binks, just not normal. I could see through my periphery that the man focused his light on the picnic table, and whenever I turned my head toward him, immediately his light would hit my girlfriend and I. I could only see the outline of the man through the light of his headlight, and the occasional flash of my light at his campsite once he continued to flash his light at ours in a very disconcerting way. This was the campsite across from us, where we saw no one at all the night prior. I could only see the outline of his body as all black, as if he was in an all-black bodysuit. His movements were eerily repetitious. For what went on to close to an hour, this man would shine his headlight on his picnic table, make limited motions with his hands, if any at all, then walk 5 steps back to his tent, shine his headlight at his tent, then walk back to the picnic table, shine his light at us, and repeat it all over again. If this was just the man looking for something, he was on a cocktail of drugs. Once his light was on us for too long for comfort, I shined my flashlight on him for an extended period of time. It was at this moment when I went from annoyed to fight or flight. A chill ran down my back as I saw the outline of the man disappear in front of me, and the light from his headlight bounce down to the ground, then fly across the ground from his campsite. It seemed to jump along the ground and into the bushes diagonally from both of our campsites. It wasn't like the headlight had been thrown, but as if it ran across the ground, like if it was on the head of a dog. I took my flashlight away and watched his light slowly come back out of the bushes and climb back up to the height of a person. The shadow figure returned back, walking out of the bushes and back to the campsite to continue the same odd behavior. There were no sounds at all coming from this figure throughout the entirety of the night. Sometime later, we went into the tent for shut-eye, and the shadow man figure was still at his odd routine. The following day, the tent from the shadow man's campsite was gone, like no one had ever been there. I then found out that just a mile from our campsite was a small town called Elkmont Ghost Town, with abandoned buildings and a cemetery up a trail a bit. I couldn't find any other stories of Elkmont mysteries, but I wouldn't be surprised if there are other stories involving the Headlight Man. A few years back, I went camping with 2 buddies in the mountains near Lake Tahoe. We hiked about 2 hours with our packs to a small lake and set up camp. All was normal during the day. We made some hot dogs and beans and then stayed up until it was dark to watch the stars. Once it was dark out, we hiked up to the top of a large boulder to get a vantage point to see the stars over the trees. I recall that there was no moon out that night because we could see the stars so clearly due to the limited ambient light. We were pretty far out there, so there was no background noise or light from humans. Once our eyes adjusted after a half an hour or so, we could see all of the stars and even some satellites slowly moving in the sky. After we're done stargazing, we head down to our tents that were set up right by the lake. We have 2 two-person tents for the 3 of us. My 2 friends shared one tent and I was alone in the other. We set up the tents right next to each other on the same flat spot. I fall asleep pretty easily because I was tired from hiking and exploring all day, and because it was so dark out, and I like sleeping in the dark. However, at about 3 or 4 in the morning, I wake up to a rustling on the outside of my tent. In my half-asleep daze, I'm not sure if it's just wind or something else. I keep listening, and I realize that it's something brushing against my tent. It sounds like an animal pushing its nose against the tent fabric and sniffing. The sound is coming from the side of the tent, right next to my head, so I can hear it super clearly. At this point, my heart is racing, and I'm lying frozen in my sleeping bag, hoping that whatever is outside will leave my tent and it'll just be over. I think about calling out to my friends in their tent, but I don't want to startle or anger whatever is outside, so I decide to just keep lying still and hope it will leave. My mind is going through every possibility when I finally realize what it is. When we had set up our tents earlier that day, there wasn't much flat space, so we placed our tents very close to each other, like I said. Evidently, they were so close that when my friend was moving his feet in his sleeping bag, they brushed up against his tent, which was right near my head. So all along, it was my friend's feet moving around, and there was no animal or person outside. Phew. However, that wasn't the end of the weird stuff. And I only realized that this next part was weird once we had left the next day and I got home. As I laid in my tent and tried to slow my heart after realizing that the rustling was my friend, I was looking at the shadows of the trees on the wall of my tent. They reminded me of when I was a kid, when a car would slowly drive down your street, and the headlights through the blinds would cast shadows that slowly draw across the ceiling. At the time, it made sense to me, and I thought it was just like when I was a kid. Considering that I had just thought a creature was outside my tent, this seemed like nothing. However, as I mentioned earlier, it was a moonless, pitch-dark night. So what could that light have been? It was a very slow-drawing light that had the shadows of the trees moving across my tent walls for about 5 minutes. We were very far from civilization, so there's no way that it was a car or a flashlight from a midnight hiker, because the light was so steady and slow-moving. I don't know if it was a flare or a comet streaking across the dark sky, or something else. I still don't know what it could have been, and I think maybe I'm okay with that. This happened to me a while back when I decided to go on another camping trip alone. I always liked camping alone. There's something serene and sobering about being isolated in the middle of the wilderness, and I always found it relaxing. So I planned out what trail I was going to take, packed my camping gear and my rifle for protection, and jumped in the truck. I get to this trail early in the morning, and I hike about 15 to 20 miles in until I find the right spot. I head off the trail to find a place to put my tent up. I stumble upon this nice-sized clearing and decide that it's a nice, beautiful spot to settle down. I'm exhausted at this point, but I set up the tent at the southernmost edge of the clearing next to the tree line, and I manage to get a fire going. I roast some hot dogs and start to hear a sound in the distance beneath all the forest noise. It sounded like an animal, mostly like a deer, with a lame leg because it sounded like the animal was making a walking, dragging noise. I felt bad for the poor guy, but it was too far away, and it was getting dark, so I couldn't really go find it to put it out of its misery. I think nothing else about it after that, and I go on eating my food. After I eat, I douse the fire and crawl into my tent and get into my sleeping bag. I decide that even at my exhausted and relaxed state, I can't go to sleep. So I pull out a book that I brought with me and start to read by the light of my lamp. Hours go by, and I hear that sound again, this time closer, right at the opposite side of the clearing. Surprised, I put my book down and listen to this animal drag across the clearing toward my tent. It's really loud at this point, and it now sounds like the hooves are all being heavily planted, with dragging noises following seconds after, almost like the deer is dragging something along. It makes it to about what I assume is the middle of the clearing, and stops. I hear nothing. No breathing. I mean, not a sound from this animal. I unzip the tent and I look into the clearing. Nothing but trees and darkness. What the hell? Unnerved at this point, I zip the tent back up and I sit there listening for other noises. Nothing. Just the crickets and the breeze. I decide that there are a lot of strange noises in the woods and just tried not to let it bother me. Besides, I had my rifle. I start to doze off when I hear men's laughter off in the distance to my right, then women's laughter and stick snapping far off to my left. I'm up now, wondering if what I'm hearing is really what I'm hearing, or if it's just the product of being half asleep. I hear more faint laughing from a couple of other different directions. All different. Old men, old women, younger adults, even children. And I confirm that it's real. The noises are closing in, so I grab my rifle, preparing to fire off a warning shot into the air in case they came too close. Something about this laughter, how far in I was, the noise earlier, and the time of night, told me that this was not just another family strolling through. I was on edge enough already, but then I noticed something. The nightlife was dead quiet. Not even the wind was making any noise. I decided that enough was enough. I unzipped the tent and fired a single shot into the night. I sat there and surveyed the tree line and saw nothing. I listened intently to my surroundings. No laughing, and the forest sounds had returned. Relaxing just a bit and figuring that I had scared whoever was there off, I sat down and, in my exhausted state, I fell asleep. I woke up later in a cold sweat, racked with anxiety, and it was still dark outside. I immediately hear two people whispering not far from my tent. Alert, I grabbed my rifle and tried to listen to what they were saying. I couldn't make out much, but I heard something about being lost. So I shouted, "Hey, who's there?" The voices fall silent. I shout again, "Are you guys lost? Who's there?" Suddenly a huge burst of flame, like a flamethrower, erupted from the middle of the clearing, illuminating several silhouettes of people just standing around. In shock, I fire my rifle, blowing a hole in the front of my tent, and it goes dark. Without checking my surroundings, I get up and sprint out of my tent, making a hard left back to where the trail was. I hiked until sunrise back to my truck, with my head over my shoulder the entire way. I never heard anybody following me. I never saw anyone or anything the whole way, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. After that, my enjoyment of camping alone left me like I left all my gear in the woods that night, and I've never done it since. In the seaside town where I went to university, there stood some awesome castle ruins parallel to the promenade. 2 years ago now, and in my final year, I used to go to the ruins at night to chill with my friends. Sometimes we would play a hide-and-seek style game called Murder in the Dark, where we would try and scare each other when we found the opposing team. One night, we were there playing the game 2-on-2, and I was searching on my own on one side of the ruins. Bear in mind, it was the early hours and I had a phone with a little battery, so I couldn't use my torchlight all the time. The crevices of the ruin and the pitch black sent my tired imagination into overdrive. I became emotional and started crying at the war memorial that was next to the ruins whilst trying to find my friends. I didn't feel upset or scared, it just overwhelmed me. So I put it down to being in the dark. Maybe it made me more vulnerable. When walking back to my flat, I could honestly feel like somebody was following me and getting closer. I kept looking over my shoulder to be sure there wasn't an actual person walking from the footsteps I could hear, only to see an empty street every time. It took a couple of days for anything terrifying to happen, and when it started, I felt a heavy sense of dread fill my bedroom and follow me around the flat. The strange thing to me was that it never followed me outside when I was out of view of the building I lived in, like whatever it was couldn't travel far from where it had decided to settle. Moving forward a couple more days, and I experienced during the day an inability to leave my bed. I wasn't being held down at this point. It was more because I could feel a heavy mass loitering in my bedroom doorway that was constantly watching me. I was too scared to go to the bathroom or kitchen when my flatmates weren't home, and I missed classes. I didn't know what was wrong with me. A week had gone by, and I had started sleeping with my lights on, not to mention the very vivid nightmares that made me too freaked out to close my eyes by choice. Even so, I fought to sleep, but the entity had drained me and started shadowing me when laying in bed. It could have been sleep paralysis for all my flatmate knew when I told her, yet it felt so real. I went so far as to make crosses by tying 2 paintbrushes together with an elastic band and sticking it above my bed. They didn't work. I was being pinned to the bed by unseen hands while awake, and a weight was on my chest randomly during the day and night, only ever in my bedroom. I also saw a dark figure waiting for me by my bedroom window when I had mustered the strength to go out and buy food. It was watching me walk down the street toward the building, and I could feel its eyes on the back of me when walking into town. This happened all day, every day, until I felt too scared to go back to my flat for 2 consecutive nights of the second week that this was happening. I stayed on my best friend's sofa, and with her being into tarot and spiritual healing, she lent me 2 of her crystals to take back with me to see if they would help keep the entity at bay. I always believed in spirits, and open to my friend's interests, I gratefully took the crystals with me. She had also told me to keep hold of the crystals for as long as I needed them, and to be forceful with the entity, to tell it to leave me alone, even if I had to scream at it to show my inner strength. That I was more powerful than it thought I was. The final night of my 2 weeks in hell, I did everything she had said, and when I got inside, I laid the crystals on the end of my bed and got into my pajamas. When I turned around, the crystals had disappeared. Worried that my friend would go mad if I told her I'd lost them, I said nothing about them for almost a month. It took around 2 days from when I had the crystals for the dark atmosphere to completely clear. My room felt a safe haven again, and I was able to sleep peacefully without fear. Forgetting all about the crystals, I had moved my bed to clean behind it. When I lifted the mattress, the crystals were on the floor underneath the head of my bed. I took them back to my friend, confessed what had happened, and she suggested the entity must have tried to steal the crystals so that I couldn't use them against it. If it were a true explanation as to why the crystals disappeared when they did, the entity must have been abolished or sent back to where it had come from the moment it came into contact with them. For the rest of the academic year, I kept the cross above my bed for peace of mind, and thankfully, the entity never returned to darken my doorway again. If you're from Northeast Ohio, you've definitely heard about Squires Castle in Willoughby. And like many other places in Willoughby, Squires is said to be haunted. My whole life, I've said this is bogus. In fact, the ghost stories that I heard of it felt practically impossible. It said that at night, through the windows, you can see the lantern light of the owner's wife who died there. This can't be true, because she didn't die there. But I don't know, whatever, I guess. Still, everything I believed about this place changed when some friends and I went ghost hunting the other night. We went in so excited. We had planned to walk up to the castle, look through, and maybe even explore the hiking trails afterwards, all late at night. It was drizzling, not very much, no big storms or anything at the time that we were out there. At right about midnight, driving towards Squires, maybe about a mile away, the three of us in the car saw a bright light in the sky, somewhat above where the castle was. One of us initially thought it was lightning, but it definitely wasn't. It was bright, produced no sound, and lasted just a couple of seconds. It happened twice, lighting up a circle of clouds in a white, bluish-purple light. We didn't think too much of it at the time, but now it feels like it should be included in the story. Then at about 12:05, we pulled up to Squire's Castle. From the road, before even pulling into a parking spot, we could see it. The lantern. There was an orange glow coming from inside the castle, and it was moving. Initially, I thought it was a house behind the castle. Then I remembered nothing was behind the castle except dense trees. It couldn't have been my headlights because they weren't even pointing that way, and we weren't moving. One of my friends thought it was just some teens exploring the castle like we had planned to do. But as we pulled into the parking spaces, we saw that there were no other cars, and that the light had disappeared. After gathering enough courage, we left the car and started toward the castle. I was recording on a handheld camera, one friend was recording video on his phone, and my other friend was recording audio on her phone. We walked all the way up until we could see the castle. I personally didn't see much, but my friends saw quite a bit. Watching his phone, my friend said things like, "I saw something flash by on my camera," or "there's something moving around inside." My other friend felt a little gross. If you've had the same kind of encounter, I'm sure you'll know what she means. She also said that she saw things moving inside, that she was looking with just her eyes and no camera. My friend said she really wanted to go into the building, but my other friend and I wanted to get out of there, me especially. So we turned back toward the car and walked back. On the way back, we were still kind of exploring, thinking that maybe we could see things on the side of the path, but we weren't sure. Then my friend half-jokingly said, "I low-key want to go back up and into the castle." Shortly after she said this, boom, a heavy stomp could be heard right next to my friend. "Nope," she said and ran. The two of us ran after her. My friend said that they heard the stomp and could feel the presence of something right next to them. We got in the car and drove off so fast. All of us were in shock. I was holding back tears. I didn't know what to feel. I had never experienced anything like that before. On our 20-minute drive home, we decided to examine our evidence. First up was the audio recording. We listened back to it, and my friend stopped it shortly after it started. She was like, "What? Why is it like that? That's so weird." The audio recording started as normal. We leave the car, and then we're heading back to the car. The part of the recording where we walked up to the castle and all that was completely missing. We've never had any issues with her phone before. In fact, we've used that exact phone to catch the voices of multiple entities in the past. Then we moved on to the phone video. You can see lots of misty drizzle moving past the camera, and sometimes you can see my friend's breath. It was surprisingly cold for being 50 to 60 degrees Fahrenheit the whole day. But when we're up at the castle, the video gets a little spooky. We paused the video on the flashes that he saw earlier and saw single frames of shapes running past. These things were differently shaped and colored than the misty water droplets. These were the most terrifying things that we got from the trip, in my opinion. We also got one picture that was kind of clear, and whatever it was, wasn't really too human-shaped. Also, we could very faintly see shapes of people or reflections of eyes inside the windows. Then, on the way back from the castle, we didn't see anything in the video. Recently, I examined my video on a computer. Now, typically people save the best for last, but my video was not the best. I saw very little within it as it was very dark, but on our way up we could see a couple of orbs, and on the way back we could see small points that kind of looked like sets of eyes, peering and blinking. Looking back on the experience, we are kind of filled with dread. My friend is very spiritually active and knowledgeable, and feels that we could have been in some serious danger. She said she's definitely adding this to her list when she's felt unsafe from the presence of some kind of entity. I guess we might never know what exactly we experienced that night, but we'll never forget it. The Adobe on the Mesa by Marcus L. I moved into a rental on the outskirts of Santa Fe last year. It was an old adobe house. It had thick mud walls and heavy viga ceiling beams. It sat on a high ridge overlooking a dry arroyo. The rent was suspiciously low for the area, but I figured it was just because the place was dated and lacked central air. I'm a freelance graphic designer. I work from home. I spend a lot of time alone, so I'm used to the normal creaks and groans of an old building settling. This place was different. Adobe usually feels warm and grounding. This house felt hollow. It didn't matter how high I turned the heat. The air stayed thin and sharp. The issues started in the hallway bathroom. It had one of those heavy, hammered tin mirrors that are very popular in New Mexican decor. About a week after I moved in, I was brushing my teeth before bed. I looked up and noticed a dark smudge on the glass. I wiped it away, but it wasn't on the surface. It was behind the silvering. Over the next few days, that smudge started to take shape. It wasn't a face or a figure. It looked like a handprint, but with too many knuckles. I stopped using that bathroom. I'm not a confrontational person, even with inanimate objects. I just moved my toothbrush to the kitchen sink. A few nights later, I was working late on a project for a client in California. My desk faces a corner of the main living area. At about 2 a.m., the temperature in the room dropped so fast I could see my breath. I heard a sound coming from the basement. This house should not have a basement. Most adobe homes are built on a slab or maybe a shallow crawl space at best, but I had found a heavy wooden trap door in the pantry a few days earlier. I had assumed at the time that it was a root cellar. The sound was a steady, rhythmic thumping. It sounded like someone was taking a heavy mallet and hitting the underside of the floorboards. Thump, thump, thump. It moved from the pantry across the kitchen and stopped right behind my chair. I didn't turn around. I sat there, staring at my monitor, watching the cursor blink. The air behind my neck felt like dry ice. Then I heard a whisper. It wasn't a voice that I recognized. It sounded like two pieces of sandpaper being rubbed together. It said my name, but it butchered the vowels. Instead of Marcus, it sounded like Mercs. I grabbed my laptop and ran to my bedroom. I pushed the heavy chest of drawers in front of the door. I stayed awake until the sun hit the peaks of the Sangre de Cristo Mountains. The next morning, I decided to check the pantry. I pulled back the rug and lifted the trap door. The air that came out of the hole did not smell like dirt or old wood. It smelled metallic. I shone my flashlight down the ladder. The basement was bigger than the house itself. It was a cavernous space with smooth, whitewashed walls that looked like bone. In the center of the room, there was a single chair. It was a modern office chair, the exact same model I was using at my desk upstairs. It was facing the corner, exactly how my desk was positioned. I didn't go down there. I slammed the door and put a heavy crate of bottled water on top of it. Things escalated. My reflection in the windows started lagging. I'd walk past a glass door and my reflection would keep walking for a split second after I stopped. I started to find small piles of red sand in the corners of my bedroom, even though I kept the windows shut and the house was sealed against the desert wind. The worst part of all of it, though, was the visitor in the hallway. Every evening at sunset, a shadow would appear at the far end of the corridor leading to the bedrooms. It wasn't a shadow cast by any furniture. It was a three-dimensional patch of darkness that was blacker than the surrounding air. It would just stand there. If I walked toward it, it would retreat into the guest room. If I turned my back, I could hear it shuffling closer. The sound was like someone walking in heavy corduroy pants. I tried to call the landlord. The number was disconnected. I looked up the property records at the county office. The house had been owned by a series of holding companies for the last 30 years. Nobody stayed longer than 6 months. Last night was the breaking point. I was asleep when I felt something heavy sit on the edge of my bed. I thought it was a dream until I felt the mattress dip. I didn't open my eyes. I kept them squeezed shut. And then I felt a finger, long, dry, and cold, trace a line from my forehead down to my chin. It felt like a piece of old parchment. The voice from the living room came back, but this time it was right in my ear. It didn't whisper my name. It started reciting my bank password of all things. It was a string of random numbers and letters that I've never told anyone and only means something to me. It spoke in a flat, monotone drone, clicking between every digit. I waited until it finished. As soon as the weight left the bed, I bolted. I didn't grab clothes or work gear or anything, except, of course, for my keys and wallet. I drove to a Motel 6 in town, and I've been here for 2 days. I went back this afternoon with a friend to get my computer. The house was wide open. The front door was swinging in the breeze. The pantry rug had been shredded into neat, equal-sized strips. The trap door was gone. Not just open, but completely removed from the hinges and gone. When I got to my desk, my monitor was on. There was a single Word document open. It was thousands of pages long. It was just my name, over and over, written in a font I didn't have installed on my system. The letters looked like they were made of thorns. My friend, who doesn't even believe in paranormal stuff, wouldn't go into the hallway. He said the air felt crowded. We grabbed the CPU and the monitors and left. As I was backing out of the driveway, I looked up at the living room window. I was standing there. I mean, something that looked exactly like me was standing in the window. It was wearing the same hoodie I had on. It was waving at me. But it wasn't waving like a person. Its wrist was rotating in a full circle, around and around, while its arm stayed perfectly still. I'm currently staying at an Airbnb in Albuquerque. I looked at my bank account an hour ago. My password has been changed. I did not change it. I tried to call the fraud department, but the phone line just made that sandpaper scratching sound until I hung up. I'm sitting in a brightly lit coffee shop right now because I don't want to be alone in the dark. I keep seeing movement in the reflection of my laptop screen, just at the edge of my shoulder. The Thing in the High Desert by Elias B. I moved to Gallup, New Mexico about 6 months ago for a civil engineering gig. If you're not familiar with the area, it's right on the edge of the Navajo Nation. The landscape is absolutely incredible. Massive red mesas, high desert plateaus, and skies that feel too big for the earth. But there's also a specific energy out here that you just don't find in the suburbs of Chicago. People keep to themselves about certain things. You learn very quickly that there are topics you just don't bring up over a beer, especially when it comes to the local folklore. Last Thursday, I was driving back from a site inspection near Tahachi. It was late, maybe 11:30 p.m. US 491 is a long, straight stretch of asphalt that cuts through some of the most desolate terrain you can imagine. There are no streetlights. It's just your high beams and the reflective eyes of the occasional jackrabbit. I was about 20 miles north of town when I saw something in the road. I figured it was a dead elk or maybe a collapsed bale of hay that fell off a truck. I slowed my Tacoma down as I got closer. My headlights hit it, and I realized it was a coyote. But it was the biggest coyote I have ever seen in my life. I mean, it had to be about the size of a timber wolf, but the fur was patchy, like it had a really bad case of mange. The animal was hunched over something in the middle of the lane. As I pulled up, it didn't run. It didn't even flinch. I honked my horn thinking it would scatter, but instead, it slowly stood up. It didn't stand up like a dog on its hind legs either. It stood up like a man. Its spine elongated with a series of wet, popping sounds that I could hear even over the idle of my engine. The front legs, or arms, I guess, dangled down, and the hands were not paws. They were long, spindly fingers with thick yellow nails. The thing turned its head to look at me. The face was the worst part. It looked like a coyote mask had been stretched over a human skull that was too wide. The eyes caught the light, but they were not green or yellow like a normal animal. They were a flat, dull orange. It didn't have a snout. It had a flattened face with a mouthful of jagged, mismatched teeth. I didn't wait to see what it was eating. I swung the truck into the opposite lane and floored it. I looked in my side mirror as I passed, and the thing was already moving. It wasn't running behind the truck either. It was keeping pace alongside my driver's side door. I was doing 60, and then 70. This thing was loping through the sagebrush and sand, matching my speed with a terrifying rhythmic bounce. Every single time its feet hit the ground, I could feel a slight vibration in the steering wheel. It looked like it was laughing. Its mouth was hanging open, and its tongue was lolling out, but it wasn't even panting. It was making a sound, like a person trying to whistle through a mouthful of pebbles. I reached 85 miles per hour. The Tacoma was shaking. The thing finally started to pull ahead of me. It didn't try to ram the truck. It just veered back onto the asphalt about 50 yards in front of me and stopped dead. I slammed on the brakes, fishtailing slightly. The smell hit the cabin through the vents. It smelled like wet dog, copper, and old grease. The creature stood there in the middle of the road, silhouetted by my high beams. It reached up with one of those long-fingered hands and started scratching at its own chest. It was tearing strips of its own skin off, revealing dark, corded muscle underneath. And then it spoke. It didn't howl or growl. It used my own voice. It sounded exactly like the voice memo I'd recorded for my boss earlier that afternoon. "The drainage pipe on the north side is cracked," it said. The tone was perfect. The cadence was identical to mine. I didn't stay to hear anything else. I threw the truck into reverse, swung a chaotic U-turn, and headed back toward Tahachi. I wasn't going to drive through that thing. I drove 30 miles out of my way to take the long route back to Gallup, white-knuckling the wheel the entire time. I didn't sleep that night. I mean, who could have? Every time the wind brushed a branch against my bedroom window, I jumped. The next morning, I went out to check the truck. I half expected to see scratches or blood. Instead, I found something else. Stuck to the driver's side door handle was a small tuft of gray hair, tied together with a piece of dried animal gut. There were also 4 dusty handprints on the tailgate. They weren't human, but they weren't exactly animal either. They had 5 fingers, but the thumb was located where a pinky should be on a human. I went into work and I tried to act normal, but I was a wreck. My supervisor, a guy named Mike who grew up in the area, looked at me, paused for a second, and then said, "Do you see a stray dog on the 491? I told him what happened. He didn't laugh. He didn't tell me I was crazy. He just reached into his desk and pulled out a small pouch of white ash and told me to rub it on my tires and the door frames of my house. He told me that once they have your voice, they don't stop. They like the chase. He said the fact that it left the hair on my handle meant that it was marking me for later. That was 3 days ago, and since then, things have been weird. I'll be sitting in my living room and hear my front door unlock. I'll go and check it, and it's still bolted. I've started hearing my mom's voice, calling my name from the backyard. Mom lives in Florida. Well, she did. She's been dead for 3 years. Last night, I woke up because I heard a scratching sound on the roof. It wasn't a branch. It was a rhythmic scraping, like someone was dragging a heavy bag of salt across the shingles. I stayed under the covers with my 9mm on the nightstand until the sun came up. I'm looking for a transfer back east. I don't even care if it's a pay cut. There's something in these hills that does not like outsiders, and I think I've given it a reason to follow me home. I went to a local car wash today to get the dust off the truck, and the guy working the bays absolutely refused to touch the driver's side door. He just pointed at the handle and walked away. I looked closer, and there was a faint, oily stain in the shape of a human ear right where I grabbed the handle. It won't come off with soap. The basement in that Ypsilanti house had something living in the walls. By Keith W. I do HVAC work in the Ann Arbor and Ypsilanti area in Michigan. I've been doing it for about 12 years now, mostly residential service calls and installations. You go into a lot of houses in this line of work, and you see how a lot of different people live. You see the weird stuff they keep in their basements and crawl spaces, and after a while, nothing really surprises you. What happened in that house on North Huron Street still bothers me, though. That was back in March of last year. I've done maybe 300 basement jobs since I started, and I've never walked off a site before. But I walked off that one. The service call came in on a Thursday. Furnace wasn't working, house was getting cold. Standard emergency call. The dispatcher gave me the address, and I headed over around 2 in the afternoon. It was one of those old Ypsilanti houses, probably built in the 1920s. 2-story, needed paint, small yard, standard fare really. The woman who answered the door looked exhausted. She said that they had just moved in 2 months ago, and the furnace had been acting strange the whole time, but now it had quit completely. She led me to the basement door. It was one of those old wooden doors with the original hardware, really heavy. She opened it, and I could immediately tell the air coming up from down there was wrong. It was way too cold. Basements are usually cooler than the rest of the house, but this was like opening a walk-in freezer. She noticed me hesitate and said, "Yeah, it's been like that since we moved in." I asked her if the previous owners had said anything about the heating system. She said the house had been empty for almost a year before they bought it, some kind of estate sale situation. The inspection had flagged a few issues, but nothing major with the furnace. I grabbed my tools and headed down. The stairs were steep and narrow, wooden treads that creaked. The basement was unfinished. Concrete floor, stone foundation walls, exposed joists overhead. There was a single bulb hanging in the middle of the space. It was one of those pull chain fixtures. I pulled it, and the light came on, but it was pretty weak. 40 watts, maybe. The furnace was against the far wall. I could see it was old, probably original to the house. I walked over and started my inspection. And that's when I noticed the scratching sounds. Very faint, coming from inside the foundation walls. They were rhythmic, kind of like something was moving around. Now, old houses get mice. Sometimes they get rats, and I've dealt with that before. But this did not sound like rodents. The pattern was too wrong. Usually mice sound frantic. They kind of skitter and then stop, and then skitter and stop. This was slower. I tried to ignore it and focus on the furnace. I checked the pilot light first. It was out. I checked the gas line, the thermocouple, the usual suspects. Everything looked fine mechanically. I tried to relight the pilot, and it wouldn't catch. I tried 3 different times. Each time the flame would start, and then go out immediately like something was blowing it out. The scratching got louder while I was working, and it had moved. Now it sounded like it was coming from the wall directly behind the furnace. I stood up and put my hand on the stone. It was like touching a block of ice. It was way colder than it should have been, even in an unheated basement in March. I went back upstairs and I told the woman I needed to check a few things and that I'd be back down in a minute. I wanted to see if there was any obvious source for a draft that might be affecting the pilot light. She said the basement had always given her a bad feeling and that her kids wouldn't go down there at all. Her husband thought she was being ridiculous, but she said she just couldn't get rid of that feeling. I went back down with a stronger flashlight. I wanted to inspect the foundation walls and look for cracks or gaps. I started at one corner and worked my way around. The scratching had stopped. The basement was completely silent, except for my footsteps on the concrete. I was about halfway around the perimeter when I found the section of wall that looked different. The stones there were darker, stained almost. There was something that looked like old mortar repair work, crude patches, like someone had sealed something up in a hurry. I moved my flashlight across the area, and that's when I saw the gap. There was a space between 2 of the stones, maybe an inch wide. I could feel cold air coming out of it. I crouched down to get a better look, and I could see that there was a hollow space behind the wall. Not just a gap in the foundation, like an actual void. I heard breathing coming from inside that space. Slow, wet breathing. I stood up fast and backed away from the wall. My logical mind was telling me that it had to be some kind of animal. Maybe a raccoon that had gotten into a crawl space somehow. But I've heard lots of different animals breathe, and this didn't sound like any of them. The scratching started again, right behind where I had been crouching. Aggressive scratching now. Faster, like whatever was in there knew I'd found it. I grabbed my tools and went upstairs. I told the woman I couldn't work on her furnace, that she needed to call a different company. She asked me what was wrong, and I said I just wasn't comfortable with the conditions in her basement. She started to ask more questions, but I was already halfway to the door. I sat in my truck for a few minutes before I left. I called my supervisor and told him I'd walked off the job and that he needed to send someone else. He wasn't happy about it, but he didn't push it. He knows I don't do that kind of thing without a good reason. Like I said, I never had before this. I drove past that house about a month later, and there was a for sale sign in the yard. I wasn't exactly surprised. I thought about calling the woman and asking if anything else had happened, but I decided against it. It wasn't really my business, and I didn't want to know. The key in the wall. I work in renovation and restoration, mostly old buildings around western Pennsylvania. They're always the kind with uneven floors and hidden rooms and weird wiring. They usually have layers of wallpaper that look like tree rings when you pull them back. You get used to strange finds. Love letters, receipts from the 40s, fake walls, even the occasional firearm somebody forgot about decades ago. But nothing has ever stuck with me like the key did. This happened 4 years ago at a Victorian boarding house outside Meadville. 3 stories, steep roofline, narrow hallways, and that heavy wooden smell that old houses get when the air doesn't circulate right. The owners wanted to turn it into student housing, so our crew was hired to open up walls, reinforce joists, and rework the attic. The key turned up on the 2nd week. We'd started demo on the 3rd floor hallway, a cramped stretch between the attic stairs and a row of tiny bedrooms. I was cutting out a section of plaster near a corner where the wall bowed outward. When the chunk fell away, something metallic clattered onto the floorboards. It was a small brass key, heavy for its size, smooth from age, with a single loop on the top and teeth that didn't match any modern lock. It was the kind of key you might expect for a jewelry box or an old trunk, but certainly not a door. The strange part was where it came from. That section of wall had lathe behind it, solid wooden strips. There was no cavity where the key could have sat, no space between beams. It had been buried inside the plaster itself, like someone had hid it there while the wall was still wet. I should have handed it to the project manager, but instead, I put it in my pocket. Later that afternoon, while everyone else was downstairs hauling out debris, I stayed back to finish sweeping the hall. The floor was clean, the air still. Dust hung in the sunlight coming through a single narrow window. I remember feeling watched, but old houses do that. Too many corners, too many shadows. The key tugged at my attention, and for reasons I still can't explain, I pulled it out and held it up to the light. The brass looked darker, almost warm. I turned it over in my hand, expecting the usual reflective gleam, but the surface felt dull, like it absorbed the light instead of reflecting it. And then something clicked, something behind me. I spun around, but there was nobody there. But halfway down the hall, a door I knew was stuck shut sat slightly open. We had tried opening that room earlier in the week, and the latch hadn't budged. Now it gaped an inch, just enough to reveal darkness inside. I should have called for someone, but I didn't. Instead, I walked toward the door. Every step felt heavier than it should have. It was like the air thickened around me. And when I reached the doorway, I pushed it open with my foot. The room was empty except for old water stains on the ceiling and a broken dresser. The window was painted shut. I turned to leave, and I felt something pass behind me. It felt like a weight shifting through space, brushing the back of my neck without touching it. I froze and listened. The house creaked, like it always did, but this was different. Someone shouted my name from downstairs, and whatever pressure stood behind me vanished. I backed out, shut the door hard, and stuffed the key deep into my pocket. That night, I heard voices. Not at home, but at work. I would come in early the next morning to avoid questions about the key, and when I did, the house was empty except for me. As I climbed the stairs, these faint voices drifted down from the 3rd floor. It wasn't a conversation, and it certainly wasn't English. It was like threading sounds, rising and falling, weaving through each other with no clear pattern. I waited at the 2nd floor landing, listening. The whispers stopped, followed by soft, deliberate footsteps. They moved past the top of the stairs, across the 3rd floor hall, and then faded. I should have left, but instead, I went up. The hallway sat quiet and bright in the morning sun. There were no footprints in the dust that we hadn't swept yet, so no one was hiding in the rooms, and nothing was out of place, except the key. I had left it in my toolbox the night before, but now it sat in the center of the hall, teeth pointed toward me. I didn't touch it at first. Something in me understood that picking it up again meant inviting whatever followed it. But leaving it there felt worse almost, like waiting for something else to make the next move. So I reached down. The metal burned cold. The door beside me, another stuck one, creaked open. Just a sliver. Just enough. Inside the room, shadows gathered in the corner. Not shapes or figures. More like darkness folding into itself, stretching upward as if trying to take form. The air wavered around it, bending the sunlight the same way heat bends pavement. I stepped back, ready to bolt, but the shadow did not advance. It only leaned, heavy and slow, as if smelling the air that I had stirred. I threw the key into the room and ran. We were pulled from the project 3 days later. Not because of me, because tenants, temporary ones staying in the finished rooms downstairs, had started disappearing. A man renting the basement suite didn't show up for work. A student staying in one of the front rooms left her things neatly folded on the bed and vanished. There were no signs of forced entry, no camera footage of anyone entering or leaving. The owners shut the place down, police did a sweep. When they questioned us, I of course did not mention the key. I didn't mention the door that opened itself, and I definitely didn't mention the shadow that tried to stand on its own legs. The building sits empty now, supposedly waiting for a new investor, but everyone local knows it's dead space. Windows are boarded up and the yard is overgrown and the mail piles out of the box. A few weeks ago, though, I drove past it at dusk. Maybe it was habit or curiosity or just stupidity. There was a light that glowed in the 3rd floor hallway. Just one. The thing about that, though, is that the place has no power. I didn't stop, or check, or look twice. But as I drove off, I caught a glimpse of movement in the attic window. A figure, barely there, leaning forward against the glass, as if watching the road. Almost like it was waiting for someone to come back with its key. Something Walked Around My Tent All Night Long by Mariah. I went camping during late fall when the leaves were really thick on the ground and it was just super pretty out. It's my favorite time. I fell asleep, and not really that long after, I started to hear footsteps crunching around my tent on all the leaves. Now, footsteps out in the woods are not really that big of a deal, so at first I thought it was deer. But then I started to notice that the steps were very steady. It was definitely something walking on 2 feet, and it just sounded so human. They just kept circling. They would stop near my head, and then they would start moving again. I waited for breathing or snorting or something to indicate that it was an animal, but I never heard it. Every single time I would shift inside the tent, the footsteps would stop. And then, after I'd been still for a little bit, they would start again. This went on for hours. Finally, I saw light in the sky, and it just stopped. I walked outside to look for footprints or something, but the leaves were completely undisturbed, and I never saw anything to indicate what had been there. It just kind of felt like whatever was there didn't want to be or couldn't be seen in the daylight. I definitely got out of there in a hurry. I did finish my trip, but I was on edge the whole time. Fortunately, nothing happened for the remaining 2 days on my trip. The forest went completely silent, by Anonymous. I took a shortcut off the main trail because it looked pretty harmless on the map. The second I stepped off the path, every sound just dropped out. I couldn't hear a single bird, even the wind. It was like somebody had pressed a mute button. I could hear my own breathing, and it was way too clear in all the silence, which gave me a bit of a panic attack. I tried to calm down, and I took a few more steps, and I felt this pressure in my ears, like altitude. When I stepped back onto the trail, all the sounds came back at once. I tested it again, stepping off and then back on, and it kept happening. I didn't go more than a foot into the trees after that. I finished up the hike fast, and I didn't explore anything else that day. Even now, I stick to the marked trails without exception. The Deep Fork River Witch by Travis B. I've lived in eastern Oklahoma my whole life. I grew up hearing stories from my Creek and Seminole buddies about things you aren't supposed to mess with in the woods. I always respected the culture, but I never really believed that a bird could steal your heart or that a dog could walk on 2 legs. I treated the woods with respect because of snakes and meth cooks, not magic. That changed 2 years ago. I was bank fishing on the Deep Fork River, a few miles west of Okmulgee. It's thick country out there. The river bottoms are full of hardwoods, tangled vines, and mud that will suck the boot right off your foot. It was late July. The air was heavy enough to wear, saturated with humidity and the sound of cicadas. I had hiked in about a mile from where I parked my truck. I like this one specific bend in the river, where the water slows down and gets deep. It's prime territory for flathead catfish. I set up my lantern, baited my lines with sunfish, and settled in for the night. Around 1 a.m., the woods went dead silent. If you spend time outdoors, you know that silence is louder than noise. The frogs stopped. The cicadas cut out. Even the wind seemed to die down. The only sound was the water lapping against the mud bank. I felt a sudden, intense pressure in my chest. It wasn't pain exactly, It felt like the air pressure had dropped 50 points in a second. I stood up to stretch and shine my light around. I got this feeling that I was being watched. I scanned the tree line. Nothing. Just shadows and oak trunks. I decided to walk a little ways down the bank to relieve myself, getting away from my gear and the lantern light. I walked maybe 50 yards into the brush. The smell hit me first. It smelled like a slaughterhouse floor in the middle of summer. It was the heavy metallic scent of fresh blood mixed with bile and something rotting. I gagged. I pulled my shirt up over my nose and aimed my flashlight at the source. There was a huge, flat stump about 10 feet to my left. Sitting on top of it was a pile of meat. I stepped closer, thinking a poacher had gutted a deer and left the offal, but the shape was all wrong. It wasn't a chaotic pile of intestines. It was organized. There was a heart, lungs, and what looked like a stomach, all glistening wet and steaming in the night air. They were pulsing. The heart was beating. I could see the valves contracting. The lungs were inflating and deflating with a shallow, ragged rhythm. My brain couldn't process it. I stood there staring at this biological impossibility, trying to rationalize how a pile of organs could be alive outside of a body. I thought maybe I was hallucinating from heat exhaustion or fumes. I reached out with the barrel of my flashlight, thinking to poke it. A scream tore through the canopy above me. It wasn't a bobcat. It wasn't a mountain lion. It sounded like an old woman screaming while drowning. It was gurgling and high-pitched, a shriek that vibrated in my teeth. I whipped the light upward. Perched on a limb, about 20 feet up, was a great horned owl. But it was too big. It had to be 4 feet tall. Its feathers were matted and greasy. It looked down at me. The eyes weren't yellow avian eyes. They were human. They were brown with white sclera, and they were wide with panic and rage. The bird didn't fly. It fell from the branch. It dropped like a stone, spreading its wings at the last second to break its fall, landing heavily on the dead leaves between me and the stump. It stood up on 2 legs. The legs were feathered, but the knees were thick and knobby, like human knees covered in down. It hissed at me. The sound came from a beak that was hooked and sharp, but inside the beak, I saw a human tongue. I backed up. I didn't turn my back on it. I knew instinctively that if I turned, I was dead. The creature spread its wings out wide, trying to make itself look bigger, blocking the path to the stump. It snapped its beak, making a loud clack-clack noise. I remember a story my friend's grandfather told us when we were kids. He talked about the sticky knee. He said they were witches who vomited up their insides to turn into owls and fly around looking for hearts to eat. He said they had to hide their organs, and if anything happened to the organs, they couldn't turn back. This thing was protecting the pile on the stump. I stumbled backward over a root and fell hard on my ass. The creature lunged. It didn't fly, it hopped aggressively, closing the distance with terrifying speed. It looked clumsy but powerful, like a turkey vulture fighting over a carcass. I scrambled backward, kicking dirt at it. My hand landed on a heavy piece of driftwood. I swung it blindly. The wood connected with the bird's shoulder. It didn't feel like hitting a hollow-boned bird, though. It felt like hitting a solid bag of cement. The creature shrieked again, that same drowning woman scream, and recoiled. It flapped its wings, kicking up a cloud of dust and leaves, blinding me for just a second. I scrambled to my feet and ran. I didn't go back for my rods or my lantern or anything. I just sprinted toward the truck. I could hear it crashing through the brush behind me. It was running. I could hear heavy footfalls and the sound of feathers brushing against the scrub oak. It sounded like a man running in a winter coat. I vaulted a fallen log and nearly twisted my ankle, but I didn't slow down. The adrenaline was the only thing keeping me moving. I reached the clearing where my truck was parked, fumbled for my keys, and had to get down to find them. I heard a swooping sound. I looked up and saw the silhouette of the owl against the stars. It was gliding over the truck, silent now. It landed on the hood of my pickup, right after I got inside. It stared at me through the windshield as I jammed the key into the ignition. Up close, in the dim light of the cab, I saw its face clearly. The feathers around the eyes were arranged in a pattern that looked like wrinkles. It looked ancient. It tapped on the glass with its beak. I cranked the engine and threw it into reverse. The bird held on for a second, its talons screeching against the metal of the hood, before it launched itself into the air. I drove back to Okmulgee doing 90. I didn't go home, though. I went to a 24-hour diner and sat in a booth near the back until the sun came up. I just didn't want to be alone. I was shaking so badly I couldn't hold a cup of coffee. I went back the next day in the daylight with 2 buddies and a shotgun. We went to the spot where I had been fishing. My gear was gone. My rods, my tackle box, my lantern, all of it. The mud bank was churned up and covered in weird 3-toed tracks that were too deep for a bird. We found the stump in the woods. The organs were gone, but the stump was stained dark with dried blood, and the wood was scorched, like someone had poured gasoline on it and lit a match. There was a smell hanging in the air that I can't describe. It smelled like burnt hair and ozone. It's safe to say I will never go back to that part of the woods. The Cabin in the Corridor by Becca J. I just got back from a 5-day bachelorette cruise through the Bahamas, and while my friends are all posting photos of sunset mojitos, I've been sitting in my apartment with the lights on, trying to figure out how to explain why I'm never getting on a ship again. We were on one of those massive floating cities, 15 decks, 3,000 passengers, and miles of identical windowless hallways. This happened on the 3rd night. We were docked near Nassau, and the girls had all stayed out late at the ship's casino. I'd had a headache from the sun and headed back to our stateroom on deck 9 around midnight. If you've ever walked the corridors of a cruise ship late at night, you know how disorienting they can be. The carpet has the same swirling pattern for 500 feet. The doors are all the same shade of off-white, and the hum of the engine creates this vibration you can feel in your teeth. I was halfway down the long hallway of the port side when I saw one of the cabin stewards. At least, that's what I thought he was. He was wearing the standard issue white vest and black trousers. He was standing outside a door about 30 feet ahead of me, holding a silver tray. I assumed he was delivering late-night room service. I kept walking, looking down at my key card, when I noticed the sound of his movements, or rather the lack of them. His shoes were hitting the carpeted floor, but there was no thud. Instead, every time his foot touched the ground, I heard the sound of, like a soda can being crushed. It was a sharp, metallic crackle crunch that didn't match the environment at all. I slowed down. "Hey," I said, "do you know if the ice machine on this level is working?" The steward didn't turn around. He stayed, facing the door. He raised his hand to knock, but his arm didn't bend at the elbow. The entire limb moved as one solid piece, like the arm of a plastic mannequin that only had a shoulder joint. When his knuckles hit the wood, the sound that came out wasn't a knock. It was the sound of a woman laughing. It was a perfect recorded snippet of a high-pitched, bubbly laugh. It lasted exactly 2 seconds, cut off abruptly, and then played again. I stopped dead in my tracks. "Are you okay?" I asked. The steward's head didn't turn. It sheared. The top half of his head, from the nose up, slid 2 inches to the left, while the bottom stayed put. And then the bottom half snapped to catch up. He was now facing me, but his face looked like a low-resolution photograph that had been badly photoshopped. His eyes were just flat, dark smudges. His mouth was a static, unmoving curve. But the tray he was holding was not metal. It was made of the same pale, fleshy material as his hands. The silver thing on it was actually a growth of gray, porous skin shaped like a dome. He opened his mouth, and the sound of my own voice came out. "Do you know if the ice machine on this level is working?" It was a perfect copy. It even had the slight congestion I'd had all day from my allergies. But as he spoke, the hallway around him began to jitter. The walls looked like they were vibrating in and out of focus. The cabin door he was standing next to started to melt into the carpet, the white wood turning into a gray, liquid-looking substance. The steward, or whatever it was, stepped toward me. He slid across the carpet without moving his legs, and then he began to change. The white vest started to bleed into his skin. The black trousers turned into long, spindly legs that looked like charred wood. He grew taller, and his head scraped against the low ceiling of the corridor. The laugh recording started to play faster and faster, overlapping with itself until it sounded like a swarm of cicadas. "Ice machine, working, working, working." I turned and ran back toward the elevator lobby. I didn't care about the stairs, I just needed to get to a place with people. As I ran, I passed another steward coming out of a service closet, and I nearly tackled him. "There's something down there," I screamed, pointing back at the hallway. "In the hall, it's not a person." The steward, a guy named Andre, looked at me with a tired, professional smile. He didn't even look down the hall, he just held up a hand. "Please return to your cabin, miss," Andre said. I looked at his hand. He had 6 fingers, and as he spoke, I heard the sound of a soda can being crushed, coming from his throat. I did not go back to my cabin. I ran all the way to the 24-hour buffet on Deck 12 and sat in a bright yellow booth surrounded by families eating late-night pizza. I stayed there until the sun came up and my friends found me. I told them I'd had a panic attack from the confined spaces. I did not tell them about the data stewards, which is what I've started to call them. I spent the rest of the cruise in a state of hypervigilance. I noticed things I hadn't seen before. The way the carpet patterns didn't quite line up in the corners. The way some of the passengers would stand perfectly still in the shadows of the lounge, never blinking. On the final morning, as we were disembarking in Miami, I saw Andre again. He was standing by the gangway, waving goodbye to everyone. "Have a safe trip home," he called out. His voice was a perfect copy of my father's voice. My father wasn't even on the ship, obviously. He was back in North Carolina. I've been home for 3 days now. This morning, I went to my kitchen to make coffee. I heard a knock on my apartment door, and I went to the peephole to look out. The hallway of my apartment building was gone. In its place was the long windowless portside corridor of Deck 9, and standing outside was a man in a white vest, holding a tray made of his own skin. He didn't knock, he just stood there, and from the other side of the door I heard the sound of my own laughter. I haven't opened the door. I called the police, but they said the hallway looked normal to them. They think I'm having a mental breakdown. But I can hear the soda cans crushing against the floorboard. I can hear the working, whispered through the vents. I don't think that ship let me go. I realized that I was seeing out from the inside of whatever door that so-called steward had been knocking on when I first saw him. It's like two different realities, and I don't know how to explain it to anybody other than what I've written here. I know this sounds insane. Maybe I am losing my mind. But still, I feel like the ship rendered a version of my apartment inside itself. And now, I'm just hoping that the real world loads back in. Footsteps in the hall. So I had to go to London for work last winter, and my company is super cheap, so I ended up in this small B&B. I don't really sleep much anyway because of my weird hours, so I thought, whatever, it's just a few nights. The place was this old, narrow house with high ceilings and thin walls, and the carpets looked like they'd been there forever, probably older than the pipes. The owner was this older guy called Peter. He seemed nice, but he talked in this quiet way like he was about to say something important, and then just didn't. He said I was the only guest that week, which honestly made sense because it was cold and the place wasn't exactly fancy. Even with the radiators on, it felt kind of chilly. He took me up to my room on the second floor and called it the Blue Room. It was small and kind of cozy, nothing special. Just a bed, a dresser, a little desk, and a window looking out at the snowy street. The hallway was really narrow and had this old red carpet that made everything super quiet. The first night was totally normal. The street was quiet, the house was quiet, just the usual London stuff like buses in the distance and someone yelling outside late at night. I actually slept fine. The second night was when it all started. I'd just gotten into bed and turned off the lamp when I heard footsteps in the hallway. Slow ones, heel to toe with that weighty sound of somebody who really isn't bothering to be quiet. They started at the far end of the hall, near the stairs, and came toward my door. I figured maybe Peter was checking something, like the radiators, or maybe there was a leak or something. The house was old enough that I just thought stuff probably needed fixing all the time. But the footsteps stopped right outside my door. I waited for a knock, but I never heard one. After about 10 seconds of silence, I got up and opened the door. The hallway was empty. I just stood there, barefoot on the cold floor, trying to hear if anyone was moving around. I couldn't hear any doors closing or creaks or anything, other than the house making old building noises. I closed the door kind of quietly and felt a bit dumb for freaking out. But I had heard footsteps coming up to the door, but I never heard any leave. I tried to shake it off. The second time, I wasn't half asleep. I got back late from work, like 1:30 in the morning, and was just sitting at the desk eating some leftover takeout. The hallway was super quiet. The whole place felt empty, like everyone else had just left. Even the people who worked there, which was really only 1 or 2 people. Then the footsteps started again. Same slow rhythm, same direction, same everything. They stopped outside my door again. This time, I opened the door immediately with no hesitation. Empty hallway. Dim wall sconce buzzing faintly, but nothing else. I checked the bathroom down the hall, looked over the banister at the stairs, and even tried to listen for someone breathing, but I never heard anything. I don't even know what I thought I'd find, just someone. When I asked Peter about it the next morning, he gave me a polite smile and said, "Old houses make odd noises. Carpets loosen, boards shift, pipes knock, you know. But footsteps? That's not really a pipe noise." Still, I just went along with it because I didn't want to be that guest. That night, it escalated. I woke up at like 4 a.m. It wasn't even the footsteps that woke me up, I don't think. It was just this weird feeling like someone was standing right outside my door. And then the footsteps started, but not at the end of the hall. They started right outside my door and just went back and forth. Slow, but also a little restless. Like 3 or 4 one way, stop, and then back the other way, and stop again. Pacing back and forth outside my door. I just laid there and stared at the ceiling. My heart was pounding, and I was just trying to tell myself it was probably Peter. Maybe he couldn't sleep, or he was checking on something, I don't know. The footsteps kept going for a while, long enough that I just couldn't take it anymore. I got out of bed really slowly, trying not to make a sound. I made it to the door and put my ear up to it. The footsteps were right there, like just a few inches away, clear and heavy and definitely a person. I could almost picture somebody pacing there. I yanked the door open. There was nothing. There was no one in the hall, no one turning any corners, no doors closing, just nothing. The air felt cold. I just stood there for a while, honestly more annoyed than scared at this point because I was just so tired. The next night was my last one there. I almost left early, but I had a meeting in the morning and I didn't want to drag my stuff all over the city. Around midnight, I heard those stupid footsteps again. This time, though, they didn't start at one end. They just kind of showed up out of nowhere, like someone just appeared in the middle of the hall. They went past my door, down the hall, and stopped at the end. And then they came back. I opened the door just a little bit this time and stayed behind it. The hallway looked totally normal with the dim lights, and it was super quiet. But the footsteps kept coming, steady and right up to my door. As soon as they got to my door, I felt the air push past me, like someone had just walked right through the crack. It wasn't a breeze or a draft. It was like an actual push. I slammed the door and locked it, even though I knew a lock wouldn't stop anything. I slept with the lights on that night. When I checked out in the morning, Peter gave me the same polite smile. "Everything to your liking?" I almost said no, but something in the way he stood, with his hands clasped behind his back, slightly tired eyes, made me keep it to myself, like he'd heard people ask 100 times and just didn't want to talk about it anymore. So I just nodded, gave him the key, and left. The Visitor in the Mirror. When I was 16, my mom went through a phase where she dragged me to every estate sale within a 30-mile radius of our town in northern Michigan. Most of the places we went were old lake houses or split levels from the 70s, with carpet that smelled like mildew. I usually sat in the car, but one afternoon in late October, she insisted that I come in because the house had old soul energy, whatever that meant. The house sat near the edge of Lake Charlevoix. Big square windows, gray siding, driveway swallowed by wet leaves. Inside, it felt like nobody had lived there for years. Cold kitchen, empty walls, dust instead of furniture. The family running the sale kept saying the owner had been a collector, which seemed like a polite way to say hoarder because the upstairs was packed with boxes and weird antiques. And that's where I found the mirror. It leaned against the wall in a back bedroom, oval frame and tarnished brass, maybe 3 feet tall. The glass wasn't cracked, but it had these dark swirls near the edges, like smoke frozen inside the silvering. I touched it and felt this static prickle run up my hand. I told myself it was the dry air. My mom saw me looking at it and said I could have it if I helped her carry out a set of chairs she didn't need. The mirror cost $20. I had no reason to want it, but it felt like it belonged in my room. It's hard to explain without sounding stupid. We got it home and cleaned it and propped it against the far wall in my bedroom. For the first day or two, it was just a mirror. A pretty one, even with the discoloration, but on the third night, something changed. I was doing homework on my bed and I glanced up. The mirror showed my room, same as always, except the angle looked a little off, like the ceiling was higher or the walls sat farther apart. I thought I was imagining it until I noticed a shape on the floor that wasn't really there. Near the baseboard, in the reflection, something hunched low to the ground and moved beside my dresser. The shape was vague, more like a dark patch shifting across the carpet. But when I sat up straight to look at the actual floor, nothing was there. But the mirror still showed the movement. I told myself the mirror was warped. Old glass does weird things. I went back to studying. Later that night, I stood in front of it to get ready for bed. The air in my room felt still. I brushed my hair and watched myself in the glass. For a moment, everything looked normal, and then my reflection fell behind. Not by much, just a fraction of a second. I lifted my hand and my reflection followed, but a beat late. I leaned in. My reflection leaned in, but slower. Sometimes mirrors do that trick where your brain misinterprets the timing, so I stepped back and shook it off. I lifted both hands fast. This time, the reflection didn't move at all. It just stared back at me with this dull, flat focus, like it didn't understand what I expected from it. A cold wave ran through me. I blinked hard. When I opened my eyes, the reflection was back to normal, moving with me, mirroring correctly. I almost convinced myself I'd been tired. The whispering started 3 nights later. It happened after midnight. I was half asleep, drifting, when I heard this faint, breathy sound. Not words exactly, but not tone either. More like a voice trying to practice sound without meaning. I sat up and looked around. The house was quiet, my parents were asleep, the vent was not blowing. The whispering continued, and I traced it to the mirror. It wasn't coming from the glass, not like something inside it was speaking. It was more like the sound filled the air right in front of it. Soft and repetitive and almost curious. I remember sitting there with my back against the headboard, staring at that oval shape in the dark and feeling the same way I'd once felt when I saw a raccoon staring at me through a window. Studied. I slept with the light on after that. Things escalated slowly, which somehow made it worse. I'd walk past the mirror and catch extra movement. Not shadows, but more like another version of my room shifting out of sync. A blanket crumpled differently in the reflection than it did on my bed. The window blinds hung at the wrong angle. The door looked open when mine was closed. But the worst moment came one early morning when I was rushing for school. I was half awake, brushing my hair, not looking closely at much of anything. I reached up to tie my hair back. In the mirror, the reflection didn't lift its arms. It stood perfectly still. I froze. My hand hovered near the back of my head. The reflection kept staring forward, shoulders relaxed, arms down. No movement. And then, its mouth opened. That same whispering poured out, but now there was a shape to it. Not a language that I could recognize, but intent. I didn't think it was trying to scare me. It sounded like it was trying to repeat something, learning and maybe testing me to see what kind of reaction it could pull from me. I backed up until I hit the door frame. The reflection's mouth closed, and then, this is the part I remember the clearest, it tilted its head in a way that I've never done. A slow, stiff little angle, like it was checking a box, completing a step maybe. I threw a blanket over the mirror that morning and told my mom I didn't want it anymore. She asked why, and I made up something about the frame staining my carpet. She sold it at her next yard sale, and I didn't think about it for years. And then, last month, someone in a local Facebook group posted a photo of a beautiful antique mirror that they bought at a garage sale on the east side of town. It was the same frame, with the same dark swirls. In the comments, a woman asked if the mirror had a weird sound at night. The buyer said yes, and she described it as breathing. In the photo, the mirror was uncovered, positioned in a bedroom facing the doorway, an empty room behind her. The Caroler at the Window. The first Christmas after someone dies is the one everybody warns you about. People say it like weather. The first one will be hard, as if the ache could be scheduled, predicted, handled like a storm you can see on the horizon. They don't talk much about the quiet, about the way the house feels bigger and smaller at the same time, every room holding the shape of a person who isn't there anymore. That year, I decided to spend Christmas Eve alone. It wasn't meant to be a statement. I just couldn't face the careful pity on other people's eyes. My sister had invited me, gently and often. A friend from work had dropped hints about not being by yourself. I told them I needed rest, and they pretended to believe me. So I stayed in the house that Daniel and I had shared, the little brick one at the edge of town, with the narrow front room and the old sash windows that never quite closed all the way. The radiators hissed and clanked, and every time they did, I half expected to hear him curse softly, in that half-amused way he did when the pipes acted up. Outside, the snow had been falling since morning. Fat, slow flakes at first, softening the edges of the street and the tree branches. Then finer, sharper ones that blew sideways and stuck to the glass. By evening, the road was empty. No cars, no neighbors out on their porches. Just the orange glow of the street lamps on a world turned pale. I lit a few candles on the mantel, not because I needed them, but because it felt wrong to sit in full electric light. Christmas had always been dim in our house. Daniel liked it that way. He said the tree lights looked better when the rest of the room was mostly shadow, and I suppose it's hard to argue with that. There was no tree this year, though. I had tried, once, to bring up the box from the basement where we kept the ornaments, but halfway up the stairs I'd had to sit down and breathe through a tightness in my chest that felt too close to panic. The box was back downstairs now, under a sheet, waiting. Instead, I made tea. I set one cup on the coffee table. Out of habit, I almost reached for a second mug, before remembering. My hand hovered over the cupboard for a second, and then dropped. The clock in the hallway ticked steadily, marking the hours like any other night. At some point, I'm not sure when, I noticed the silence outside. Our street wasn't noisy, even on busy days, but there was always something. The hum of a car passing in the distance, a dog barking a few blocks over, a faint siren somewhere deeper in town. Now, there was nothing, only the soft hiss of the falling snow and the occasional creak of the house settling. I sat in Daniel's old armchair, the one by the front window. The fabric was worn smooth on the arms where his hands had rested, book in one and mug in the other. He used to hum when he read, almost under his breath, little bits of tunes, pieces of songs he didn't realize he remembered. At Christmas, it was always the same carol, an old one. English, he said, though he could never remember where he'd heard it first. It had a slow, minor melody that felt older than churches and choirs. Sometimes he'd hum it without thinking while he wrapped gifts or stirred something on the stove, and I'd catch myself stopping in the doorway just to listen. So when I heard it that night, I thought it was memory playing tricks. It came thin and far away at first, a few notes barely rising above the ticking of the clock and the whisper of the radiators. I sat very still, listening. The melody threaded through the quiet, patient and steady, winding its way toward the part of me that still tensed when I expected a voice that never came and never would again. I shook my head, annoyed with myself. Grief does strange things. It puts echoes where they don't belong. I told myself it was the pipes, the wind, the faint, tired tune of a tired brain. But the sound grew clearer. It was singing. Voice, not a hum, low and carrying, shaped by the cold outside. The words were indistinct at first, but the melody was unmistakable. That same old carol, the one Daniel had always fallen back on when the radio cycled through the endless polished cheer of more modern songs. I stood up slowly. The hairs on my arms rose under my sweater. My heart beat higher in my chest than it should have for something so simple. I nearly laughed, and then realized it wouldn't sound right. Laughter felt wrong here. Singing came again, closer, just beyond the glass. I walked to the window. For a moment, I did nothing but stand there, inches from the lace curtain, palms sweating, breathing shallow. Some rational part of me thought of opening it, of flicking on the porch light and looking out like a normal person in a normal house. But the rest of me stayed very still. The voice swelled. I could make out more now. Not the exact words, but their shape. Old vowels, long, gentle lines. The sound slid around the edges of the window frame, seeped through the tiny gaps where the sash never sealed fully, and curled around me like cold smoke. "Stop it," I whispered, though I didn't know who I was talking to. The song reached the refrain Daniel always lingered on, the part where he'd close his eyes and let the melody hang in the air for a beat longer than necessary. The singer outside did the same. My fingers moved on their own. I reached for the curtain and pinched the edge. "Don't," I told myself, as if that would help. I drew the curtain back. The street was transformed. Under the blanket of snow, everything looked softer, almost blurred. The parked cars were just white shapes. The distant line of houses on the opposite side of the road had lost their sharp edges. The street lamps cast cones of warm light that seemed to float, unconnected to anything. And there, standing in the snow directly in front of my window, was a man. He wore a dark coat that fell almost to his ankles, heavy wool gone pale at the seams. A scarf was knotted neatly at his throat, tucked into the coat. On his head, a hat, a style long out of fashion, the brim dusted with pine flakes. His clothes looked like something from an old photograph. Not costume party old. Older. He was singing. His eyes were closed. His face was turned slightly upward, as if toward a balcony only he could see. His mouth shaped the familiar lines of the carol, the sound muffled a little by the glass, but still clear enough that I could follow every note. He didn't look at me. He didn't move, other than the small motions of breath and song. The porch light wasn't on, but the street lamp caught his features. He didn't look like Daniel. Different nose, different jaw, wrong age. That should have broken whatever hold the moment had, but it didn't, because the carol was exactly right. Every pause, every slight emphasis, every small ornament that Daniel had put on the melody without even realizing it over the years. This stranger in outdated clothing sang it the way my husband had sung it, down to the places where the tune caught slightly, and then resolved. My throat tightened. I wanted to open the window and ask who he was, how he knew that song in that way, why he had chosen my house, my window, my empty, dead Christmas Eve. Instead, I stepped back, heart racing. The man's eyes remained closed. The snow thickened, swirling in the light. It gathered on his shoulders, his hat brim, the tops of his boots. He didn't seem to feel the cold. His breath plumed in the air with each line of the song, steady and pale. On the final verse, the one Daniel had always sung more softly, the voice outside dropped even lower. There was a tenderness to it, a kind of lingering care that made the room feel suddenly smaller, as if the walls and ceiling had leaned in to listen. The last note held and then faded. Silence rushed in. The man's lips stilled. He opened his eyes. They were dark. Not empty or dramatic or scary, just dark and tired. Like someone who had walked a long way through snow to stand exactly where he was. He looked at the window then, at me. My breath caught. There was no recognition in his face, just a kind of quiet acknowledgement, as if he'd expected to find somebody watching from this side of the glass. I don't know what made me do it. Loneliness, probably, or the ache that had been sitting under my ribs all month, pushing at my lungs every time I tried to sleep. I left the window. My feet carried me down the hallway to the front door. My fingers fumbled with the lock. The metal was cold under the pads of my thumbs. For a second, I hesitated, the weight of every ghost story I'd ever heard pooling in the back of my mind. Don't open the door when something is calling, they all said, in one form or another. But the house was so quiet, and his voice had been so familiar. I turned the latch and pulled. The door opened. The cold hit me first, sharp, clean, cutting through the warmth of the house in an instant. Snowflakes drifted in, melting on the threshold. The night pressed close, thick with the muted glow of the lamps and the soft fall of white. The street was empty. There was no man in the snow, no dark coat or outdated hat, only the unbroken surface of the street, the soft hum of distant power lines, and the glow of the lamps on the drifting flakes. I stepped out onto the porch. My heart pounded, my breath fogged in the air in front of me. The silence had a weight to it now, as if the whole world were holding very, very still, listening. And then I looked down. In the fresh snow leading up to the front steps, there was a trail of footprints. Not the neat, unfamiliar boots I had expected. Not the rounded impressions of a stranger's shoes. Bare feet. Daniel's. I knew them the way you know your own hands. The slight bend of the second toe, the narrow heel. How many times had I watched him pad barefoot from bedroom to kitchen in the early morning, half asleep, leaving faint ghosts of prints on the hardwood when he spilled something and didn't notice. And here they were stamped deep in the snow. They came from the sidewalk, turned up the short path to the porch, and stopped, at the exact point where the man had stood outside the window. The snow beyond them toward the street was untouched. No leading line, no starting point. Just endings. My stomach lurched. I took an involuntary step forward and then another, following the trail with my eyes. Each print was sharp, the edges crisp, untouched by the wind or the new snow. They looked freshly made. I glanced back at the window. From this angle, I could see my own reflection in the glass. There was no caroler, no husband, just me. The wind shifted slightly, sending a small swirl of snow across the yard. When it passed, the top layer of the nearest footprint had softened, losing its sharpness. I stood there until my toes went numb through my slippers. Eventually, I went back inside. I closed the door. I turned the deadbolt with fingers that didn't feel entirely steady. The warmth of the house wrapped itself around me again. Radiators hissing, candles burning low, the clock ticking on in its measured way. I went back to the window. Outside, the snow was smoothing everything over. The footprints were fading, one by one, absorbed back into the blankness. The melody of the carol lingered in my ears long after the last mark disappeared. I don't know who the man at the window was, or why he borrowed Daniel's song, or why Daniel's feet had left those prints in the snow and then nowhere else. But that night, for the first time since he died, I didn't feel entirely alone. The grief didn't lift. It never does. It just shifted its weight, sharing a little of the burden with something I couldn't name. Sometimes now, when the year darkens and the candles come out, I hear that carol again, very faint, very far away. I don't go to the door anymore when it happens. I just sit in his chair, close my eyes, and listen. Some songs never really leave us. They just find new voices to sing through. The Motel by the Causeway by Ryan C. I stay on the Gulf Coast a lot for work. Mostly utility inspection jobs that stick me in whatever motel happens to be near a causeway or industrial site. I've been all over Florida, but this specific trip was in Clearwater, around mid-October, somewhere in the 2020s. I think it was 2023. The company booked me for 3 nights near the Bay Bridge, a low-budget place overlooking the inlet. When I showed up, the clerk looked half asleep behind the desk. A man in his 50s, polite but strange. He barely made eye contact while I signed the register. He handed me an actual brass key, not a card, and said something like, "Don't use the side stairwell after midnight. Gate lock's wrong," which barely registered until later. The lobby smelled faintly of bleach and salt. The whole place did, like ocean air mixed with cleaning supplies. My room was upstairs on the 2nd floor, facing the water. Peeling paint on the railing, but the view wasn't bad. Orange glow from nearby bridges and gulls screaming somewhere beyond the lights. The first night was fine. The AC was loud, but that's Florida. I kept the window closed to drown out traffic from the highway. I fell asleep around midnight. I woke up hours later, maybe 3 or 4 a.m., to a low humming sound outside. Slow, rhythmic, mechanical, like a generator cycling. I looked out the blinds, expecting to see the glow of an airboat or service vehicle in the marina, but I didn't. The bay was completely dark. The humming stopped the second I focused on it. It was dead silent again, except for the air conditioning. The next morning, I asked the clerk about the maintenance noise. He said, "There's nothing out there after dark," with this weird certainty, and then went back to typing. I thought maybe he was just tired of questions from tourists. Fair enough. Day 2 went normal. Long work hours, dinner at a dockside diner, and back to the room by 9. I streamed something, ate leftovers, and was half asleep when the AC kicked off completely. The power didn't go out, just the hum stopped. I tried the lights, and they were all working. I got up to reset the unit, and that's when I noticed a soft glow spilling under the doorway toward the porch. I opened the blinds a little bit. Down on the lot below, every outside light was off. But the whole area beyond the fence, down near the causeway, was lit by a grayish-blue haze. It didn't look natural. It made no shadows, and there wasn't a single source of light that could have made it. It looked like daylight through fog, except it was midnight. Then I heard something outside the door. 2 sets of slow footsteps on the walkway, stopping right in front of my room. I barely breathed. There was one sharp knock. I said, "Yeah?" But it was quiet. There was no answer. Then a second knock, softer, like fingertips tapping on wood. I looked through the peephole, but the lens showed a blank wall, just beige. I pulled back and frowned and looked again. Still wall, but I could hear the people there, weight shifting on the boards and shoes squeaking faintly. When I stepped closer to the door, everything on the other side went silent. I waited 30 seconds, maybe more, and then looked out the peephole again. Nothing. I looked out the window again. That blue light had rolled thicker, creeping right up to the motel fence. The color of it was strained, washed out and too uniform, kind of like a digital rendering before the texture loads. I finally opened the door just a crack, enough to see the hallway. It was empty. But the air had this smell now, like ozone mixed with wet stone. And I swear it felt heavier than normal, like the atmosphere had changed. The exit sign at the end of the corridor glowed red, but didn't cast any reflection. That's the part that for some reason burned into my head, the light with no reflection. I closed the door again and sat up until dawn. The moment the sun came up, everything looked normal. Birds and traffic, and the bay as blue as ever. But outside, under my door frame, there was a faint dust residue, silver gray, like sand mixed with metal shavings. That morning, the desk guy wasn't there. A younger woman checked me out. When I told her about the noises and asked what was beyond that fencing near the water, she said, "Well, there's nothing now. They filled that area in like 2 years ago for redevelopment. No marina anymore." I thought she meant recently, but when I looked it up later, the old satellite view already showed dirt lots where my map said I had seen open water. That afternoon, I had to meet a crew farther north near Tarpon Springs. On the way, I stopped at a gas station before the causeway. When I turned around to glance across the bay, the same view from the night before, there was no motel. Just a low concrete slab and a future site banner tied to a fence. I checked the booking app on my phone. The name was gone, replaced by a generic closed property label. Even the receipt disappeared from the records. My bank statement showed a temporary hold that reversed within 24 hours. Out of curiosity, or maybe anxiety, I went digging online that night. If you Google property records for the Clearwater Causeway district, there's a file for a demolished site that matches the address, condemned round about 2018 after structural failure during a storm. Temporarily used to house construction crews, apparently. But there's no explanation why it was ever back online for short-term stays. The strangest thing, though? A couple of weeks after that trip, a coworker told me he had also stayed by the bay near the bridge. He described the same setup: outdoor stairs and metal railings, and a clerk with a blank stare. Except he said it was back in 2020 during lockdown. The same sound woke him up too. That deep mechanical hum before the silence. I didn't tell him about the residue or the blue haze, but he mentioned something else. When he had checked out, there'd been a printed note taped to the counter. It read, "Don't use the side stairwell after midnight." I still have the motel key somewhere in the toolbox in my garage. I don't know why. I swear I turned it in, but when I got home, I still had it. Solid brass and slightly polished from handling. Number 207 engraved into the tag. Every once in a while, the metal reflects that same shade of washed-out blue when sunlight hits it just right. I've seen photos of Clearwater at night since then, and there's always one frame every few seconds near the causeway that glitches when streamed live. Half the bay flashing a dull gray, before returning to normal the next second. I don't think I'll ever drive that stretch after dark again. The Shifting Portrait. I rented a tiny room in Venice for a long weekend last fall. It was one of the older buildings near Cannaregio, where the walls lean a bit and every floorboard groans like it's complaining about still being there. I picked the place because it was cheap and close to the Vaporetto stop, not because it had charm. The listing showed generic photos: a bed, a desk, a little window overlooking an alley. What the photos didn't show was the portrait. It hung above the small dresser, an old oil painting in a heavy, cracked wooden frame. The subject was a man, maybe in his 50s, dressed in dark clothing. He had a sharp nose, thin mouth, and eyes that seemed too intense for a guest room. The varnish had yellowed enough that he looked like he was staring through smoke. I noticed it immediately when I checked in. I hate portraits of strangers watching me sleep, but I didn't want to be dramatic, so I left it alone. The first night, nothing weird happened. I was exhausted, wandered the city until midnight, came back, and pretty much passed out. The next morning, I looked at the portrait while brushing my teeth, and just felt weird. I couldn't explain it at first. Something about his posture looked different. His shoulders seemed angled slightly more toward the bed. I told myself it was jet lag and a trick of the light. The morning sun came through the blinds in stripes, and old paintings always look different depending on the shadow and angle. So I shrugged it off. That night, though, I swear his eyes were pointed more to the left. Not cartoonishly following me, just subtly shifted, like his gaze had wandered a few inches in my direction. I stood there staring at it for a good minute, feeling stupid for even questioning reality like that. I took a photo with my phone, mostly to reassure myself. The painting looked normal in the picture, static, unthreatening. Someone had told me once that a good portrait, whether a photo or a painting, will look like it's looking at you no matter where you are in the room. Maybe, I thought, it was just a good portrait. Still, something bothered me enough that I turned the frame slightly to the side before bed, just so the man was not staring straight at me. When I woke the next morning, the frame was straight again. It was perfectly aligned and centered, as though someone had corrected it in the night. And the man's eyes were definitely, unmistakably looking more directly at the bed. I felt a cold pinch of fear then. I checked my phone pic from the day before and compared them side by side. Maybe it was my imagination, but the angle of his head looked different. In the photo, he'd been staring slightly off to the right. In person, he was angled a few degrees left. Subtle, barely noticeable, but there. I considered taking the painting completely off the wall or flipping it around, but it felt rude somehow, like I'd be messing with something that didn't want to be touched. That night, I barely slept. Every time I opened my eyes, the portrait was there in the corner of the room, dimly lit by the street lamp outside, just a dark rectangle with the faint outline of a man staring out. At around 4 a.m., I sat up and turned on the bedside lamp. The man's head had shifted again. He was angled even further toward the bed, almost like he was leaning in slightly. It wasn't like a grotesque horror movie kind of way, just enough that the difference hit me in the stomach. I took another photo. Side by side, the change was clear. I turned the painting around to face the wall and went back to bed. A few hours later, I awoke to the feeling of being watched. The painting was not flipped anymore. It was hanging the right way around, frame perfectly centered, and the man's eyes were looking straight at me. I packed my bag, fully intending to check out early, but curiosity, or stupidity, made me knock on the owner's door first, something she had told us we could do. She was an older woman, friendly but distracted, like somebody who had too many things on her mind. I told her as gently as possible that the portrait in my room was making me uneasy. She froze for just a moment and then said, "Ah, you have room number 3. I asked what that meant. She didn't answer directly. Instead, she said, "The man in the portrait was the previous owner, a very private one. He disliked guests, but the room remembers him." I didn't really know what to say to that. And then she added, "He never did care for being moved." There was something almost apologetic in her tone, like she was talking about a still-living relative who refused to adapt. I checked out within the hour. I switched to a modern hotel near Rialto, one with bright lighting, clean white walls, and absolutely zero historic charm. It felt like a hospital in comparison, but I slept better, mostly. 2 days after I left the apartment, I was scrolling through my phone to delete photos and free up some space. I found the 2 pictures I'd taken of the portrait and compared them again, but something was wrong. The first photo, the one that I had taken that morning, the one where he'd been staring slightly to the right, his eyes were pointed at me now, dead on, just like the second one. I checked the metadata. Same file, same timestamp, no duplicates. The portrait had changed in the photo, even though I hadn't touched it. For a long time, I stared at it and debated if I was losing my mind, or if the camera app had glitched, or if the hotel, I don't know, Wi-Fi had done something freaky. None of those explanations made any sense. I deleted the images, and I don't think I'll be staying in hotels with historic charm ever again. What We Found in the Sargasso Sea by Vincent R. I worked as a marine biologist on a research vessel doing oceanographic surveys in the North Atlantic from 2019 to 2023. Most of the work was standard stuff: water sampling, plankton tows, bottom mapping, temperature and salinity measurements. We'd spend 6 to 8 weeks at sea and then have a few weeks on land processing data before the next trip. In August 2022, we were doing a survey transect through the Sargasso Sea, that area of the Atlantic between Bermuda and the Caribbean that's known for the dense mats of floating sargassum seaweed. It's a weird ecosystem, completely open ocean, but with these thick rafts of vegetation that support their own communities of fish and invertebrates. The area has a reputation for odd occurrences, partly because of the Bermuda Triangle mythology, but mostly it's just an unusual marine environment that people don't understand all that well. We were about 200 miles east of Bermuda, working in water roughly 4,000 meters deep. The sargassum coverage was particularly heavy that week. Thick golden brown mats stretching for miles, some of them several feet deep. We were doing a nighttime plankton tow around 11 p.m. when our nets pulled up something that we couldn't identify. The procedure for plankton tows is very straightforward. You drag a fine mesh net behind the boat at a specific depth for a set amount of time, and then you haul it up and wash the contents into collection jars. Mostly you get zooplankton, some crustaceans, larval fish, jellyfish, that kind of thing. Sometimes you get larger specimens if they happen to be in the path of the net. When we hauled up this particular tow, there was something large thrashing in the cod end of the net. The mesh was bulging, and we could see movement through it. I figured we had caught a small shark or a mahi-mahi that had been feeding near the surface. We got the net onto the deck and opened it carefully. What came out looked at first like a human hand. It was about the size of an adult hand with 5 digits and what looked to be an opposable thumb. But the skin was translucent, pale blue-white, and the fingers were webbed halfway up with thin membranes. The bones were visible through the skin. It was attached to an arm, maybe 8 inches long, that ended in torn tissue like it had been ripped off of something larger. The thing was still moving. The fingers were flexing, grasping at air. I have worked with a lot of marine specimens, and nothing moves like that once it's been separated from its body. My colleague Anna grabbed a sample container and we got the specimen into it. The movement continued for another few minutes, and then gradually it stopped. We put it in cold storage and continued working, but everyone on deck was shaken. Nobody wanted to say what we were all thinking. The next morning, our chief scientist examined it properly. We'll call him Dr. Reeves. He confirmed it was biological, definitely organic tissue. The cellular structure, under microscopy, showed complexity similar to vertebrate anatomy. The webbing between the fingers had capillaries running through it. The bones in the hand had joints and articulation points, consistent with a grasping appendage designed for fine motor control. But the proportions were wrong for any known species. The finger length relative to the palm, the thumb placement, the wrist structure. Dr. Reeves compared it to every marine mammal species on record. The closest match was a seal flipper, but the anatomy was completely different. This had individual fingers with independent movement capability, nails at the tip of each digit, dermal ridges on the palm similar to human fingerprints. We took tissue samples for genetic analysis and preserved the specimen in formalin. That night, we did another plankton tow in the same area. This time, we caught 3 more fragments, 2 more hands, both left hands this time, and what appeared to be part of a foot. The same translucent skin, the same bone structure visible through the tissue. The foot fragment had 6 toes. Dr. Reeves decided to do a deep tow, dragging nets at 200 meters instead of surface level. We ran it for 6 hours overnight. When we hauled the nets up at dawn, they were shredded. Not torn by rocks or debris. We were in open ocean 4,000 meters deep. The nets had been cut. Clean, straight cuts through reinforced mesh that's designed to handle deep-sea fishing conditions. Caught in the remains of the net were more fragments. Parts of limbs, sections of torso showing translucent ribcage. One piece that might have been part of a skull, though the shape was elongated, and the eye sockets were positioned differently than human anatomy. Everything was in pieces, like something had deliberately torn these things apart. The crew started getting very uncomfortable. We were scheduled to stay in the area for another week, but people were talking about cutting the trip short. That evening, around sunset, one of the deckhands reported seeing something in the water near the stern. Multiple somethings. He said they looked like people swimming just under the surface, keeping pace with the ship. I went to look. The water was clear enough that you could see down maybe 20 feet in the late afternoon light. There were shapes moving down there. Humanoid shapes. Elongated bodies. Limbs that moved with a swimming motion. Heads that turned to look up at the ship. I counted at least 8 of them. They stayed with us for maybe 10 minutes, then dove deeper and disappeared. 3 other crew members saw them. We tried to get video, but by the time anyone grabbed a camera, they were gone. Dr. Reeves dismissed it as dolphins, or pilot whales, said the light conditions were creating visual distortions. I've seen plenty of dolphins and whales. These moved differently. That night, I was on watch duty from midnight to 4 a.m. Standard procedure. Someone has to monitor instruments and keep an eye out for other vessels. Around 2 a.m., I heard sounds from the water. Vocalizations. They sounded almost like speech. Rhythmic patterns, inflection changes, pauses that suggested listening. The sounds carried clearly across the calm water. I woke Dr. Reeves and we recorded the sounds for about 40 minutes. We then ran them through analysis software designed to identify marine mammal calls. No matches. The frequency range and pattern structure didn't correspond to any known species. Not cetacean, anyway. The sounds included frequencies too high for most large marine mammals to produce. We left the area 2 days later, 3 days ahead of schedule. Dr. Reeves logged it as equipment failure requiring return to port, but everyone knew the real reason. The specimens we'd collected were sent to a marine biology lab in Woods Hole for analysis. I followed up 6 months later asking about the results. The lab said the specimens had been too degraded for conclusive analysis. The genetic material had deteriorated, despite proper preservation, and the tissue samples showed anomalous cellular structures that made them difficult to classify. They couldn't rule out contamination or some kind of preservation artifact affecting the results. The official report categorized them as unidentified marine tissue, possibly from a large cephalopod or deep-sea fish species. Okay. I know what I saw. So did the other crew members who were there. We compared notes later over email, made sure we hadn't collectively imagined things or misremembered details. Our descriptions matched. Humanoid limbs with webbed digits, translucent skin showing bone structure, movements consistent with intentional swimming behavior, vocalizations that sounded like communication. I left the research program 8 months after that trip. I just couldn't shake the feeling that we had found something we weren't supposed to find. Sargasso Sea covers about 2 million square miles of open ocean. Most of it has never been thoroughly surveyed. The deep water below those sargassum mats is largely unexplored. The Buoy That Shouldn't Be There by Daniel R. So I've been working on lobster boats in Maine for about 15 years now. After a while, you just get used to the ocean and how it feels, the way it smells, the routine. You kind of start trusting the sea more than people sometimes. But every now and then, something happens out there that just doesn't make sense. This was in late 2021. I was out by myself at night, about 12 miles from Matinicus Island. It was late fall, really cold but calm, and the ocean was super flat. I had some music playing low, and my coffee was already cold. At around 2:30 in the morning, I saw a buoy up ahead. It wasn't one of ours, but that happens a lot. This one was flashing red, like the solar lights we use now, but the blinking was weird and slow, not the normal pattern. Also, it was in a spot where there shouldn't be any buoys at all. That area is just open water, no traps or anything. I figured maybe some weekend guy had set buoys without logging coordinates, so I moved the Millie Ray closer to check. That was my boat. I just thought maybe someone new put out buoys and forgot to log them, so I went closer in the boat to check. When I got about 100 yards away, it suddenly got really quiet. The water was just still, and all I could hear was my engine. The lights were a mixture of yellow and red, almost syrupy. It reflected across the surface without shimmer. Usually the rough water breaks up light, but here it lay straight. Perfect. Like a path. The light made it harder to see out the windows. When I looked at my mirrored image, it was a little off, like it was slow or something. I figured maybe I was just tired. When I turned the motor off, it got even quieter. There were no birds or water sounds. Nothing. You don't notice how noisy the ocean is until it just stops. The buoy bobbed without moving, like it was fixed to something solid below, tethered to stone rather than rope. I coasted closer, maybe 50 feet off, and realized it wasn't riding any regular current. Its base floated too high. It looked exactly like a working buoy, except it cast no shadow, and no visible anchor line ran beneath it. That's when the radio flared, a hard crackle, like when lightning hits near, except there wasn't a cloud. The channel display lit up, numbers spinning, then stopped dead on 16, the Coast Guard's distress frequency. A voice, faint, came through. Just one line, clipped by static. Keep your depth. Then nothing. I flicked the headset off immediately. The gauge lights were fluctuating. Depth finder jumping between 30 and 200 feet, which made zero sense for where I was. I grabbed the spotlight and hit the buoy. The second that light hit, everything went to hell. The water between us, roughly 10 yards wide, looked like it inverted. Surface reflections fell downward, as if the light dove under rather than scattering out. That's the closest I can describe it. The buoy's light went from dim to blinding, and my instruments flashed overload warnings. Every circuit screamed like feedback from invisible speakers. The whole boat shook really hard, so much that the fuel gauge needle jumped. I almost fell over. And then it just went totally dark. The engine shut off on its own, and the buoy was gone. Just gone. I just drifted there for maybe 5 minutes until the generator started up again. When it did, the clock on the panel said 4:11 a.m., but my watch still said 2:36. When I checked the radar, everything displayed normal except my position. The GPS logged me 6 miles east of my original coordinates, closer to the shelf line than I'd ever dared to go in that rig. I hauled anchor and peeled straight back toward Rockland Harbor. Halfway in, another boat called over the radio, a guy from Booth Bay who'd launched at dusk that same night. He said something that spun my stomach, asked if I'd switched off my marker beacon because he'd seen a stationary red light out in open water around 2:45, same position where I'd seen the buoy. He said the glow looked heavy, used that exact phrase. I didn't tell him what really happened. I just said it was probably wind drift or something and left it at that. When I docked that morning, the engine temperature gauge caught my eye. The log showed a spike to 73 degrees Celsius right before the shutdown, which shouldn't be possible unless the boat was running at full throttle, which obviously it wasn't. I cleaned the hull that weekend and found something unusual near the bow. It wasn't damage exactly, just a ring of lighter paint, a perfect circle about a foot wide, as if the ocean had bleached it in the night. I didn't say anything to the owner. I just logged my hours and kept going. But for months after, I kept seeing red flashes out on the water when I was driving along the coast. Maybe they were just navigation lights. Maybe I was just seeing things. Every lobsterman I know has stories about weird calm spots where the water just goes still, the light looks wrong, and the electronics mess up. Most people say you shouldn't go after lights that don't move right, especially red ones. They say it means there's something old down there that doesn't want to be found. 2 summers later, when I was doing maintenance on the Millie Ray, I checked the transponder data. The night all that happened, the location beacon said the boat was inland for 40 minutes around midnight, right in the middle of some woods, miles from the ocean. The mechanic just shrugged when he saw it. He said GPS glitches happen all the time. Maybe he's right. But what sticks with me is that sometimes, on still mornings before dawn, when I'm up with my coffee, I still see that same weird red color out past the headlands. It's not just the color of light. It's like something glowing from beneath. I've told myself not to go back there a bunch of times. Even if I did, I don't think I'd find that buoy again. I'm not sure it was ever really there. Whatever that light was, I don't think boats like mine are supposed to mess with it. The Current That Followed Us by Darren Kay. I've spent most of my life working on small boats, mostly fishing and dive trips near Cairns in Queensland. After a while, the sea becomes routine. You know it's powerful, but you don't think much about it. Then, in 2021, something happened that seemed wrong. It wasn't scary, just like something simple wasn't working the way that it should. We took a 3-day trip with 6 passengers and 3 crew, heading to a dive spot far out in the Coral Sea. Our boat, the Molonglo, is about 60 feet long. It's nothing fancy, but it does the job. The weather was good all week, with no storms. On the last night, we anchored about 20 kilometers from Osprey Reef. The sky was clear and full of stars. We planned to sleep, do a quick dive in the morning, and then head home. Around 2 a.m., I woke up to silence. Not the usual quiet, but the kind you notice when a machine stops running. The generator had cut out. Even half asleep, you get used to the background noise of a boat. When it disappears, you feel it right away. I jumped out of my bunk, expecting an engine fault light. but all the power was still reading normally. The noise had just stopped. Outside, the water looked oddly still under the moonlight. No shimmer. That's weird because even in no wind, the coral sea always breathes some ripple or drift. I went topside. The ocean was glass flat. Not smooth in the natural sense. Mirror flat, like buffed steel reflecting clouds. The boat lay dead center in it. The air was heavy and dry, almost static. The motion underfoot was off too. Lighter, like the Molonglo sat higher on the surface than normal displacement allows. Then I noticed our compass was slowly turning. There were no waves or interference, just a steady rotation. 5 degrees, then 10, then 15. North continued drifting, as if it couldn't decide where to point. When I spoke, my voice reflected with a slight delay. It was strange to actually hear myself answer myself. Mick came up from below, squinting and half-dressed. "The generator's fine," he said. Then he looked at the sea and his tone changed. "That's not the tide." We did a full systems check. Navigation, engine, temp, all of it. Everything was nominal. But the GPS position wasn't updating. It locked at the same coordinates for 20 minutes straight. Even when we tried marking new waypoints, they just stacked on each other like we hadn't moved. At 3:04 a.m., the horizon flashed once. Not lightning, more like bioluminescence on overload. It ran in a perfect rim across the horizon line, a single circular pulse. We thought maybe a meteor trace or satellite reflection, and then the water moved. The water didn't rise or churn. It slanted. The mirror-like surface leaned upward about 5 degrees toward the starboard, then settled flat again, smooth as glass. That shouldn't be possible. You can't tilt the ocean without wind or gravity changing. Still, we almost lost our balance. The passengers slept through nearly all of it. Only the crew noticed anything strange. Then a low vibration ran through the hull. At first you couldn't hear it. It was something you felt, like a far-off train under your feet. It lasted for a full minute, humming through every beam. I watched the stars reflected in the water shiver a little, even though the surface didn't move. We dropped a weighted line for depth reading. The line went slack after 40 meters, then snapped tight again, like it passed through open space before hitting resistance. The depth meter on sonar flickered between 63 meters and 410 multiple times before freezing on 0. The machine just quit after that. No error code. Mick decided to start both engines, but the starter wouldn't respond at first. On the second try, both engines turned over at the same time, which never happens, and the sound came in with a half-second delay, almost like an echo. That kind of two-step resonance just makes your hair stand on end. Once we started moving, or at least thought we were, there was no wake behind us. The Molonglo cut through the water, but the reflection stayed unbroken. I checked the stern lights, but there wasn't even a shimmer in their glow. We kept the throttle low for about half an hour, with everything else completely quiet. The compass needle stopped moving. Mick used the stars to steer us roughly west, but the stars kept shifting, as if the sky was rotating around us instead of above us. And then out of nowhere, the depth finder read 11 meters, which made no sense since we were way far out to sea. Before we could react, something huge appeared next to us, like a ridge, but smooth and without any waves. The moonlight hit it as the clouds parted. It was water, but frozen in place. A wave had curled up, 5 or 6 meters high, translucent and still with air bubbles trapped inside. We floated past it. You could see small fish suspended inside, their tails trailing behind their bodies like a paused video frame. Nobody talked for a while. We all just stared while the engines hummed over what looked like a solid glass sea. At 3:47 on the dot, everything started working again. The depth readings were normal, the compass found north, and the wake returned. Suddenly, we could smell the sea again. That salt and algae smell that had been missing before. The vibration stopped. The air thinned. The water moved naturally again. We looked at each other, waiting for things to get strange again, but nothing happened. The stars returned to normal and the GPS finally updated. But instead of drifting west, we were suddenly 14 kilometers south, almost halfway to Holmes Reef. We anchored again at dawn and checked everything. There was no damage, and all of the electronics were working. But the timestamps on every digital log, navigation, sonar, even the galley's fridge monitor, showed the same gap, exactly 1 hour and 11 minutes missing. It was like the system just refused to record that time. It was with the harbor office out of Cairns when we got back. They chalked it up to temporary magnetic interference, but interference doesn't make seawater pause mid-tide. Here's what really convinced me that something strange happened. 2 weeks later, I was cleaning gear at the marina when Hallie, one of the passengers from that night, found me. She had finally checked her GoPro footage from a dive earlier that day. The camera had been left on overnight in her bunk, still recording because she had forgotten to lock it. At exactly 3:04, the same minute as the flash, her video jolts from black to a bright image of our cabin interior. Nobody inside, no audio. For 13 seconds, she caught a static blue light shining through the portal, as if the whole world outside glowed white. Then the feed cut dead. When she rebooted the camera afterward, the file was still there, but locked with the metadata tag, Environment Frame Overflow. Neither of us knew what that meant. We sent it to GoPro support, and they said that the code isn't public. The Dive Watch That Kept Running by Lauren H. I worked as a dive instructor on Malapascua Island in the Philippines for 18 months between 2021 and 2023. Small operation, maybe 6 instructors total, running thresher shark dives at Monad Shoal, and some recreational reef dives around the island. The work was good, and the diving was incredible. But there was one incident that still bothers me. We had a client go missing in March of 2022. A German guy named Andreas, early 40s, experienced diver, with over 200 logged dives. He'd been staying on the island for a week, doing multiple dives per day. I had taken him down 3 times myself, and he was solid. Good buoyancy control, aware of his surroundings, always checked his gauges. He was the kind of diver that you just don't worry about. On his last scheduled day, he went out with my coworker Ben for an early morning thresher shark dive at Monad Shoal. It's a deep dive around 30 meters, and you position yourself on this underwater plateau of sorts and wait for the sharks to come in to get cleaned by wrasse. The current can be tricky, and visibility varies, but it's a dive that we run multiple times daily. Ben said the dive went normally. They descended to the mooring line, positioned themselves on the shoal, watched sharks for about 25 minutes, and then started their ascent. Andreas was right behind Ben the whole way up. They did their safety stop at 5 meters for 3 minutes. Ben surfaced first and then turned around to make sure Andreas was coming up behind him. He wasn't there. Ben went back down immediately, checked the safety stop depth, went back to the mooring line, descended to the shoal. No sign of Andreas. He surfaced and got on the radio, and we had every instructor in the water within 15 minutes. The Philippine Coast Guard showed up within 2 hours. We searched for 3 days straight, covered the entire shoal area, checked every coral formation and drop-off within swimming distance, expanded the search grid to account for current drift. Nothing. There was no body, no equipment, not even any bubbles. Andreas had just vanished, somewhere between the safety stop and the surface, in a span of maybe 30 seconds. His belongings were still at his guest house. Passport, wallet, phone, clothes. His return flight to Munich was scheduled for 2 days later. The Coast Guard eventually called off the search and ruled it a diving accident with the body lost to current or predation. His family flew in, collected his things, and left. The whole situation was a nightmare for everyone involved. About 2 weeks after Andreas disappeared, I was gearing up for an afternoon dive when I noticed something on the equipment bench. A dive watch, Sunto D series or something, pretty standard model, slightly beat up. I didn't recognize it as belonging to any of our current clients, so I figured somebody had left it behind. I checked the logbook function to see if there was a name or recent dive data that might identify the owner. The last logged dive was from that morning, Monad Shoal. Maximum depth 31 meters, dive time 42 minutes, surface interval showing as currently active, counting up from the moment of surfacing. I checked the date. The dive had been logged on March 18th. That was the day Andreas disappeared. I showed it to Ben, and he went pale. He said that was Andreas's watch. He recognized the scratches on the bezel. We'd cataloged all of Andreas's recovered belongings, and this watch hadn't been among them because he'd been wearing it on the dive. The watch was still running. The surface interval timer showed it had been counting for 14 days, 6 hours, and 23 minutes. The battery indicator showed 70% charge. I pressed the button to stop the timer, and the screen glitched. The numbers flickered and jumped around and then reset to 0. Then the dive log loaded again and showed the same dive from March 18th as active and ongoing. Ben took the watch and tried to clear the memory. The watch would not respond to any inputs. It just kept displaying that same dive data, surface interval counting up in real time. He removed the battery. When he put it back in 30 seconds later, the watch powered on and showed the same information. Surface interval now reading 14 days, 6 hours, and 27 minutes. The time gap from the battery removal did not register. The counter had somehow kept running. We locked the watch in the dive shop office, and I called the local police to report finding it. They said they would send somebody to collect it, but nobody ever showed up. The watch sat in a drawer for 3 days. Every time I checked it, the surface interval was still counting. 4 days after we found it, I opened the drawer to show another instructor, and the watch was gone. I asked everyone at the shop if they had moved it. Nobody had touched it, and none of us would joke about something like that. And anyway, Ben and I were the only people with the keys to that office. We searched everywhere, checked with the guest house staff in case someone had somehow mistakenly returned it to his family, but nothing. 2 months later, I was doing a checkout dive with a new client at a shallow reef on the north side of the island. About 15 meters down, I spotted something reflecting light on the sand. I swam over to check it out. It was the watch. Same scratches on the bezel. I picked it up and pressed the button to activate the screen. The display showed the same dive from March 18th. But now the surface interval read 87 days, 11 hours and change, still counting up. I brought it to the surface and gave it to Ben. He tried all the same things as before. He cleared the memory, removed the battery, reset the system. Nothing worked. The watch kept displaying that active dive, kept counting the surface interval. We threw it away that time, put it in the trash with a bunch of other broken equipment we were disposing of. I left Malapascua 4 months after that, and I haven't been back. Before I left, I asked Ben if the watch had turned up again. He said no, and he seemed relieved when he said it. Last week, I got a message from another instructor who still works at that shop. She'd found a dive watch in the equipment room. Wanted to know if I recognized it from the photo. It was the same. Same scratches, same everything. She said the logbook showed an active dive from March of 2022. Surface interval reading over 600 days. I told her to throw it in the ocean and leave it there. The Drift Net by Leo F. So I was working on this small fishing boat out of Reykjavik, Iceland in 2015. I'd been doing it for a while, so I was used to the cold, the rough water, and the boring parts. After a bit, you just focus on not falling over instead of looking at the ocean. This happened early in the winter, in a stretch of open ocean somewhere southeast of Greenland. The captain said the weather would hold until morning. The forecast looked fine, no storms in radar range. We were sweeping one of our last sets of nets for the night, maybe 1 a.m. Everyone except me and Einar, another deckhand, was below deck getting food. We'd been pulling nets for 15 minutes when we both noticed something wrong with the water. The water was flat, which was kind of weird. The wind was still blowing, but the waves just stopped. The boat felt like it was stuck in ice, but the water was clear. No foam, nothing moving. I said something about it and Einar just shrugged, but I could tell he noticed too, because he grabbed the winch a little tighter. We got the last of the nets up and were about to secure them when the radio crackled. It was an automated weather warning broadcast, but scrambled. The language was Icelandic, I think, but the words stuttered in and out like two recordings overlapping, and then silence. A minute later, the boat turned left kind of slowly, but hard enough that we both had to grab something. The water on the right side just went calm, like someone cut a line through it. It was so clear you could see way down, even though it was dark. Einar pointed his flashlight down. Everything under the water was just sitting there, not moving. Fish, junk, our lines, nothing moved. There were no ripples. It looked fake, like a resin diorama. I yelled for the captain, but my voice sounded weird, like it got swallowed up. Einar was still leaning over the side, staring. And then a light started coming up from under the water. It wasn't super bright, just kind of glowing. First it was white and then gray, and then this weird blue. It didn't look like plankton or anything normal. It almost looked like it was showing something that wasn't really there. Einar whispered, "Do you see that?" and then dropped the flashlight. The sound of it hitting the deck was the only thing that felt real. Everything else felt off. I pulled Einar back. The light started making rings, moving really slow. The deeper ring didn't make any ripples. It just kind of folded in. Then we heard this low whining noise coming up through the boat. not through the air. Whatever it was, I could feel it shaking up through my chest and jaw. Einar was biting down so hard he started bleeding. It just felt like pressure everywhere. And then suddenly it all stopped. The light was gone, and the ocean came back fast, and a big wave hit the boat. The winch lost power and the lights flickered. I just went to fix the nets, and Einar grabbed the rail, looking really shaken. We just stood there for a bit, looking at the ocean like normal again. The waves were back and everything felt real again. We went below when the captain came up yelling about the power going out. I didn't say anything. He said all the gauges went crazy for about a half a minute. The depth finder said 0 and the GPS showed us way off near Svalbard. He thought it was just some electrical problem. But here's the part nobody could explain. When we ran the first haul the next morning, all the fish inside that same net were stiff. Not frozen, but petrified. Skin slick and colorless, gills locked open. Not rotting, just halted. We dumped the batch overboard. Nobody complained, but the captain logged it under net contamination to keep the paperwork simple. A week after docking, one of the engineers ran diagnostics on the onboard sonar unit. The time-stamped error code from that night matched none of the book records. The readout literally said, "Void loop, data repeated." I'm not saying it was aliens or anything like that, but here's the thing. 3 years later, I was working on another boat near the Faroe Islands. One of the guys, a Danish dude, told me that his uncle's ship once hit a still patch up north. Same flat water and weird light. Their compasses spun for 11 minutes, and then the depth finder reset. He said people call that spot the undertrack, like it opens up sometimes and then closes before you even know you went through it. Now, whenever I go through a calm spot at sea, especially when the wind just stops, I always think about Einar leaning over the rail and that weird reflection in the water. Maybe it was just some weird current or something with the water, but it didn't feel normal. It felt like everything just stopped for a second, like something was deciding what to do next. People always say the sea hides stuff that doesn't belong. I think sometimes it hides the same thing more than once. The Fog Bank off Point Reyes by Nicole D. I drive for a rideshare company in the Bay Area. I've been doing that for about 4 years. Mostly, I work nights and weekends, stick to San Francisco and the peninsula, occasionally take longer trips if the money's right. Last October, I picked up a fare going from the Marina District out to Point Reyes Station, a tiny town north of San Francisco on the coast. The passenger was offering surge pricing and it was a slow night, so I took it. The guy got in at around 10 p.m., mid-30s, carrying a backpack. Said he had a friend's place out there that he was staying at for the weekend. Normal conversation for the first hour. We took Highway 101 north and then cut west on Sir Francis Drake Boulevard toward the coast. The road gets pretty isolated once you leave the suburbs, winding through hills and ranchland with almost no development. Around 11:15, we hit fog. Heavy fog, the kind you get on the California coast, where visibility drops to maybe 30 feet. I slowed down to about 25 miles per hour, following the center line because the shoulder was not visible. My passenger stopped talking and was looking at his phone. I focused on driving. The road through that area runs roughly parallel to the coast for several miles before it reaches Point Reyes Station. There's a stretch where you're maybe half a mile inland, separated from the ocean by low hills and some dairy farms. That's where things got strange. The fog suddenly cleared. Completely cleared, like we'd driven through a wall. Visibility went from almost nothing to crystal clear in the span of maybe 10 feet. I could see stars overhead. The road ahead was visible for at least a quarter mile. I remember thinking that was weird. Fog doesn't usually break that abruptly, especially out there. But I was relieved to be able to see properly again. And then I noticed the ocean. It was on my right side, directly adjacent to the road. There were no hills or farms, no buffer zone at all. Just dark water stretching out from the shoulder, maybe 15 feet from the edge of the pavement. I could even hear waves. I had driven that route before, multiple times, both during the day and at night. The ocean is simply not visible from that section of road. You're inland. There are hills between you and the water. But I was looking right at it. Moonlight reflecting off the surface. White foam from small breakers visible near the road. My passenger asked if we were still on the right route. I told him yeah, we were on Sir Francis Drake heading toward Point Reyes Station like we should be. He said it didn't look right. The road seemed wrong. I checked my GPS and it showed us exactly where we should be, on the correct highway, ETA 15 minutes to our destination. But the landscape didn't match. The road was the same. The pavement and lane markings looked identical to what I remembered. Everything else was different. The ocean right there next to us. No buildings or fence posts or signs. Just empty road and water. I kept driving. After maybe 2 miles, my passenger said he could see lights up ahead. I looked and there was a town. Not Point Reyes Station. Something bigger. I could see a cluster of buildings, streetlights, what looked like a small harbor with docks and boats. The GPS still showed us approaching Point Reyes Station from the correct direction. We got closer to the lights and I started seeing details. The buildings looked old. Victorian-era architecture. False fronts like you might see in historical photos of gold rush towns. The streets were lit, but I couldn't see any people. There were no cars parked anywhere. The town looked empty but maintained. My passenger told me to stop. He sounded scared, and honestly, so was I. I pulled over and we both sat there looking at this town that shouldn't be there. I checked the GPS again. It showed us half a mile from Point Reyes Station, but we were clearly looking at something else. Then we hit the fog again. The same abrupt transition, like driving through a curtain. Visibility dropped to almost zero. I crept forward at maybe 10 miles per hour. After about 3 minutes, the fog thinned, and I could see that we were entering Point Reyes Station. The actual Point Reyes Station. The small town I'd been to before. Population around 800, a few shops, some houses, everything closed up for the night. My passenger got out at his destination without saying much, tipped me cash and went inside. I sat in my car for a few minutes trying to process what had just happened. I checked my dash cam footage. The camera had been recording the whole drive, but the section where we had seen the ocean and the strange town was corrupted. It was just static and distortion for about 8 minutes of recording time, and then it picked back up normally when we reached Point Reyes Station. I drove back to San Francisco that night, taking Highway 1 down the coast instead of retracing my route. Took an extra hour, but I did not want to go back through that area in the dark alone. I've done some research since then. There were coastal towns in that area during the 1800s that don't exist anymore. Some were abandoned when the railroad routes changed. Others were destroyed by the 1906 earthquake. I found a few historical photos, and the architecture matches what I saw. I haven't taken a fare out to Point Reyes since. The Girl in the Cove by Chloe V. I saved up for a year to spend a week in Bermuda. I wanted the pastel houses, the pink sand, and the turquoise water. I rented a little electric moped, since tourists can't drive cars there, and spent my days buzzing along the South Shore Road, stopping at every hidden cove between Warwick and Horseshoe Bay. This happened on my 4th day. I had found a tiny, unnamed beach tucked between 2 massive limestone cliffs. To get down to it, you had to scramble through a thicket of bay grape trees and salt-stunted cedars. It was completely secluded. No other mopeds were parked at the trailhead, and the only sound was the rhythmic slosh of the Atlantic hitting the reef. I was sitting on a flat rock, reapplying sunscreen, when I saw a girl standing at the edge of the water about 50 yards away. She looked like she was in her early 20s, just like me. She was wearing a bright yellow bikini, the exact shade of the one I had brought up for this trip, and she had her hair tied up in a messy bun with a pink scrunchie. She was standing perfectly still, facing the ocean. I felt a little spike of social anxiety, thinking I had stumbled into someone else's private moment. I looked down at my bag to grab my sunglasses, and when I looked back up, she was gone. I didn't see her swim out. I didn't see her walk into the trees. She just wasn't there. I figured she must have ducked behind one of the rock pillars, so I went back to my book. 10 minutes later, I heard a splash. I looked up, expecting to see her diving into a wave. Instead, I saw her standing on top of the limestone cliff directly above me. She was looking down at me. Her posture was stiff, her arms pinned to her sides like a toy soldier. And then she did something that made my skin crawl. She opened her mouth and let out a sound. It wasn't a scream, though. It was the exact sound of my moped's engine. It was a high-pitched electric whine, complete with a specific clunk my kickstand makes when I flick it up. It was loud, vibrating through the air, but the girl's chest wasn't moving. She wasn't breathing, the sound was just emitting from her like she was a speaker. I stood up, backing toward the trail. "Are you okay?" I shouted. The girl's head snapped toward me. Her neck didn't turn. The entire upper half of her body just rotated at the waist in a single jerky motion. "Are you okay?" she replied. It was my voice, not just a similar voice. It was like an exact recording of the words I had just spoken. It had the same rising inflection of a question, the same breathy quality at the end. The girl started to climb down the cliff. She didn't use her hands or feet like a normal person. She seemed to slide down the vertical rock face, her body remaining upright while she glided over the jagged limestone. It looked like she was being dragged down by an invisible wire, almost like someone in a video game. As she got closer, I saw the glitch in the rendering. The yellow bikini wasn't fabric. It was just a flat, matte color that didn't have any texture or seams. Her hair was not individual strands. It was a solid, plastic-looking mass. And her eyes. They weren't eyes. They were just 2 swirls of pink sand where the pupils should have been. I didn't wait. I turned and scrambled through the bay grapes, ignoring the thorns scratching my legs. I reached my moped and fumbled with the keys. My hands were shaking so badly I dropped them into the sandy grass. I knelt down to grab them, and I heard the voice again right behind me. "Are you okay?" I looked up. The girl was standing on the other side of my moped, but she was different now. She was taller. Her limbs had lengthened, and her skin was starting to turn the same grayish white as the limestone cliffs. Her yellow bikini was stretching and tearing, revealing more of that porous, rocky flesh underneath. She reached out a hand. Her fingers were long and blunt, like smoothed down coral. "Have a pink sand day," she said. That was the phrase the woman at the hotel check-in desk used every morning. The mimic had picked it up. The voice was a perfect copy of the hotel clerk's cheerful local accent, but it was coming out of this half-formed rock creature in the woods. I grabbed my keys, jumped on the moped, and gunned the motor. I didn't look back until I hit the main road. I drove straight back to Hamilton and didn't leave my hotel room for the rest of the night. When I checked my phone later, I looked at the photos I had taken at the cove before all this happened. In every single shot, there was a yellow blur in the background. It wasn't a person. It was a pillar of limestone that seemed to be changing shape from one photo to the next, something I hadn't noticed in person. In the last photo, the pillar had a pink scrunchie hanging from a jagged edge. I still have that scrunchie. I found it in my beach bag when I got home to North Carolina. I never bought a pink scrunchie. I don't even like pink. But when I touch it, it feels cold, like a piece of wet stone, and it smells like salt and rotting cedar. I don't go to secluded beaches anymore. I like the crowded ones where there are plenty of people making noise and splashing in the water. I like the chaos of a real crowd, because I know that in the quiet corners of the world, the land is watching. It's learning our shapes. It's learning our voices. And sometimes it decides it wants to come home with us. I've been back in Raleigh for a month now. Yesterday I was in the shower, and I heard a splash in the hallway. I looked out, but the floor was dry. And then, from the living room, I heard the sound of my moped's engine. I don't even have a moped. It was the same kind that I had rented there. A wedding night like no other. Until last Saturday, I didn't believe in ghosts or anything supernatural. But after my sister's wedding at an old plantation house in Virginia, which all the locals claim is haunted, I've had to seriously rethink my stance. The place was picturesque. It was perfect for the vintage-themed wedding that my sister dreamed of. But, being what it was, the house also had a troubling history. There was a kind of tension in the air, maybe because of that. The house, a sprawling colonial estate, had a lot of antiques and this musty, time-stood-still feel to it. It was kind of weird knowing that a place that was so beautiful had seen such horrible things in the past. Either way, the ceremony was beautiful and went off without a hitch. As the evening progressed, the reception kicked off in the grand ballroom, an opulent room with massive windows and crystal chandeliers. As I mingled with guests and enjoyed the festivities, I kept feeling like somebody was watching me. It was unsettling, but there were all these creepy portraits up on the walls, and I figured it was just that. Halfway through the reception, I stepped out into the hallway to take a call. The corridor didn't have a lot of lighting. It was lined with all these old oil paintings, and as I passed down the hall, I passed a large ornate mirror. I glanced in it, and I saw a woman standing behind me. She was dressed in a black turn-of-the-century gown, and her face was really pale. Her eyes just looked hollow. I mean, it was like something straight out of a horror movie. I whipped around, but nobody was there. I looked back in the mirror, and she was gone. I tried to convince myself that it was just my imagination running wild from all the ghost stories I'd heard earlier, plus the ambiance of the place didn't really help. I made my call and returned to the party, but I stayed uneasy the rest of the night. Later, as the party died down and the last few guests lingered, I overheard an elderly local talking to my sister about the house's history.
She mentioned a woman who used to live there, who had lost her fiancé in the war, and was rumored to roam the house. She was known to appear on festive occasions, drawn to the happiness she never got to experience. My blood ran cold as I remembered that reflection in the mirror. I didn't dare tell anybody about what I saw. For one, I didn't think anybody would believe me. And for another, if they did, I didn't want to ruin my sister's memories of her beautiful day. But I definitely left that wedding with a heavy heart, and my mind was just swirling with questions. I've never been able to shake that image of the woman out of my mind. It was such a brief glance, but it made such a profound impact. Did I really see a ghost? Or was it just my nerves influenced by all the eerie settings and the whispered legends? Either way, that night changed me. I don't know. What do you guys think it is?
In the summer of 2008, when I was 13, my encounters with the unexplained began. I spent my days at home alone, and everything was normal, until our dogs kept ending up outside. Then things escalated. I began hearing unexplained sounds in the house, like footsteps pacing the hallway and faint whispers. My mom confirmed she heard them too, but warned me not to tell my religious stepdad. The rest of that year went by without incident, but 2010 marked the escalation of paranormal activity. That year, my twin sister and her friend captured a strange, smoky presence in a photo. My mom even heard a voice whisper, "Ouch," in her ear. But the most extreme occurrences were yet to come, and they happened to me alone. My first brush with sleep paralysis was relatively calm, but a series of inexplicable events followed. All in a row, in one event, a cup in my room tipped over on its own. A bird hit my window, my light bulb exploded, and the cup fell again. I was spooked, but I tried to brush it off. The final and most haunting incident occurred a week later during my second episode of sleep paralysis. As I lay immobilized, my room darkened, and then it turned blood red. A robed figure appeared in my doorway, its eyes piercing into me, radiating evil. The numbers 13 and 3 appeared, and then the paralysis ended. Later at church, we read Psalm 13:3. "Consider and hear me, O Lord my God. Lighten my eyes, lest I sleep the sleep of death." I was chilled to the core, and to this day nothing has disturbed me more than that shadowy figure and those words. These events have left a lasting impact, and although I've had some mild paranormal experiences since then, nothing compares to the terror of that year. Even after losing my faith, the mystery of what I saw and felt still lingers. This happened when I was little, and I recently remembered it when talking to my parents this weekend about strange things we did as a kid. They told me that this one spoils them to this day, and after talking, I actually have one or two vague memories of it. This story took place when my family and I still lived in a small neighborhood in Alabama. We had moved into a small house that had a backyard, which connected to a small forest. I believe I was 6 at the time, and my younger brother had just been born. My parents got the house for less than expected, and were excited to start a new life in this quiet neighborhood. The first night at the house, my parents said they heard scratching coming from somewhere in the house. My dad said that he brushed it off as being an animal from the forest nearby, or maybe a mouse, and went back to sleep. It continued for several nights though, and my dad eventually grew tired of it. One night, he decided to look and see what was causing the scratching noise. He found me kneeling at and scratching the door that led to the basement. He tried talking to me, but I would just continue to scratch. My dad watched me for a minute before I finally stopped scratching and walked back to my room. The next morning, he asked me about why I was up, and according to him, I didn't know what he was talking about. My parents took me to the doctor, and they told them that the most logical cause was that I was having night terrors, since it appeared to occur nightly. My parents accepted this as an answer, for a while. The thing was, I would only have night terrors in that specific house. Whenever we would spend the night at my grandparents' or I would have a sleepover at my friend's house, I never had these night terrors. And then there came one part that I somehow remember. It happened when I was a little older, around 9 or 10. I remember waking up in the hallway where the basement door was. I didn't remember getting up, and I was confused as to how I got there. I remember turning my head to see what looked like an elderly man. He had a kind of yellowish glow to him, and he was staring right at me. I don't remember feeling threatened by him, though. I think I might have fallen asleep again, because the next thing I remember is waking up in the hallway again, but this time it was morning. After the night where I saw the old man, my parents said my night terrors stopped. We moved out of that house several years later, when I was getting ready to go into the 3rd grade. My parents brought up this story because they told me that recently one of our old neighbors had done some research on the house. What they found out was that an old man had unalived himself in the basement of that house years before my family had moved in. Our neighbor didn't tell them the full story over what led to that, but my parents believe that that might have been the old man that I saw that night. I'm now 20 years old and I'm enrolled in college. Neither I nor my parents have been back to that house since we moved out of it. In a way, I kind of want to visit, just one last time, to see if maybe I could find out about the old man. I'm just really curious about him. Either way, it was an experience I doubt my parents will forget anytime soon. This started a few years ago, and so far there's been no explanation of the things that keep occurring. I live in the southern United States near a national park, in a fairly rural area. So our first guess was that this had to be some sort of wildlife. Something that was scaring us for no reason other than us getting into our own heads. However, after a ton of internal explanations, we finally came to the conclusion that we had none. The first thing that occurred was fairly brief. It was shortly after the death of my uncle, who was fairly close to us before he passed. He was a veteran, and while in the Army, he had volunteered to have shock treatments that altered his personality greatly. This had occurred during the Vietnam era, while he was stationed in Germany. My grandmother was in the bathroom, and I was in my room just playing a game, when out of the blue, the wall sounded as if somebody was beating on it, trying to get our attention. 3 loud knocks, then nothing. We were worried that something had happened to our neighbor, an elderly woman, and that she needed our help. But after we went outside to check, there was nobody there. Fast forward a few months, we started hearing footsteps on the roof. They started out light and easily explainable, something along the lines of a cat walking on the roof. We had seen it happening a few times, so we thought nothing of it, until they started to get a bit heavier. Eventually, it sounded like something that weighed a lot more than a cat, even more than I did, was sprinting across the roof, every night from one end of the house to the other. Things got worse after that. We started to find dead animals around the property, and while some of it could easily be explained as roadkill, we do have a lot of problems with people speeding due to a lack of police presence in the area, there was also a ton of random things that we would find dead nearby. We would find crows and ravens laying in our backyard, the occasional snake. And one time, we found a deer that apparently walked onto our property and dropped dead. There was not a single sign of a wound or anything when we found it. We started to hear things inside the house soon after, seeing things out of the corner of our eyes that would vanish before we could turn to get a good look at it. Scratching mainly. We've put rat traps and every kind of poison we could think of in our walls, but there's no sign of vermin. We would hear whispers at night, like somebody was trying to talk to us. We're rational people. We checked to see if there were any cracks in the windows or door frames that could make the wind blow in and sound strange. But from everything that we've checked, there doesn't seem to be any opening that could make that noise. One of my old friends, who before this story was as skeptical as I was sitting in my living room playing something on our PlayStation when he thought he saw somebody walk past the window. It doesn't sound too scary, right? Well, no, until you consider that my windows are nearly 10 feet off the ground. Our house is raised to allow water to pass underneath it to prevent any water damage, and the place that he claims to have seen the man wasn't near any stairs. He came to visit another time about a month later. We were sitting and talking to one another when he said that he needed to use the bathroom and he left to do his business. He goes, and when he comes back, he's pale white and terrified. When I asked him what was wrong, he was evasive. So we just got in the car and drove down to Sonic to grab some food and talk. That's when he told me that he saw somebody staring at him from my room as he walked back, smiling at him, and that it had yellow eyes. He doesn't come around anymore. At least he doesn't stay after nightfall. I don't know if what he claims is true or not, but it still scares me to think about just how scared he was. He's just not the type, so I'm inclined to believe. I've tried cleansing the house with sage. We've got a crucifix in every room now. Near the front door we have 3. We've even duct taped the back door shut, and we have it locked to be absolutely certain that nothing can get in. We just don't have any explanation. I wanted to share something wild that happened to my wife and me. We recently moved into this historic mansion, Sturtevant Hall in Alabama. Gorgeous place, but dude, it's got some seriously creepy vibes. The story goes that it's haunted by a bride who was left at the altar, and now her spirit can't find peace. So the first weird thing was the night we moved in. We're unpacking and we keep hearing these footsteps upstairs. I thought maybe it was just the house settling, old house noises. But then my wife, she's super sensitive to this stuff, says, I think that we're not alone here. A few nights later, things got real. We're in bed and then suddenly the room goes cold, like really cold. And then we hear this soft sobbing. At first, I'm like, are you crying, babe? But she's just as freaked out as I am. We get up and there's nobody there. Just this feeling of sadness, like depression just hanging in the air. It didn't stop there. Doors would slam shut, lights flickered, and we'd find things moved around. But the craziest part? This old portrait in the main hall of a woman in a wedding dress. It's supposed to be the jilted bride. Well, some mornings we would find it turned to face the wall. No joke. We would put it right, and the next day it's turned again. We did some digging into the history of the place. Apparently, this bride was supposed to marry the owner's son, but he bailed on the wedding day. She was so heartbroken she never left the house, just withered away. And people say she's still waiting for her groom. One night, things hit peak spooky. We're asleep, and I wake up to this figure at the foot of our bed. It's a woman in a wedding dress, but her face is all blurry. I'm about to scream, but then she just fades away. After that, we talked to a local historian. He said the only way to calm the spirit is to acknowledge her pain. So we held this little ceremony, just my wife and me, in the main hall. We basically said, "We hear you, and we're sorry for what happened to you, and you can move on." And you know what? Things have been quieter since then. I mean, I still get the heebie-jeebies walking past that portrait, but at least no more ghostly visits in the night. So, yeah, living in a historic mansion is not all just grandeur and beauty. You might get a ghostly roommate who's got some unfinished business. My experience in Cahaba, Alabama remains the most chilling and unexplainable encounter I've ever had. Cahaba, once a thriving state capital, now lies mostly in ruins, with stories of the paranormal woven into its very fabric. I was always fascinated by ghost tales and decided to visit this historic ghost town one autumn evening. As I walked through the abandoned streets, the sun setting behind the skeletal remains of old buildings, a profound silence enveloped the town. It was as though time had stopped, leaving behind only the echoes of the past. My destination was the old Cahaba prison site, notorious for its ghost sightings. The air grew colder as I approached the ruins. The prison, now just crumbled walls and overgrown with ivy, looked eerie in the twilight. I felt a weight in the air, heavy and unwelcoming. Ignoring the chill down my spine, I ventured closer. Suddenly, a soft whispering filled the air, like many voices speaking at once, but hushed, almost inaudible. I spun around, but there was no one. The whispering grew louder, turning into discernible words, yet in a language I couldn't understand. It felt as if the whispers were coming from the ground, the walls, the very air around me. And then I saw it. A faint, glowing figure floating a few feet above the ground. It was a woman, dressed in what looked like early 19th century clothing, her face sorrowful. She seemed to be searching for something, or someone, her eyes meeting mine for a fleeting moment before she vanished into thin air. Stunned, I stood there trying to rationalize what I had just seen. That's when I heard the sound of chains dragging along the ground. The sound grew closer, and then, in the dim light, I saw another figure. This one was a man, his apparition more defined. He wore tattered prison garb, and chains were wrapped around his wrists and ankles. His eyes were hollow, filled with despair. He moved past me, not acknowledging my presence, and disappeared into the remains of a cell. The temperature dropped suddenly, and I felt a hand touch my shoulder. I spun around, but again, there was no one. Overwhelmed by fear, I decided it was time to leave. As I hurried back toward my car, the whispers followed me, growing fainter with each step I took away from the prison ruins. Once I reached my car, I looked back. The ruins were silent now, bathed in moonlight as if nothing had happened. I later learned that Cahaba is home to many ghost stories, rooted in its turbulent history. The prison was known for its harsh conditions and the suffering of its inmates, many of whom died within its walls. The woman I saw is said to be a lost soul, forever searching for her husband who died in the prison. That night in Cahaba opened my eyes to the world beyond our understanding. Whether these were spirits trapped in time or just some figments of local folklore, I can't say. But the encounter left me with a deep sense of the mysteries that history holds, some of which we may never really understand, at least not on this side. My encounter at the Slaw's Furnaces in Birmingham, Alabama, was an experience that haunts me to this day. Slaw's Furnaces, now a defunct iron-producing blast furnace, is infamous for its paranormal activity and tragic history. As an enthusiast of industrial history and ghost stories, this seemed like the perfect place for an adventure. I arrived at the furnaces on a chilly October evening. The skeletal remains of the old industrial complex stood against the fading light, their towering silhouettes casting long, ominous shadows. The air was tinged with the smell of rust and old metal, a lingering remainder of the site's past. As I wandered through the maze of pipes and furnaces, the atmosphere felt heavy with a sense of despair. The echo of my footsteps seemed to be the only sound, until I reached the heart of the complex. That's when I first heard it, a distant, anguished scream. It was faint, almost lost in the wind, but unmistakably human. I paused, my heart pounding. The scream came again, closer this time, followed by the sound of metal clanging against metal. I thought of turning back, but curiosity propelled me forward. The sounds led me to what was once the main furnace area. There, amidst the towering structures, I saw a shadowy figure. It was a man, but his form was distorted, wavering as if made of smoke. He was shoveling coal into a furnace, his movements robotic and endless. His face, though indistinct, bore an expression of profound agony. As I watched, frozen in place, the air around me grew colder. The man stopped shoveling and turned to look at me. His eyes looked blank and sad. It was almost a palpable depression. I felt a chill run down my spine as we met eyes. Suddenly, the ground beneath me vibrated with the sound of the furnace roaring to life. The heat blasted outwards and the figure vanished into the flames. I stumbled back, trying to comprehend what I had just seen. Later, I learned about one of Slaw's furnace's most famous ghosts, a foreman known as Schleg. He was notorious for his brutal treatment of workers, many of whom lost their lives due to unsafe working conditions. It's said that he met his own demise in one of the furnaces, and his spirit is believed to haunt the site. As I left the furnaces, the sounds of the past were still in my head. I couldn't help but feel this profound sense of sorrow for everybody who suffered there. The encounter there was more than just a ghost sighting. It reminded me of some of the really harsh realities of industrial labor, especially in the past, but even now, and the human lives that were so carelessly lost in the pursuit of progress and profit. My encounter in the dense forests of Oak Mountain State Park in Alabama remains one of the most spine-chilling experiences of my life. Known for its natural beauty, the park also harbors tales of the supernatural, particularly the legend of the woods. It was a cool, foggy evening when I set out for a hike through the more secluded part of the park. The fog was so thick it seemed to swallow the sounds of the forest, creating an eerie silence. As I walked, the only noise was the crunch of leaves under my boots. I had been walking for about an hour when I first heard it, a soft whisper, barely audible over the rustle of the trees. I stopped, listening intently. The whisper grew louder, clearer, as if somebody was speaking directly into my ear, yet the words were indistinct, muffled. Feeling a mix of curiosity and apprehension, I followed the sound. It seemed to be leading me deeper into the woods, away from the marked trails. The farther I went, the more voices joined in, creating a chorus of whispers that surrounded me. It was disorienting. The voices seemed to come from nowhere and everywhere at once. Then, in a small clearing shrouded in mist, I saw them. Figures, ethereal and translucent, drifting between the trees. They moved gracefully, their forms flickering like candle flames. I realized these were the sources of the whispers. Their faces were sorrowful, their eyes empty. One of the figures, a woman, moved closer to me. Her mouth moved as if speaking, but no sound came out. I reached out my hand, and as I did, a cold wind swept through the clearing, causing the figures to vanish, taking the whispers with them. Stunned and unnerved, I quickly made my way back to the main trail. The farther I got from the clearing, the more the normal sounds of the forest returned. Birds chirped, and the wind rustled the leaves, dispelling the oppressive silence of the woods. Back at the park entrance, I spoke to a ranger about my experience who didn't seem at all surprised. He told me that it was a hot spot for paranormal activity. Either way, I haven't been back to that part of the park since, and I don't intend to return. I used to live in this old house with my grandparents out in the middle of nowhere in the south of Alabama. The closest town was maybe 30 to 40 minutes drive away. The land we lived on was my pop's family land, and it was passed down through many generations. I was in middle school when all of this took place. I have always had problems sleeping at night, so my grandparents let me stay up at night. This one night, I remember to this day, because my best friend, who's basically my sister, was with me at the time. We were in the second living room, what I call the family room, and we were just having fun talking, girl sleepover type stuff. The family room connected to the dining room. We had the windows open because it was a hot summer night in this old house that didn't have air. My friend and I were playing, and out of nowhere, I felt this unknown energy. For some reason, everything went dead silent. I looked at the open window, and I saw the curtain blowing. I thought it was the wind, but I was so wrong. The wind wasn't blowing, not at this time. None of the other curtains were billowing. Out of nowhere, I see the silhouette of a woman. The description I would give of her would be like a 1950s housewife, with her dress and straight hair but the end curled out. I looked at her for so long, trying to wrap my brain around what was going on. I was a little scared of her, but I didn't feel like I was in danger. She disappeared, and when she did, the curtain quit blowing and everything went back to normal. I thought I was crazy. But then my friend looked at me and said, "You saw that too, right?" I nodded yes. Both she and I went to the window to see if anybody was out there, and to see if the wind was blowing. But no to both. What really freaked us out was how far out in the middle of nowhere we were. There's no reason that anybody else would even be out there. And after that, I've never seen her again. So before I tell you the story, let's get one thing straight. My dad is a stubborn, no bullshit type of old guy. He thinks aliens and ghosts are all a load of crap, and he wouldn't make something like this up. We're from England, and we live in the Midlands. And one night during the late 80s, my dad and his friend are out making hay in the tractor in a field, when all of a sudden, a bright flash of light appears right in front of them, and there's a giant ship hovering in front of them. He's always ever told me it looks just like you'd imagine a spaceship, disc-shaped with lights spinning around the edge. He and his friend had only just taken in what they were seeing before it darted off in the opposite direction toward the next village. So my dad gets on a CB radio, because, you know, if you didn't have one of those in the 80s, then who even were you? And he radios another farmer friend in that village, and he sees it too. He even radios his wife, who then wakes up the kids, and they all see it too, before it darts away into the night. I always remember my dad telling me the story when I was a kid, although out of character for him to do so. I just thought it was some cool story he made up. But a couple of years ago, his friend comes over, the one who was in the tractor with him. And I just happened to mention it in kind of a, oh, you know that old story Dad used to tell me kind of way. And his friend remembers instantly and begins to describe it exactly how my dad did. which really makes me believe that it was true. My dad still doesn't believe in aliens. He believes it was a spacecraft made by the government to spy on us, and that they made it to look like a typical alien spaceship, so people wouldn't think it was the government. God knows. All I know is I believe it happened, and it's cool as hell. While on vacation in Japan last year, I stayed at an Airbnb near the Daigo Shrine in Kyoto. On my last night in town, I came back to my Airbnb at about 11:40 p.m. on a Monday night. Mind you, I had no alcohol or drugs in my system when this happened, and I was wide awake. There's a shrine that you have to walk past on a walkway that goes to and from the Airbnb to other areas of town. It was 3 city blocks long by 2 blocks going both sides. As the layout goes, there were ditches at the foot of the walls, followed by a row of plants alternating all the way down, and then there was a walkway in the middle, with a museum on the right, a whole shrine and palace at the fork. I walk into the walkway of the shrine and I ask myself this question: why are there 2 kids hopping a wall? As I see these 2 little figures hop the wall to my right, I pause and watch what's happening. As they both get down, they run across the path and run all the way to the end of the path by the fork and wait there. I was walking single file. They stand there for a few minutes. I walk a little closer because that was the way to the Airbnb, and I make eye contact with these things. They were about 3 to 4 feet tall, very slim but proportionate, with a bigger head and pointed ears, as white as snow. Their eyes were as big as our eye sockets, but black. Normally you can tell if someone is wearing clothes at a small distance. I was maybe 15 to 20 yards from them, but they had no sign of clothing. After making eye contact, both of them go running around the corner that I had to turn. You could also see their shadows on the walls behind them. But I slowed down to give these things space. I was freaking out a little bit at this point. As I turned the corner, they were gone. I'm walking back to my Airbnb and I sensed that I was being followed, but I couldn't hear or see anything. I have no idea what I saw. Aliens? Something else? I don't know. When I was little, probably 8 years old, my family and I were driving back home from my grandparents' house late at night. They live in the countryside, surrounded by orange groves and corn stalks. I remember being so excited to be out at night. There was no moon though, so looking out the window was a little bit scary, since I was looking directly into darkness. I could only see a little bit ahead of me because of the car headlights. When we were passing the corn stalks, I saw a person with black eyes that glowed from the headlights. This person had a weirdly shaped body. They weren't wearing any clothes either, but I don't remember seeing any other body parts besides arms and legs. When I saw it, I got this overwhelming sense of fear. I was so scared that I slid down in the seat to hide from it when we passed by. My parents didn't see it, and I never mentioned it until years later. I'm not sure what it could have been, and I'm still trying to figure that out. Maybe it was a child. Maybe it was my imagination. Or maybe it was an alien. I've never seen anything like it after that. It was just that one time, but it definitely stuck with me. So, for context, it was pretty late at night, but I don't remember the exact time. It was around 12 a.m. to 2 a.m. I was with my boyfriend in the car. We were just sitting and talking before he went home. But as we were talking, I was sitting in the passenger seat, so my body was directed toward him, and the road that I used to live on was behind him as well. We're in mid-conversation when I see a figure walk past on the other side of the road, going toward a park I lived near. It was just right around the corner from that road. This figure was pretty tall. Not inhumanly tall, but definitely taller than the average person. And it was completely all white. Not glowing, but was a super bright white that I could see perfectly, even though it was dark. It looked as if it had no clothes on, but honestly it didn't need it. I didn't see any details on the body, or body parts, or any muscle definition. The limbs were thick in the sense that they just looked like cylinders, but wasn't thicker than the body itself. The neck wasn't inhumanly skinny, but definitely a bit thinner than I think a normal person has. The head was rather small, but again, not inhumanly small, just oddly proportioned for the height of this thing. The whole time, I was speechless. It wasn't a small glance. I stared at this figure walking for a solid minute or so. My boyfriend didn't realize since we were mid-conversation, until he saw the look I had on my face. And by then it had turned the corner. He didn't see it at all since his body was directed toward me. I went to a family member about it who lived with me at the time, and she had a story of her own about weird paranormal experiences at the park that it was walking to. Hers was a bit different. It was the same with plain white figures, but instead it was more than one, and their heads were spinning. She and her friends ran home immediately after seeing them. Obviously, I can't confirm her story because I wasn't there, but I thought it might provide context. If you have any idea what this might be, let me know. I have a story that I want to share to see if anybody has experienced anything similar, or just to find some explanations. I was 7, maybe 8 years old. I'm now 22. I was in my bedroom getting ready to sleep. My mother was in the other room, waiting for my dad to come back from work. The door of my bedroom was closed. It was summer, I guess, because I remember having the windows open. The room was dark, with no light, except for the moonlight and the light coming from our garden. As soon as I laid in bed, I remembered that I wasn't really tired. I wanted to stay up with my parents. I looked towards the nearest wall, maybe 30 centimeters from the wall. I can see this clear figure, slowly standing and looking at me. I started screaming my lungs out, and in a couple of seconds, which felt like an eternity for me, my parents got scared by the screaming. They ran in. As soon as they ran in, the figure disappeared, and I'm just staring at a wall. I'm terrified, and I start crying, and I tell them everything. They decided to call the nearest priest to bless the house and me. Anyway, I remember this figure really clearly, even though I was very young. The same night, I described it as an alien with a black coat, like the Death. That's a quote. In fact, it was this little figure, maybe 1.5 meters tall, dark green or gray, with a black coat on his body and a hood on his head. The eyes were long, oblique, and black. I could see his face thanks to the lights coming from the windows. I remember a small mouth, and that's it. The fact is, why would I ever imagine an alien this way? I mean, I've never seen movies with aliens in my life. I've just never been interested. And as I remember, if you asked a kid to draw an alien, he would probably draw something really tall without any clothes and big black eyes, you know, the like. But for some reason, that's what I saw. I know I didn't make it up. I know what I saw. I just don't know what it was. The memory of a particular dream from my childhood continues to haunt me to this day. I was around 6 years old when I first had it, and now, at 22, I find myself recalling it once every few months. Unlike most dreams, where the details blur and fade over time, every part of this one has remained vivid in my mind. The dream begins as many dreams do, with me waking up. But something feels different this time. A bright light is streaming through my window, illuminating my garden.
I can't quite make out the source, but it seems to be coming from the area where our treehouse was. I glance over at my brother, who's still fast asleep, unaware of the strange occurrence outside. As I look back at the window, my heart skips a beat. A figure is now visible in the garden, silhouetted by the bright light. Its proportions are all wrong. It doesn't look human. Panic sets in, but I find that I can't move to wake my brother. I look back out the window, only to be met by two massive eyes pressed up against the glass. I try to scream, but no sound comes out. Then, suddenly, I wake up in my own bed, calm and not sweating. This in itself is unusual, as nightmares typically leave me drenched in sweat. But there's something even more unsettling about this recurring dream. It's not just confined to my sleep. It invades my waking life too. Whether I'm sipping tea or sitting in a lecture, the entire dream can suddenly play out in my mind. Even stranger, the mornings after I recall the dream, I often discover a random cut or two on my body, already mostly healed. These physical marks add an eerie layer to what might otherwise be dismissed as just a childhood nightmare. I can't shake the feeling that there's something more to this dream, something unexplained and strange. It's a puzzle that I can't solve, a memory that lingers. And sometimes I wonder if I'll ever figure out what it really is. Back in 2013, when I was 18 and living in a suburb of South Florida, something inexplicable began to happen. As I was preparing to move up north to attend the University of Florida in Gainesville, I noticed a strange pattern. On the first Sunday of every month, without exception, I found myself unable to sleep. I would toss and turn all night, plagued by this feeling of dread. Sometimes, these sleepless nights would be followed by odd discoveries on my body. For instance, I once woke up to find a large red bump on my lower spine, right on my spinal cord. It wasn't itchy like a bug bite, and it wasn't like a pimple either. Another time, I found a cauterized-looking brown scar across my lower abdomen, only for it to disappear in a day or two, like a scratch might have. One particular Sunday stands out in my memory. My boyfriend was spending the night, and though my parents insisted that he sleep in a separate room, we spent some time talking in my bed before parting for the night. As he was speaking, he suddenly fell silent and looked behind him, his eyes wide with fear. When I asked what was wrong, he shrugged it off, but his expression stayed in my head. Something was definitely wrong, but he just wouldn't tell me. That night, the dread was more intense than usual. I was restless, and I finally sought comfort by joining my boyfriend in his room, but I still couldn't sleep. After nearly dozing off and then awakening in a fright, I returned to my room and eventually fell into a troubled sleep. The next morning, my boyfriend shared something that startled me. He revealed that when he had suddenly stopped speaking the night before, he had felt a presence outside my window. Aliens were the first thought that came to his mind, although he didn't know why. It froze him in terror. He also described hearing a loud static noise and feeling vibrations in the air shortly after I had gone back to my room. A few months later, the monthly sleepless nights ceased, never to return. To this day, I wonder about all of those occurrences. Were they merely coincidences or something more? My boyfriend and I were both on edge that night, feeling something that we couldn't explain. The strange physical marks, the sleepless nights, the fear that seemed to be over nothing. They all remain an unsolved mystery. A baffling chapter in my life that continues to interest but also unsettle me. Marked by Joseph K.
Growing up in Thornhill, a small, unassuming town in Scotland, I was used to quiet, starry skies. But one evening in late autumn changed my perspective on the night sky forever. It was a typical chilly night, and I was walking home from my friend Tom's house. The streets of Thornhill were usually deserted after dusk, making my solitary walks home peaceful, but a bit eerie. As I strolled, I admired the clear sky above, endless stars I could enjoy without the glare of city lights. That's when I noticed something unusual. At first, it was a faint glow near the horizon, almost like the northern lights, which we rarely saw this far south. The more I looked, the more curious I became. I stopped to watch, thinking it was just a trick of the light, or maybe some late-night military exercises from the nearby base. But I'd seen those lights before, and these were different. They pulsated, glowed more brightly, then dimmed back down again. I felt like I was watching a dance of some kind. Over and over, in almost a rhythm, the lights would pulse brighter and then dim down. I couldn't tear my eyes away from it, and maybe something out there knew that I was watching. Because soon, the pulsing turned into zigzags, abrupt stops, sharp turns, movements that no aircraft on Earth could pull off. The more I watched, the more unsettled I became. I was disturbed by how unnatural it all was. This was not something ordinary. I was watching something that shouldn't exist, maybe even something I shouldn't see. And the moment that thought entered my mind, all of the lights converged directly above me. Like they knew I was there. Like they were saying, "We see you." I shook my head, snapping myself out of the trance I'd been in for who knows how long. Moments, days, it all felt the same to me then. Just as I looked away, the entire area around me lit up in the brightest light I had ever witnessed. The light transformed a pitch-black night into glowing daylight, and brighter even than that. I looked around, frantically trying to find one single person who could see this, one shared experience, so I knew I wasn't going crazy. But the streets were empty. All the windows were dark. Nobody rushed out. Nobody turned on a light. It was as though this thing was happening just to me, like the set had gone dark on the normal world, and I was under a spotlight of a cosmic show that I never should have been a part of. My mind raced. Do I run? Do I stay? Do I scream? But I didn't have to make that decision, because just as suddenly as it had appeared, the light went off. The night settled around me again, and the crafts, or whatever they were, shot off into the sky and disappeared. The difference between the blinding light and the darkness made it hard to adjust again. I stood there for maybe 5 minutes, just trying to see straight. Once my night vision returned and everything returned to as normal as it could be, I ran. I ran home and I didn't look back, and I certainly didn't look up until I got there. I got back safely. At least, I think I did. I say that because, other than the panic in my throat and the several minutes of vomiting that ensued once I had a chance to settle, I thought everything had gone back to normal. I felt okay. Shaken, yes, but otherwise all right. But that was a week ago, and since then nothing has been quite the same. I'm obsessed with this experience. I can't stop thinking about it, literally. At work, I think about it. When I'm with friends, they tell me I seem distracted. Every ounce of free time I have, I spend researching, thinking, puzzling over what that could have been. And I haven't slept the same since. The nightmares, long halls, bright lights, impossibly tall, elongated beings. It's nearly every night now, and every morning I wake up feeling exhausted, and achy, like I've been hiking all night in my sleep. Or running. Trauma, I thought. It's just a trauma response. It will pass. That's what I told myself. But it hasn't passed, and it hasn't stopped. And this morning, I woke up to find the smallest pinprick on my arm, almost like an injection site. I know this sounds crazy. Believe me, I know exactly how it sounds. But I feel like they marked me that night, and ever since they've been coming back, taking me somewhere at night. Even saying that out loud makes me feel nuts, but I don't know how else to explain any of this. I don't know why I'm telling this story at all. I guess I'm just really scared, and I wanted someone else to know about it. I had a very strange experience a few weeks ago. The evening started out normally enough. Everything seemed ordinary as I went to bed. However, at about 3 a.m, I awoke. Midnight awakenings are not uncommon for me, so I didn't give it much thought. I took a peek at my watch and confirmed that it was approximately 3 a.m. But while I was getting comfortable again, I noticed a figure standing in my room, motionless, as though it was looking for something. It sensed my motion, I suppose. What's weird is when I saw it, I immediately went to sleep. I mean, it was like somebody just snapped their fingers and I was out. The following day, I went to the area where I had seen the figure, but nothing was out of the ordinary there. Nothing out of the usual transpired. It was not a dream. That much I know for sure. I always sleep with my light on, so everything was extremely clear and bright. Every last thing is crystal clear in my mind. You sometimes just have to wonder about stuff like that. The Silent Triangle Over Highway 18 by James C. I've always been a rational person, not given to flights of fancy or tales of the unexplained. But what happened to me on a stretch of Highway 18 last month has challenged everything I thought I knew about the world. I was driving home from a friend's house, taking the long route along the highway. It was late, close to midnight, and the road was nearly empty, surrounded by open fields and patches of forest. My car, a reliable sedan I'd had for years, was running smoothly until suddenly all the electronics started going haywire. The dashboard lit up like a Christmas tree, every warning light flashing erratically. The radio, which had been playing some classic rock station, turned into a mess of static and then switched stations on its own. Even the headlights flickered, casting strange shadows on the road ahead. I slowed down, thinking maybe the car was having some kind of electrical failure. And that's when I saw a massive triangular craft moving across the sky. It was unlike anything I've ever seen. It was not a plane. It was huge. Each side of the triangle seemed as long as a football field, and it moved with a slow, eerie grace. The most unsettling part was how silent it was. There was no sound, no engine noise, nothing. Just this massive, dark shape gliding overhead, blocking out the stars. As it passed over, the electronics in my car went completely berserk. The lights inside and outside the car started flickering rapidly. The radio was just bursts of static, and the engine started to sputter. I pulled over, heart racing, and watched in awe and fear as the craft moved steadily over the highway, casting a huge shadow on the ground. And then, as quickly as it appeared, it was gone. It accelerated at an impossible speed, disappearing into the night sky without a trace. And just like that, my car returned to normal. The dashboard lights went off, the radio came back to my station, and the engine steadied. I I sat there for a long time, trying to process what I had just seen. My mind raced through every possible explanation. A military aircraft, some kind of giant drone, a trick of the light. But none of it made sense. The size, the silence, the way it affected my car. It was all beyond my understanding. When I finally drove home, I was in a daze. I didn't sleep much that night, and the next day I started looking for answers. I searched online for sightings of similar crafts, and to my surprise, I found accounts of other people who had experienced the same thing. A silent, large triangular craft, sometimes accompanied by electrical disturbances. I tried talking to a couple of friends about it, but I could tell they were skeptical. They offered half-hearted explanations. Maybe it was an atmospheric phenomenon. Maybe it was a secret government project. But I could see in their eyes that they were uncomfortable and didn't really believe me, but they weren't going to tell me that. The encounter on Highway 18 has never really left me. I keep wondering if I will ever see that thing again. I knew at some point in my life that there had to be things out there we didn't know about, but I never expected to encounter them. Not like this. Not alone out on a road in the middle of the night. Whether or not I ever find an explanation, the image of that silent triangular craft will never, ever leave me.
Asleep at the Wheel by Serenity Share, posted to r/alien encounters. This happened a few months ago. So I work as a nurse, and I started a new job about 45 minutes away at a nursing home that pays well and has the shift I want. The shift I normally work is weekend doubles, evening and overnights, a 16-hour shift a day. But they needed me to work morning and evening this particular weekend, and I agreed, which involved switching my sleeping schedule. The night shift nurse who came to relieve me was late Sunday night. I was behind on charting anyway, so I didn't get upset. I was giving report, and I heard yelling, a resident on the floor. He was cognizant and said that he had fallen. He was wearing warm socks that were not slip resistant, and he was sent to the ER due to his hip. More charting was required because if his hip was broken, it was state reportable. I got out of work at 1 to 2 o'clock in the morning, close to a 20-hour shift after a 17-hour shift the day before. I was dead on my feet, but I felt well enough to drive. My car is very tiny. I can't sleep in it, and my friend wouldn't answer the phone. The way I go home has a lot of twists and turns. I travel by the lake and love the water, so it helps me stay awake. I realize around here that I'm not wearing my glasses, but I'm too lazy to turn around and get them. I only wear them to work and to drive, but I take them off to chart. I forget them a lot. I go past a small town, twists and turns, woods, listening to my book to keep awake. I'm about halfway home. At the next turn, there's a bright light, like a spotlight coming through the woods. I continue on a little bit farther, still in the wooden area, and toward where the bright light is coming from. There's a bend in the road once more. I remember that the night before, this was where I had seen a hit deer on the side of the road. Remembering this, I looked over and I saw what looked to be a very thin man, skin-tight black clothes, kneeling over the deer that was still there, his back toward me. I thought he looked strange, but my glasses were gone and my eyes were starting to blur a little. The spotlight was coming from the woods and pointing toward the man. I remember thinking about the light and the location, wondering how in the world they'd gotten a vehicle, which I assumed it was, through the woods. But again, I was dead tired. I tried to pause my book, and my car is slowed down to nearly a stop. The man starts to move from the deer. I roll down my window and ask, "Is everything okay? Need any help?" not really looking at him. I thought maybe it was a different deer and he hit it, and maybe he needed me to call someone. I'm about 15 to 20 or so feet in front of this man. My car is stopped at this point. I'm still trying to get my book to stop. My touchscreen radio isn't working well, so I pick up my phone and stop the book. Now I really look toward the man after looking away from my phone, and I realize that whatever it is, it's not human. I freeze. Whatever this thing is has stood up and faced me. The head is huge, like they describe aliens to be, with giant eyes, except it's tall, not a tiny thing like they show on TV. It starts to walk toward my car. I can't breathe. I can't move. I felt like I couldn't even think. Everything just felt like it froze. I heard a voice that wasn't mine, but that sounded like it was in my head, say, "Sleep." I blink, and it's gone, along with the deer. I look at my clock, and it's almost 4 in the morning. My car is in park now, and I'm pulled over with no memory of doing so. My window is still down. I look at my phone, which is still in my hand. I open it, and my book is still stopped in the same place. I tried to call my sister, but she wouldn't answer, so I called my job. They did answer. I just asked about my glasses and the resident. I eventually tell the person I'm talking to that I fell asleep and I just wanted to talk to somebody so it didn't happen again, and everyone's asleep. She stayed on the phone till I got home. I don't think I fell asleep, but I pretend that I did so I don't go insane wondering what actually happened to me. I haven't told anybody this. It scares me just thinking about it. If I did fall asleep, I could have hurt someone. But if I didn't, then...
The Night Sky Revelation by Mystic Saucer 028. Growing up in a small rural town, I had always been fascinated by the night sky. Stars, planets, and the vastness of space seemed like an unexplored frontier. However, one summer night, my curiosity led me to an experience that was beyond anything I could have imagined. An encounter that would forever change my view of the universe. It was a warm, clear night in July, perfect for stargazing. Armed with my telescope and a thermos of coffee, I set up in a field just outside of town, away from the light pollution. The stars were particularly bright that night, and I was lost in the beauty of the Milky Way. As the night deepened, I noticed a strange light in the sky. At first, I thought it was a satellite, or maybe a plane, but it was moving erratically, zigzagging across the sky in a way that defied any aircraft I knew. Intrigued, I adjusted my telescope to get a better look. Through the lens, the light appeared as an oval-shaped object, emitting a pulsating glow. It was unlike anything I had ever seen. I was mesmerized, watching as it moved across the sky, when suddenly it stopped and seemed to hover. Then, without warning, the object descended rapidly, coming down in the field not far from where I was. I felt a mix of excitement and fear as I approached the landing site. The air around me seemed to vibrate, and a strange, high-pitched sound filled my ears. As I got closer, the object came into view. It was a craft of some sort, sleek and metallic, with lights blinking in a rhythm that was almost hypnotic. I stood there, frozen, as a panel on the side of the craft opened, and a figure emerged. The being was tall, humanoid, but unlike any human I had ever seen. Its skin was a pale, luminescent blue, and its eyes were large and black, like pools of deep space. It looked at me, and I felt a sense of calm wash over me, as if it was communicating without words, telling me not to be afraid. I don't know how long I stood there, locked in this silent exchange with the being. But then, as suddenly as it had appeared, the being turned and re-entered the craft. The panel closed, and the craft ascended into the sky, disappearing into the night. I was left standing in the field, the night once again quiet around me. The experience felt surreal, like a dream, but I knew it was real. I packed up my telescope and headed home, my mind racing with questions. Who were they? Why were they here? What did they want? The encounter changed me. I became more introspective, pondering our place in the universe and the possibility of other life forms. I didn't speak of my experience for fear of disbelief or ridicule, but I couldn't shake the feeling that what I had witnessed was significant, a glimpse into a universe far more complex and wondrous than I had ever imagined.
Growing up, my family seemed to have a knack for picking haunted houses or haunted locations. Being a military kid was part of that. We got sent to old parts of the bases that we lived in all the time. One was the entire section of houses, which was haunted by what the wives and my mom deduced was some kind of Civil War general. There was one base in particular that we lived on twice in my life. This was the second time when I had studied more of the paranormal, and it was really interesting. It was a young house, one of the newer ones, which had been built in the span between when we had moved from and back to the base. My old childhood home was long gone, but my mom still thinks the general makes his rounds. This house had something else. Both my mom and I have a knack for telling if a house is haunted. To us, it won't feel empty. A haunting-free house feels more like a vacuum of space. I always get the sense that something will peek around the wall at me when I look through the windows if something's there. At the house we lived in, I would always get the sensation that something was standing behind me. Like in the horror movies, where you see the ghost behind the character, but then they stand up and it's gone. For fun, I called the ghost Johnny, as in Johnny Rebel, seeing as how it was Virginia and probably another Civil War ghost. One night, I was laying in bed, and I heard what sounded like pacing up in the attic area. It was frantic pacing, like someone was unhappy with something or panicked. The activity was ramping up a little, so my mom and I did a mini investigation. We opened up the attic door, and my mom stuck her head up there. Immediately, she called down to my dad, asking if he had put the Christmas decorations up there. He did, and we both shared a knowing look. She took the decorations down, and the activity immediately settled down. When my dad was promoted, we were moved to a new house just a short walk from the old one. My mom came to me one day and said that she had had a dream. In her dream, it was the dining room from the previous house, and a little boy was sitting at the table, dressed in 18th century clothing. She said he looked up and had blood coming from his eyes and mouth. She started yelling at him to leave. She said that he looked startled and said, "But I don't want to leave." We both agreed it was an odd dream, and as I thought about it, I looked up yellow fever, knowing that it was a sickness prominent during that time frame that the boy looked to be a part of. I didn't think it would turn up what I found. Not only had there been a yellow fever epidemic in that area in the 1800s, but there were 2 stages of the disease. If you got the second stage, you would bleed from the eyes and mouth. I told this to my mom, and we came to the conclusion that Johnny was probably not a Civil War soldier, but a little boy who died of a terrible disease and just wanted his space to be left alone. Growing Up in the Appalachian Mountains by a now deleted user. Posted to r/backwoodscreepy. I could give you countless times as a child and a young adult when I felt scared or paranoid playing in the woods. It's a beautiful place, and I spent my entire childhood getting lost out there by myself or with friends. Not literally lost. As kids, we never ventured too far, but you could actually see the progression of us venturing farther and farther out as we got older, because of the forts and carvings we left behind. This one particular time, like many times before, my friend and I had just graduated high school. It was our last summer of freedom, and we spent the entire summer camping and hiking out there. We decided to try and find a new place to set up camp, and walked for what felt like a few miles before we came to a nice clearing. The area was relatively new to both of us. We got the camp set up and the fire going, and the plan was to wait until nightfall, partake of the devil's lettuce, and play Monopoly. For the sake of backstory, my friend is a smaller, really goofy guy, but comes from a family of foresters, and has always had a deep understanding of all the trees and plants that we came across. He had no fear of going camping out by himself. If I spent 10,000 hours in the woods, he probably spent 50,000. As for me, I'm a taller, sturdier guy, and as we got older, I spent more time worried about women and sports, and the woods became a place for small parties. Also, I never had the courage to camp out alone. In fact, the older me wouldn't go far at all when I was alone, because I could never shake the feeling of being watched, which was just paranoia, but still an uneasy feeling. Anyway, camp is set, fire's going, but it's getting lower and needs wood. The sun is down, and we're both cutting up and having a good time. My friend is sitting on this little chair that he always brought, and loading up this makeshift bung, and I was crouched, breaking some excess limbs off of some of the logs we had gathered for the fire. All of a sudden, this strong breeze cuts through the clearing. I couldn't tell you if it was the suddenness of it or what, but my friend and I both stopped immediately and looked at each other. The breeze went just long enough to flicker out our fire down to a small flame. We both sat completely still, in almost total darkness, neither of us saying a word. Across from us, on the other side of the fire, we could hear footsteps. They sounded like somebody was running, and would slow to a walk and then run again, definitely on two legs. By the sound of it, they were pacing back and forth over the same spot. Then, just like it started, it stopped, with a softer crunch on the underbrush. I knew by the sound that it had crouched. I was crouched still, and I knew I was staring right at it in the dark. My friend grabbed my shoulder and said, "Buddy." And when he did, I felt this surge of fear come over me. I could feel it and hear it in him. I had been so fixed on the footsteps and rationalizing what I heard that I hadn't even considered being afraid. But this was true fear. It was raw and made me feel helpless. I could hear my friend after a while grab some leaves, and he dropped them on the fire. For a split second, the leaves covered the fire, and in that split second, we were in pure darkness. Then the fire sprang to life. We both quickly grabbed more leaves and brush and threw it on the fire. I got some sticks and logs on there, and neither of us took our eyes off the spot or moved much for over an hour. Finally, the leaves crunched, and whatever it was slowly walked off. Whatever it was had sat crouched watching us, without moving, for far longer than any animal would. It wasn't until after the footsteps disappeared that I realized the smell had disappeared as well. It smelled almost like a paper mill, spoiled eggs almost. For the rest of the night, besides whispered remarks, neither of us really moved or stopped looking at that spot. Nobody went into the tent, and I had a very short, light sleep, sitting on the ground with my head rested on my hands. My friend never went to sleep. In the morning, we packed up and silently walked back home. To this day, we still talk about it. In the 7 to 8 years since it happened, my forester friend has not camped by himself out there. Not once. Haunted Airbnb in Lower Appalachia by user ABSML1994, posted to r/paranormal. For this story, I'll refer to my friends as the bride, the maid of honor, and my niece, because this was a bachelorette trip. So it will be a year in March since my friends and I went to Chattanooga, Tennessee to celebrate my childhood best friend's marriage. It was a beautiful house on the Tennessee River, very private and peaceful atmosphere. It was on a nature trail, so it felt very isolated, though it was close enough to the city for us to go out and have fun. Anyway, we all had a great time in the city, then came back and started a fire in the fire pit. We hung out until we all got tired and eventually went to bed. We all decided to bunk in the same room that had 3 double bunks and 1 full bed. It was a large room and we thought we could all watch a movie together in there, but ended up all deciding we needed sleep to drive back the next day. As my friends are used to falling asleep early, and I am not, I was still wide awake. So I got on my phone and just started scrolling. I know it's a bad habit, but I had no other options, like reading a book or anything, because I had to keep it relatively dark for them. So anyway, as I'm laying there, I get this feeling, and it's not a good feeling. I have had one paranormal experience before this, and it didn't make me feel scared. I just felt confused. This was different. I felt the hairs stand up, like that feeling of something with ill intent was near me. I look up at the other bunks and my friends look fine. So I continue scrolling and then I get that feeling again. I look up and this time I look toward the full-size bed where the bride and her little niece, who tagged along, were. And I see a dark figure, head bent, looking down at the niece. My heart all but stopped. I could not move. I kept thinking to myself, it's just a shadow from the stairway light coming in the room. It has to be. I look down at my phone and gather the courage to move my thumbs to text my boyfriend about how scared I was, which didn't help considering he's not a believer in anything of that nature. So he tells me I'm just seeing things. After this, I look up and the figure is gone, which did not make me feel better, only worse because it only confirmed what I saw was not, in fact, a shadow from the light in the stairway. So I jumped from my bunk and bolted up the stairs and crashed on the couch. I felt like a small child who just watched a horror movie. I kept hearing what sounded like creaking from the stairs. I thought of that old phrase, "It's just the house settling," to calm myself. Then called my boyfriend, and he talked me down. And I thought, you know what, he's probably right. But I was still shaken up. Eventually, I fell asleep at about 4 a.m. when the creaking stopped. But I woke up at about 6 and got the courage to go downstairs to get into my bag for clothes. A few minutes later, the maid of honor comes up, and she looks confused and kind of freaked out. And then she says, "Hey, did the bride come up here at all?" I said, "When? Because I only slept 2 hours and I've been up since 6. She says, "Well, I mean about that time I thought I saw her get up and go up the stairs." I said, "No, she didn't come up here." She goes, "Well, I know I saw someone go up the stairs." Her face was white, and I said, "Did you check the bed?" Then she goes back down and looks and says in confusion, "She's in bed." So I just stood in confusion as well and said, "Well, what time did you say you saw her again?" She goes, "It was only a couple of minutes ago. It's just 6:05. I said, "Well, maybe you just heard me. I've been up here since last night." She says, "Well, I didn't hear anybody. I thought I saw somebody standing between their suitcases in the bed over her niece." And that's when my heart dropped, and she knew I didn't have to say anything. My face said it all. She knew that I had seen it too. Needless to say, we were happy to get out and not investigate. I felt guilty that I didn't stay downstairs with them to make sure they were okay after she confirmed what I saw. However, I was convinced that it was just my anxiety, and my boyfriend being so skeptical made me think that I was overreacting. But the look on my friend's face of pure confusion and fear confirmed it. I don't know if it's related, but a few months later, I learned one of the supposed most haunted places in Tennessee, Haley's Bar, is located not far from where we stayed. Strange Night in Appalachian, Ohio, by user DelTeco22, posted to r/backwoodscreepy. I wasn't sure where to post this, but I needed the validation that I'm not insane. I've never really had paranormal experiences, but I cannot explain this. I'm in college, and me and some other 7 people from my school went on a backpacking trip, and we had 2 experienced leaders. We drove to Zaleski State Forest, which is in the Appalachian region of Ohio. It was early April this year, and it was cold, and everything was still dead from winter. After hiking miles into the forest, we set up camp at the backpacking campsite, and there were a couple of other groups of people as well. A few of them were friendly older couples, and then 2 college-aged girls. Everyone was pretty spread out from each other, and we set up camp farther away from everyone else. I've always been able to sense the energies of places, and the energy in this area wasn't great. It was almost spooky. Each of us had individual 1-person tents, and we formed kind of a cluster in this site, with my tent being in the back, so that nobody was behind me. Our cluster was also right next to the forest, because this backpacking site was like a big cleared-off square in the middle of the trees. Fast forward, I'm dead asleep around 2 a.m., and I wake up to leaves crunching right behind my tent. I hear footsteps walking in circles around my tent. They had a sort of heaviness to them that couldn't be a deer or a dog. Also, it sounded like it was bipedal. I cannot make this up. This creature was circling my tent for long periods of time, slowly creeping up to the sides of my tent, and then just stopping for a while, and then it would move on to walking around the rest of our tent cluster. I could hear a human-like breathing from the mouth whenever it was close to my tent, like a light sort of heaving. I was shaking, too scared to unzip my tent and investigate. I kid you not, this occurred for hours, and it seemed like I was the only one awake. Out of nowhere, I see an illuminated light shape from my tent, although I couldn't tell what it was from inside my tent because it was all zipped up. It was like a warm glow, and it didn't move, like a flashlight would have. I was paralyzed with fear. I simply couldn't believe it was an animal. At some point, I either passed out or fell asleep due to sheer exhaustion, but I could hear the heavy footsteps circling until I did. In the morning, I questioned my fellow campers about it, and my leader admitted she had heard the footsteps and the noises as well, admitting that it was bizarre, and she would have investigated had she not been so groggy. One of the boys in the group said he also noticed the light that came on, but thought that it was someone else. Not a single person in this group went up to go to the bathroom or turned on a light that night. I've heard things about the Appalachian regions being creepy and bizarre, and now I believe it. Some people have told me that it was probably Bigfoot, because apparently he's associated with light orbs. I've never really been a Bigfoot believer, but I'm telling you, whatever it was, it didn't feel like any animal or a bear.
There's a rhythm to hiking, a meditative cadence to one's footsteps against the solid earth. I found mine on the Appalachian Trail, where twilight casts long shadows, and the evening chorus of wildlife begins its song. This is where I heard it first, the echo of my own stride, but not my echo. Each evening, as the sun dipped below the tree line and painted the sky in strokes of fire and shadow, the second set of footsteps would join my own. At first, I stopped, abruptly, a jolt of fear sending a cold sweat across my skin. The steps would cease as well, their sudden absence as jarring as their presence. I scoured the underbrush and peered into the thicket, expecting a prankster or a fellow hiker to emerge, smiling at their clever trick. But the trees stood silent, their trunks keeping the secrets of the trail. It wasn't wildlife. I knew the sound of deer and smaller creatures that called the woods home. This was the unmistakable tread of a human foot, a companion step that synced perfectly with my own gait, mimicking my pace whether I walked briskly or slowed to a weary shuffle. Nights turned into weeks, and the mystery of the footsteps became my constant, unnerving companion. I spoke of it to others, but my tales were met with skeptical looks and rational explanations that fell flat against my experience. I was alone, yet not alone. The trail offers much time for reflection, and in those countless hours, I pondered my invisible follower. A ghost, perhaps, reliving their own journey along these ridges and valleys. A figment of my imagination, spurred by isolation and the whispering woods. Or something else, a phenomenon uncategorized by the natural laws I held true. The footsteps became a ritual, beginning each evening as the light waned, a signal that the day's end was near. And I, no longer startled, would nod in silent acknowledgement to my unseen companion, before we continued on together, our steps a duet, performed for an audience of ancient trees and fading stars. As the days shortened and the chill of autumn whispered through the trees, the footsteps grew louder, more pronounced. They seemed to carry a weight, a determination that resonated deeply with the crunch of fallen leaves underfoot. It was a sound that beckoned me to quicken my pace, to move with a purpose I couldn't quite grasp. I began to anticipate the arrival of the footsteps with a mix of apprehension and a strange comfort. There was a pattern, a ritual in their timing and duration. They would begin just as the sun's afterglow surrendered to the twilight, and would fade with the first sightings of the evening star. One particularly crisp evening, I stopped mid-trail, a decision that cut through the routine like a sharp stone. The footsteps halted, synchronized, as always. Silence fell heavy around me. The usual night sounds muted, as if the forest held its breath. I turned slowly, almost expecting to finally see a figure, but there was only the empty path, the trees, and the settling dusk. "Who are you?" I whispered into the twilight, my voice a mixture of challenge and plea. The question seemed to hang in the air, unanswered. Yet, I sensed a shift, a palpable change in the atmosphere, as though my words had acknowledged a presence that had long been ignored. The footsteps did not resume that night. Instead, a stillness followed me as I continued on, the lack of the accompanying steps more unnerving than their presence. I made camp with the unsettling feeling of eyes upon me, of being watched, scrutinized by an entity whose intentions I did not know. Sleep proved elusive, my mind churning with thoughts of my silent follower. Were they a protector, harbinger, companion? The questions spun in my head, each more unanswerable than the last. As dawn broke, I half expected the footsteps to return with the morning light, but they did not. The day was mine alone, the trail a solitary stretch before me, and I couldn't shake the sensation of loss that shadowed me, as mysterious as the footsteps themselves.
My solitude lasted into the next evening, an eerie quiet punctuating my every step. The absence of the footsteps had stirred a hollow place within me, like a note emitted from a well-known song. As twilight approached, a part of me yearned for the return of my phantom companion. Yet as the shadows grew long and the first stars blinked into existence, there was nothing. Dusk morphed into night, and I found myself at a familiar bend in the trail, where the first leaves of autumn had gathered in quiet mounds. It was here that I finally paused, my breath forming faint clouds in the cold air. The silence was oppressive, almost tangible in its density. "Are you there?" My voice broke the silence, louder now, the words slipping out into the chill. There was a palpable longing in my tone, a need for the connection that had, day by day, become a part of my journey. As if in response, a branch snapped, sharp and clear, a deliberate sound in the stillness. My heart quickened, and I turned toward the noise. In the dim light provided by my headlamp, my eyes searched the darkness for a sign, a shadow, anything. The stillness that followed was soon broken by the resumption of steps. They were behind me now, no longer a synchronous echo of my own, but a distinct tread, measured and purposeful. The sound filled the empty air with a rhythm that spoke of a resolve and an eagerness that hadn't been there before. I didn't move, not as the steps grew closer, not even as I could hear the subtle shifts of earth beneath the weight of whoever or whatever was approaching. A chilling draft swept through the trees, and an involuntary shiver raced down my spine. There was a sense of inevitability, a sense that the story that had begun weeks ago was drawing to its close. As the steps came to a stop just behind me, I found the courage that had eluded me thus far, and turned to face my follower. But again, there was no one. The forest was still, the night creatures silent witnesses to this bizarre ritual. Yet the air was charged, the night vibrant with an energy that seemed to buzz just out of sight, just out of reach. A whisper of movement caught my attention, and I looked down to see a leaf drift to the ground between my boots, its descent too controlled, too intentional. It landed with a delicate finality, the forest's breath on my neck. I bent down, fingers grazing the leaf, the forest floor cold and solid beneath. The leaf was real, tangible, unlike the steps that had led me here. Yet it was undeniably a part of the mystery, a piece to a puzzle that was beyond my understanding. Straightening up, I scanned the surroundings once more, searching for any sign of the other. But as before, there was nothing. No figure, no movement, not even the sound of retreating steps. Only the night, and the forest, and me. My resolve wavered as the nights unfolded without incident. The absence of the footsteps left a void that filled with the rustling of leaves and the distant call of nocturnal birds, natural sounds that seemed foreign without the familiar tread accompanying them. The nights were growing colder, a prelude to the winter that would soon blanket the trails. I trudged forward, half-heartedly, missing the mysterious comfort of my unseen partner. The isolation pressed upon me, a reminder of the vastness and indifference of the wilderness. On a night when the moon hung heavy and low, a soft glow filtering through the skeletal branches, the footsteps returned. This time they were beside me, a perfect mimic of my pace once more. There was no build-up, no crescendo to their arrival. They were simply there, as though they had never left. I stopped, my breath visible in the moonlit air, and listened. The steps ceased alongside mine. It was an acknowledgement, a shared moment suspended in time. The forest around us seemed to hold its breath, the nocturnal choir silenced. Without a word, without a glance, I resumed walking, and the steps followed suit. There was an understanding, unspoken but as real as the trail beneath my feet. We moved together through the forest, the sound of our synchronized strides a solemn melody to the night. We reached a clearing where the moonlight pooled on the ground, bathing the area in an otherworldly silver. It was there that I finally saw it, a shadow, not my own, stretching alongside me. It was elongated and distorted, a trick of the light perhaps, but it was there. A shiver ran through me, though whether from fear or something else, I couldn't tell. I turned toward it, my heart thudding against my ribs. But as my gaze settled on where a figure should have been, there was only emptiness. The shadow, however, remained, a dark imprint on the luminous ground. I spoke then, a single question filled with the weight of all of my encounters. "Why are you here?" The shadow shifted, a gesture that felt like a shrug, and although no voice answered, an understanding settled into my heart. It was not here for me, but with me. It was a presence tied to the trail, to the endless cycle of day into night, an echo of someone or something that once walked this path. As the moon climbed higher, the shadow faded into the darkness, and the footsteps quieted, becoming one with the soft sounds of the forest. They did not start again. I continued my trek, reaching the end of the trail as the first hints of dawn touched the sky. The journey was over, but the memory of the steps that had walked with me lingered. In the stillness of the early morning, I understood that some encounters are not meant to be explained. They are there to remind us of the mysteries that exist just beyond the edge of understanding, in the space between footsteps on an old forest trail.
Appalachian Ghost Story by user Briar Hobbit. Posted to r/paranormal. When I was a kid in my early preteens, I was a little timid. We lived in a mobile home in rural Appalachia, and whenever I would hear my stepdad wake up and make breakfast in the wee hours of the morning, I would creep out of my bedroom and scurry across the house so that I could climb in bed with my mom. On this particular morning, at about 3:30 a.m. or so, my mom had gotten up with my stepdad. She told me to climb in bed, and she'd be there in a little bit. So I did. I'm not sure how much time had passed, but I had dozed off and something woke me up. It was still dark. Something just felt weird. When I pried open my eyes, a little girl stood by me at the edge of the bed. Her face was obscured by dark, dirty, almost singed-looking hair. She wore what looked like a feed sack dress. I rubbed my eyes, but the little girl was still there. I rolled over, then turned back around, and she was gone. It was a little odd that I didn't freak out, because at that age I was scared of my own shadow. But I decided that it was just a really weird dream, and I went back to bed. When I woke up later that morning, I told my mom. She would typically tell me what any mother tells their child when they have a nightmare, but she didn't. Instead of reassuring me that it was just a bad dream, she grew silent. I felt uncomfortable, but I didn't ask any more questions until a pastor showed up at our house the next day. The old man had the posture of a candy cane, and I thought he was never going to manage as he struggled to hang prayer cloths above the doors. I knew something was up. My mom was not particularly religious. After the elderly gentleman left, I pressed my mom a little harder. She revealed that my stepdad had been seeing the same thing for weeks. She also told me that, through some research, my aunt and grandma had discovered that the place where our home sat was the location of a hay barn fire in the 1930s or 1940s. The fire was presumably started by a little girl, who would have been the same age as the apparition I encountered, and her younger brother. They both perished in the fire. The area had been a coal camp, typically places full of tragedy and destitution, during the early and mid-1900s. The visit stopped. I'm not sure why. I didn't feel that whatever I was seeing was particularly malicious, and I think that's the reason I didn't feel scared. However, later that year, my stepdad went ginseng hunting several miles from our house, and he happened upon a grove of vegetations. He said that he could tell that there was something underneath all of the plants, so he cleared it off, only to find the little girl and boy's graves.
My childhood was spent in the frosty realm of the Arctic. In my hometown, if the night was clear, it was ordinary to witness a variety of peculiar lights dancing across the sky. The Arctic winters are long, affording us more time to admire the starlit expanse. It's a breathtaking spectacle, provided you can endure the biting chill. I often ventured a few kilometers outside the town on a snowmobile, powered it down, and laid on the snow, enveloped by the tranquility, the only interruption being the occasional whispering breeze. The northern lights, or aurora borealis, were also a frequent sight. Not a daily event, but they occurred often enough to become a part of our lives, unless they put up an exceptionally grand show. One particular night, I decided, without seeking my parents' permission, to take their snowmobile for one of my midnight jaunts. I navigated a few kilometers beyond the town, over the hills, seeking a spot untouched by the town's light pollution. Upon reaching the spot, I switched off the snowmobile and nestled into a comfortable position to gaze at the sky and reflect on life. The view was rather ordinary, satellites gliding across, an uninspiring display of magnetic field disturbances, and so on. That's when an odd clicking sound started to manifest. My initial assumption was that it was the snowmobile's engine cooling down, which in the cold contracts and expands quite a bit. However, the sound wasn't emanating from that direction. I then speculated it could be a nearby wild animal, which meant that I had to leave promptly. But the rhythmic nature of the clicking was too regular for any animal to make. The noise seemed mechanical, and more perplexingly, it was coming from above. Naturally, I looked up to identify the source. The scene was familiar. Stars, northern lights, a languid satellite, all ordinary. But before I could disregard it and return home, I noticed something unusual in the aurora borealis. There were 3 distinct points of light, growing increasingly brighter. Initially, I dismissed them as unusually symmetrical stars, but I was mistaken. The clicking sound in my head amplified from a soft pen tapping to the clattering of billiard balls. Then, it all ceased. The lights vanished, the clicking subsided, and except for being somewhat frozen and petrified, I was unharmed. I hopped back onto the snowmobile, wondering if I was losing my mind. It took longer than usual to start the machine, which raised my anxiety, but soon I was en route back to town. Various plausible explanations for the incident raced through my mind: a helicopter from the mine, peculiar behavior of the northern lights, and such. I reached home to find it dark. This was odd since it wasn't that late when I departed. I quietly entered the house, shed my winter gear, and found the house eerily silent. With my parents being teachers, they were typically up late, grading papers or watching TV. My goal was to slip into bed unnoticed, which, to my relief, I managed to do easily. I was setting my alarm for the next day when the reality of the situation hit me. The sluggish engine, the cold stiffness, the empty house during what felt like a brief ride. When I departed, it was nearing 11 o'clock p.m. But now, I saw that it was almost 6 in the morning. I had been entranced by clicking lights for nearly 7 hours. I didn't sleep that night, and I no longer embark on late-night snowmobile expeditions.
This is my mom's story from when she was a teenager in Malaysia during the 60s. She was the oldest girl in the family, with 3 older brothers and 5 younger sisters. All the brothers, my uncles, weren't there the night this happened. She doesn't remember where they went. It was in durian season and a school holiday, so my grandfather took them back home to my great-grandfather's house in the Malacca countryside. His house is located on a hillside, surrounded by forest, and it's the only house up on that hill. Our nearest neighbor is about a half a mile down the road. She and her younger siblings, along with their cousins, were looking for fresh, ripe durians that had fallen from the trees at night in their grandfather's orchard, just down the hill. They don't have any flashlights, so they tie up a bunch of dry coconut leaves together to make a huge torch. There are around 15 durian trees, but the oldest and biggest tree is about 200 meters, 650 feet, down from the house. It has a long and large horizontal branch that hangs out about 6 feet from the ground. The orchard was surrounded by palms, tall forest trees, and a huge bamboo forest, so it's quite dark during the daytime, much worse at night. During a full moon, the huge tree canopy only lets some of the moonlight pass through. It creates quite an eerie atmosphere, especially when there's fog. Anyway, they started searching for fallen fruits after lighting their huge torch. The fire was quite big, and it illuminated a large area around them. Her sisters and cousins, being kids, understandably excited about the prospect of finding fresh durians, were giggling and running around, chasing each other while searching for the fruits. They found a few fresh durians, but decided to search for more farther down the orchard, toward that big tree with the horizontal branch. My mother was standing right under that branch, her left hand holding up the huge fiery torch, and her right hand holding a couple of durians. None of them were looking up. They kept looking on the ground and searching. She was holding the torch high above her head, right next to that horizontal branch, when it happens. You know the sound you make when you're trying to blow out a fire on a lighted match or a candle in one strong, quick blow? That's exactly the sound that they heard from right above the horizontal branch on that tree. That's when the torch, with its huge fire, was extinguished. No human could extinguish that large fire in a single breath. And there was no chance that it was caused by a strong wind. The orchards were surrounded by thick forest, and there was no wind that night. Immediately when the torch went out, they all scampered uphill toward the house, dropping all the fruits that they had found behind them. They didn't even have time to cry. This intense feeling of fear and panic overwhelmed all of them, kicking up their adrenaline. They ran with all their might, and everybody squeezed through the kitchen door. My mother then slammed the door closed and immediately locked it. They all fell in a pile on the kitchen floor, hyperventilating, and then they started to cry. The commotion surprised everyone in the house. My great-grandfather, upon learning about what had happened, immediately recited some prayers and burned some incense to purify and shield the house, to prevent whatever that thing on the tree was from entering. None of them could sleep that night. My mother told me that that was the last time they ever went out at night to search for durians, and this is also why they never let us go down to the orchard at night. I've lived in Malaysia for quite a while. I spent a significant portion of my childhood there too. Pontianak is a Malay favorite. I remember in 2000 to 2003, an incident occurred in northern Malaysia that swept the entire nation. It was a Pontianak captured in graphic detail. It's a widely accepted Taoist and Buddhist belief that if a loved one dies, in 7 days the spirit will return and say goodbye. In 2001, my great-grand died, and 7 days later my aunt's maid claimed to have seen her walking around the house. The dogs reacted the same way that they would whenever she was around, too. Jungle spirits are also widely accepted. There are countless entities, but one I will never forget. In the jungle, one must always ask for permission before relieving oneself. One uncle I had scoffed at the idea, and during a camping trip he disobeyed this. He died of an illness. Strangely, he was the only one of the group who passed away or got sick at all, and he was the only one who didn't ask permission.
Just a preface, I work nights, so I spend most of the time home alone while my brother is at work. Before I go to sleep in the morning, I'll lie in bed and browse Reddit for a bit. Yesterday, I'm in bed, just about to call it a day, when I hear something hit the counter in the kitchen. My aunt likes to walk in sometimes, but I checked the cameras. I'm lazy. And my car is the only one here. I immediately dismiss it and get back to my browsing. Maybe 5 minutes later, I hear solid footsteps coming down the hall. I drop everything and just listen. Unmistakable sounds of boots, slowly walking up and eventually back down the hall. I text my brother to tell him, since minor stuff happens sometimes. My dog stares at the walls and closets all the time. Doesn't bark, but just stares. And my brother and I joked for a little bit. I get the idea to try and record it on the off chance that I actually catch something, and I got extremely lucky this time. I took about 5 whole minutes of footage from my bed, since I was getting increasingly nervous about the whole thing, and I didn't want to get up, to be honest. I've trimmed the video and removed the empty film space. Included in this video, which starts off with multiple footsteps coming down the hall, boots. It cuts to a closer point of view with a single step and then a thud, ending with me looking out of my room door at the hallway. You can hear it on your phone if you listen closely, but with a Bluetooth speaker, you'll hear everything a lot better. Not going to try to speculate or rationalize anything. I just wanted to share the eeriness. Now that I was able to get this, I can include a couple of photos from months ago when my dog stared into the hallway for about 10 minutes. This will have some context now. When he didn't move for a while, I got a picture time-stamped at 7:34 p.m. He eventually moved over and continued to stare at 7:48 p.m. It never really bothered me then, but now it makes a little more sense. Update. Since my last post about disembodied footsteps, things have gotten louder and weirder. I worked a half day last night, so I got home at about 1 a.m. I had to be quiet since my brother was sleeping in the room next to me. I finally got settled into bed and got a movie on Netflix. A while into it, I started hearing the same footsteps that I heard the other day, except this time it was a lot louder. Of course, I paused the movie and put all of my focus into listening. I stood by the cracked door for 10 to 20 minutes, trying to get a recording of it. I didn't get anything too special. A little while later, I heard them even louder and closer. It was coming from the attic. I stood on top of my bed and got the loudest recording yet. There is obviously someone or something in my attic. It wasn't long after that my brother's alarm started going off and he got out of bed. I immediately went to him and he flipped out completely and grabbed his gun. I was going to tell him not to go up there, but he handed me his gun before I could. Screw it. I made it up the old ladder and looked toward my room. If there was someone up there, there's nowhere that they could hide when they heard me coming up.
thinking about heading up there again all the way to see if there's anything at all that could be making those noises. Happy birthday to me, I guess.
So, there's been running in my attic for about 5 years, maybe longer, I'm not sure. It happens every single night, and somehow it's almost exactly 5 a.m. every time. My mom and I used to put it down to just a bird or a squirrel that got in through the window, but there's no way that an animal has been living in the attic for 5 years without a trace, running around at 5 a.m. for a minute or two, and then disappearing. My mom and I hear the running in different formations. She hears it go in a big figure 8 and then stop in the center. I hear it run in a figure of 8 several times and then run off to the side, go down, go side to side, and stop. I drew out the formation that I hear on paper, and it was 81. I'm not sure if that holds any significance, though. We both guessed the age of whatever's up there to be about 6 by the weight of the footsteps. It runs at about the speed that a child that age would, slows down, stops, and then you don't hear it again until the next night. We plan to get our pastor involved to give us some advice, but whatever's up there, it doesn't seem like it needs holy intervention. It seems neutral. It seems tired. I don't know what we should do. We've never experienced anything like this before, but we know that there's something up there. My wife and I bought a house in the country, next to a Civil War battlefield in Northern Virginia. The original property was a 4,000-acre plantation that was subdivided into multiple smaller farms. The original plantation house of the 4,000-acre property was situated on our lot 15 yards behind the house, with all of its stone foundation, chimney, and well. Our house was built in the mid-'80s by hand by the previous owner, who worked for NASA and IBM. He passed away after a battle with cancer. We fell in love with this house and property. You could tell it was the man's life's work. After purchasing the house for a great price, we walked the property with his widow and oldest adult son. They walked the entire property and house with us, but what I found odd is that both the widow and the son refused to enter the half-unfinished downstairs basement, adamantly. This became a long story with too many experiences to list. My wife and I, over the course of 5 years, and the friends and family that stayed the night with us, all experienced poltergeist phenomena. From the TV changing itself to the NASA space station channel regularly showing up, the cabinet slamming, footsteps heard throughout the house, an out-of-body sound of somebody clear as day whistling for a dog. These things were heard regularly by everybody. Sometimes the whistling would be right over our shoulder, in our ear, almost like it was messing with us. Sometimes while you were in the shower, the same thing would happen, which was altogether unsettling. One time in the basement, alone, I was painting the ceiling on a ladder. I heard the double whistle right in my ear, over my shoulder, so loudly and clearly that I jumped off the ladder. I backed myself up against the wall to see what was coming. I was so freaked out that I actually ran out the back door to the backyard, and I went around the house to get back upstairs instead of running through the basement to get to the stairs. I'm not easily shaken by any means, but that was too much. My dog would always stare and bark at the top corner of the family room. He refused to go downstairs. I would pick him up and physically carry him downstairs, only to have him sprint right back up and bark at us from the top of the stairs until we came back up. My wife has had a hand brush across the back of her neck multiple times. Sinks, lights turning on by themselves right in front of us. Keys and other important small items would go missing, never to be found again, no matter how hard we searched every inch of the house. I would wake up at about 4:30 a.m. to go to work, and I would regularly find the same 2 doors leading out back toward the old plantation house, wide open with bugs and mosquitoes flying in for Lord knows how long. Maybe all night after we made sure to lock them. We don't know. My mother-in-law was awoken one night by a man's voice asking her, "Who are you?" While living in a haunted house, you really have no choice but to ignore the activity. We got used to it, and it would come and go in cycles. We never felt a bad presence or saw any apparitions. We always figured it was the old owner, and would always joke to each other, "Well, there goes Mr. Copper." But one day, I was home alone, laying on the couch in broad daylight after a long day of work. I heard a bang so loud that it actually shook the entire 3,000 square foot home. It sounded like it came from our large attic. I immediately jumped up and thought one of the large oak trees around the house had crashed through the roof. I sprinted outside to assess the damage, but the roof was completely fine, no downed trees. My second thought was our AC unit, which is in the attic, may have just fallen off its pedestals and crashed through the ceiling. I grabbed a flashlight and scoured the entire attic to find nothing wrong. Definitely no earthquake in the area, and no other neighbors felt anything. It seems like the activity in the house has picked up 10 times in the last month, while we're there getting ready for it to be sold. It's been 2 years since we moved, and we've had no activity since. But not a day goes by where I don't think about the strange activity in the house. And I always wonder what shook everything from the attic. This happened years ago when I was about 11, so I don't have any pictures of it. But my mom and I remember it very clearly. The house that we lived in at the time was built in the 1930s. It was a 3-floor house, but it was all separated into 5 apartments. My dad and I lived in the rear apartment, and my mom lived in the attic apartment, because my parents had split up. I was in my mom's apartment with her while she was working on something. I was lying in her bed on my phone, and eventually I just zoned out, looking at the wall. It was about 11 p.m., and she and I decided to walk to the gas station to get some snacks. The only way to get into the apartment was through the outside door into the apartment or through the fire escape. When we got back, the door and window were both locked. We always checked, so nobody had gotten in while we were gone. But when we got back, I went into where her bed was and sat down to eat. I picked up my phone, and then I just looked over at the wall that I had been looking at before. I saw my name scratched into it. Then I noticed that below my name was my father's name, and then my mom's name was halfway carved below my father's. It was really messy, but it was legible. We have no explanation for this, and we have since moved out of that house. We're pretty sure that it was paranormal, and my mom and I are still completely curious about what happened there. So my mom and I moved into a house when I was in the 5th grade. For the record, I'm 25 now. There was this room in the attic that looked like it was actually built to be a part of the house, and not some makeshift DIY room. The attic was also not your typical attic with a pull-down door. Instead, it had a walk-through door. The layout was in an L shape. It was all wooden, and the room was obvious at the end of the L. We used the attic for Christmas decorations and whatnot, but I was always really curious about that room. So I turned the room into my little hangout area. It was kind of awkward, so we couldn't really figure anything else to use it for. The only thing in there when we moved in was a wooden table with 4 chairs, and then some weird bench. I swear it was a bed, but it didn't look big enough. My friends and I would always go in there to hang out and play games and whatnot. Well, one day I accidentally broke the table. I was really worried that my mom was going to be mad at me. I don't think she would have cared in hindsight since the stuff was so old, but still. Out of fear, I just grabbed all the stuff I owned and I left the room, closing the door behind me. I think I remember once going back in there a few years later, like 9th grade, but I never really spent any extended period of time in there after that. I would always go into the attic, though, to stack the Christmas decorations in front of the wall and the door to this room. I just didn't go into the room itself. The year before we moved, we decided to move everything into the garage after Christmas. It was my senior year of high school, and that way we wouldn't have to deal with it when the movers showed up. We never used the garage anyway, and we had gotten rid of lots of stuff the year prior, so there was a lot of room in there. Anyway, that was the last official time that I ever saw the door. The absolute last time that I stepped foot in the house, the stuff was all packed away, on the truck, preparing to leave. I was doing one last walkthrough, just for old time's sake, when I decided to go into that room just to make sure that I hadn't left anything there. I went to the attic, and it was missing. Not the attic, but the door, the room. It was nothing but a blank wall. Like, there was no way a room could have ever been there. I was shocked, and I asked my mom why they had decided to wall it in, but she said she had no idea about it. In fact, she has no memory of this room at all. I called my friends to verify that they remembered the room, and they did. They remembered all the good times we had there. But she didn't. It was really odd. I've never felt anything weird about the room at all either, and I'm pretty sensitive to paranormal stuff. This just seemed like a random room to me. But then, it just disappeared. And honestly, I still don't know what to make of it. I just moved into my house in the Mobile area. It's a 2-story house with a huge attic. It's not big enough to stand up in, but you can get on your knees up there. To give you some insight, the entrance to the attic is in my bathroom. I have been hearing footsteps up there every morning, even when nobody is home. I have also heard voices in my bathroom, but every time I check to see who it is, nobody's there. The weird thing is that when I went into my mom's room, she said, "I'm glad you're staying in here today, because yesterday morning I heard this huge boom in the attic." I'm scared to go up there and actually investigate. I lifted the door, and I saw a flashlight and face cream, but they're not ours. I also saw what looked like a light at the very end of the attic. I don't know what I should do. At first, I thought all this was paranormal or something, but now I'm confused. Maybe somebody's living up there. The worst part is that the attic has an exit that goes directly outside. So, I'm leaning towards something or someone being in our attic. The thought of it being someone scares me even more.
I have quite a few stories I could tell, but I decided to start with this one because I think it illustrates a few things about me and my now husband. It was also the first time I really saw a ghost right in front of me, rather than in my peripheral vision. I think I may be a bit of an empath, judging by the experiences that I've had over the last 50-odd years. My husband, Jay, however, is a skeptic. He says he would love to see a ghost, but doesn't expect to. He once took part in a study at a university, one of those classic Guess which card I'm holding up experiments. This was in the 70s. Jay got so many wrong that it was statistically significant in the negative direction. He says that proves that there's no such thing. I think it indicates the opposite. I believe he actively blocks his own abilities to the point where he negates the paranormal around him. Being around him is like wearing psychic earplugs. It's very soothing. The following occurred in the early 80s when we were at university in northern New South Wales, Australia. Most of the students lived on campus, and the university had its own radio station to cater to them. A friend of ours, Gail, was a DJ at the time and had a midnight till dawn weekend shift. She invited us up to the station one night to tape some albums from the station's record collection. The radio station was located in a faculty building about a 20-minute walk from the college where we all lived. Gail had the keys and locked all the doors behind us. The station consisted of 2 rooms, a large rectangular room housing an office area with 2 glass-walled studio booths partitioned off on one long side, and a storage room housing the library. The entrance door was in the long wall opposite Studio A. The door to the library was in the short wall next to Studio B. Other than the library, the entire area is visible from either of the 2 studios. Gail commenced her shift using Studio B, while Jay set up in Studio A with some blank cassette tapes, and I headed into the library to pick some albums. The record library was fantastic. 4 walls of floor-to-ceiling shelving, packed solid with classic rock LPs. I was standing on a chair choosing some music from the top shelf when I started feeling that there was someone or something behind me. Almost, but not quite touching me. I was telling myself not to turn around, that there's nothing there, and so on. But the feeling got so strong that I really wanted to get my back against the wall. I have personal space issues, and the sensation of anything being that close was just too much for me, and I had to get out of there. I grabbed a couple of records, took them to Jay, and then I went to talk to Gail in Studio B. From where I was sitting, facing Gail, who had her back to the main room, I could see the entire radio station. Jay was in the studio to my right, and the main door was diagonally to my right. The one and only door to the record library was diagonally to my left, all clearly visible through the glass walls of the studio booths. I watched Jay get up, leave Studio A, walk across the office space from right to left behind Gail, and enter the record library. As he disappeared into the library, a figure in blue came out of the library door, crossed rapidly from left to right behind Gail, and entered Studio A. I turned my head to look directly into Studio A, but nobody was there. About 15 minutes later, Jay came out of the record library and walked back to Studio A. Immediately, the blue figure shot out of Studio A, crossed behind Gail, and went back into the library. Gail must have seen my eyes following it, because she said, quite excitedly, "You saw it, didn't you? I knew if there really was something here, you would know." It turns out that Gail had been feeling like she wasn't alone up there at night, and having heard some of my experiences, she decided to try an experiment. She kept her experiences to herself and then waited to see if I picked up anything. Gee, thanks, Gail. It also turns out, I guess, that while Jay ain't afraid of no ghost, the ghosts seem to be afraid of him.
Orb sighting in regional Australia by Tim the Pale, posted to r/paranormal. This occurred on the 30th of April, 2020. I live in Sydney, New South Wales, Australia. I was road tripping with a friend up the coast to Lismore, about 745 kilometers away, to buy his dream car, an R31 Skyline. We left Sydney at around 7 a.m. and drove for about 8 hours, stopping every so often to stretch our legs and appreciate the countryside. There was a lot of fresh green leaves sprouting from recently burned trees, which was nice to see. After his buying of the car, we drove for another 40 minutes into the night, and we decided to sleep at New Italy Rest Stop, just off the Pacific Highway, basically the middle of nowhere. In the sky, the few clouds catch lightning amongst the most stars I have ever seen in my life. We sat and appreciated that for a long while. We were in the car park, which sat on a dirt and gravel road next to the New Italy Museum, which documents Italian immigration to the area in the late 19th century. This same road, Swan Bay New Italy Road, leads down a path bordered by trees, eventually bending right before a hill. With our phone torches out, we decided to explore down this road, our lights catching on the high-vis road markers. We decided to test how dark it really was, so we turned off our torches, and the road reflectors disappeared, except for the one in the middle of the road. I turned my torch back on. I could see reflectors leading up the right side of the road. I stare at the light in the middle of the road and turn the torch off. The reflectors are gone, but the light is still there. I try this again, confused, noting that this is indeed not a road reflector. The light is very small, but easily visible, as it's changing from red to white to green, randomly and moderately, and seems to be in the middle of the road, perhaps hovering very slightly, if at all, about 10 meters away. It's pitch black aside from the stars and this one light. We tried to rationalize. Is it someone on their phone? No. Is it a TV on a property? No, it's literally on the road. Animal eyes still need lights to glow. What is it? I thought. It wasn't emitting any light, and it was just changing color. We were staring at it when I and my friend felt this menacing energy and this impending doom, like a pang in the chest. I felt like this thing was inspecting me. The more we stared at it, the darker everything else got. And personally, it felt as if everything was closing in on me, becoming dilated. The trees, the stars, the thunder rumbling, and this orb was pumping rings blacker than what was already black, toward us or outward. It was hard to tell, and it was hard to look away. I felt many emotions, mainly of awe and fear, bringing tears to my eyes. This was a 30 to 40 second interaction, after which we both witnessed it disappear at the same time, promptly walked back to our cars, and, bewildered and scared, confirmed we had both seen and experienced the same thing. I was pretty freaked out by it, and I'll be honest, I cried myself to sleep in my car. I mean, not sobbing, but like lazy, dripping tears. Anytime I've thought about it since, tears well up. Does anyone know what this could have been?
The Haunted Outback Station by Outback Packer 93. I've traveled through the Australian outback several times, but my last journey left me with an experience that still haunts my dreams. It happened near an abandoned sheep station, a place where the sunsets paint the sky in fiery hues, and the nights are as dark as pitch. I was on a solo road trip, following a dusty trail that cut through the heart of the outback. I planned to camp near this old sheep station that I'd heard about from a local in town. They said it was abandoned decades ago, left to the mercy of time and the harsh outback elements. I arrived at the station as the sun began to dip lower, just below the horizon. The place was a crumbling relic, its once busy yards now overtaken by the wild. I set up camp, cooked a simple meal, and settled in for the night. As twilight deepened, I noticed something odd. There was a figure standing near the old water tank, a silhouette barely discernible in the fading light. Thinking it must just be another traveler or a local, I called out a greeting. No response. The figure just stood there, motionless. Curiosity overcame me, and I grabbed my flashlight, heading toward the figure. As I got closer, the air grew inexplicably colder, a chill that seeped into my bones. The figure became clearer. It was a man, dressed in what looked like old-fashioned shepherding garb, his face obscured by the shadow of his hat. I stopped a few meters away, unsure of what to say or do. Then, the figure slowly lifted its head, and I saw its face, or rather, the lack of it. Where features should have been, there was only an empty void, a darkness deeper than the night around us. Fear gripped me, rooting me to the spot. The figure took a step forward, and as it did, it began to fade, becoming more and more translucent until it vanished altogether, leaving nothing but the cold night air and a lingering sense of dread. Obviously, I didn't sleep that night. Every sound seemed amplified, every shadow a potential specter. As soon as the first light of dawn broke over the horizon, I packed up and left, not stopping until I reached the bustle of a nearby town. Later, I learned that the station had a tragic past. Decades ago, a young shepherd had vanished while out in the fields. His body was never found, and it was said that his spirit still wandered the outback, forever bound to the land he once tended.
I'm going to give a little background first before I get into my experience, so you can all better understand. My partner and I are good friends with another couple that we often go over to hang out with. We'll call them Ashley and David. We go to their house about twice a week, and nothing out of the ordinary ever happens. We usually just hang out and talk for hours, with a few beers. David has mentioned a few times that he's seen Ashley's deceased brother around the house. Ashley always rolls her eyes and says she doesn't believe in things like that. Ashley took her brother's passing very hard, and she was very close with him. Fast forward to today. Ashley has a son that we'll call Adam. She called me and asked me to watch him since he was homesick from school while she went to work. I agreed and came straight over. Everything was normal. Adam was at the dining room table. He was playing a game on his laptop, still in his pajamas. He's a great kid. He never complains or gives anybody trouble. I went to the restroom, which is down the hallway past the living room. This bathroom shares a wall with the master bedroom's bathroom wall. As I'm doing my business, I heard the water turn on and off twice from that bathroom, followed by talking. I can hear what sounds like two people talking very fast, but it was muffled. I didn't think much of this, figuring that Adam must have wandered in there with the two dogs. He's 9, and he talks to the dogs sometimes, as most kids do. I came out of the bathroom to find him still in the same position, at the kitchen table, and the dogs were sleeping on the couch. I said, "Hey buddy, did you go into your mom's bathroom and have the water on?" He looked puzzled and said, "No, I haven't left this table, and I don't go in there." I then went to the kitchen sink and noticed it was dry, so the water I heard being turned on had to have come from the master bathroom. And what about the talking I heard? I chalked it up to maybe the next door neighbors. A few hours go by, and Adam is on the couch with me, watching TV, and the dogs were there too. I start hearing things being moved in the master bedroom, almost like somebody was cleaning up, picking things up and setting them back down. The dogs then start to bark and run to the master bedroom door. This repeats every half an hour or so until David comes home. I explained my experience, and he just smiled and nodded. I asked him what he was smiling about, and he said, "Ashley's brother's ashes are in the bedroom, and she recently got the ashes of her stepdad from her sister. She mixed the ashes. That's the talking you heard. Her brother and stepdad. They used to sit in the garage together and just chatter all through the night." At this point, I'm creeped out. David is glad that someone believes him now.
I told Ashley about my experience, but she refuses to believe any of it. I personally think she's in denial, and I don't really blame her. It's scary stuff, and it's hard to believe unless you experience it for yourself. I've never seen anything paranormal before or after that, and I hope I never do, because hearing that stuff gave me enough chills to last a while.
This creepy encounter occurred in the fall of 2001. My family lived in a nice house in the middle of some dense woods. A few of my friends consistently brought their four-wheelers with them when they came to spend the night. We had a huge yellow four-wheeler and rode pretty much constantly that year. The woods behind my parents' house had trails, every which way, that snaked around and down the hollers and to the roads. My friends and I, 11 to 12 years old at the time, had these big plans to get street signs and put them on the trees so that all of our trails would have their names proudly displayed. One day, a friend came to stay and we rode around on the trails for hours. When we became bored of the trails, we took off on the main road to a fire training center about 3 miles away. The fire training center was down a one-lane gravel road with trees butting up to the sides so close that a car would get scratched going down it. At the end of the road was a pole gate to keep people like us out. On the way there, we passed by a small pickup truck with 2 men in it. When we got to the little trail that went down and around the gate, we saw a dead dog wrapped up in a blanket, blocking the path. We decided to turn around because I didn't want to run over the thing. So we started heading back on the main road, and again, about halfway back, we passed the small pickup truck with the men. My friend and I joke that the men are following us because they know we saw the dog that they dropped off and that they hadn't buried it the way they should have. We get almost back to my house and decide we can probably find another trail around the dog, maybe on the other side of the gate. So off we go. We turn onto the little gravel road and go to the end. There is no other trail, no other way around, but the dog is kind of laying on half of the blanket. So we sit there for a few minutes while I try to convince my friend if she just tugs on the edge of the blanket, we could move the blanket and the dog out of the way without actually touching or disturbing it. She's not budging, but I really want to ride on the other side of the gate. After a few minutes, it's clear that she is not touching the blanket, so we turn around to head back home. We start back down the gravel road, and after a second, we turn to the straight part. Panic set in quickly. The small pickup is sitting in the road, blocking our only exit. The trees touch both sides of the truck, so there's no going around it. 2 large men sit staring at us. After what feels like forever, I whip the four-wheeler around and go through the trail anyway. We get around the gate and to safety. Were they watching me try to persuade her to move the blanket? Could they see us the whole time? Were they still moving until we got to the clear part? What would have happened if I hadn't given up on the blanket? Those questions scare me now as much as they did back then. That gravel road only goes to the fire training center, which is blocked off by a large metal gate. A car that pulls down there is only able to back the entire way out onto the main road. Anyway, we soon forgot about it, and it really didn't change much. I like to think that our town is really safe and that the men were just curious about what the heck we were doing going back and forth. But when I read some stories, I think about what it could have been, how it could have gone differently, and it really freaks me out.
I do wildlife photography, so I go hiking every Sunday and have been for about a year now. With the frequency with which I go hiking, it might be surprising that I have 2 experiences. Or maybe not, I'm not sure about frequency. Both my experiences take place in the western part of Wisconsin. My first experience was at a semi-defunct state campground in the middle of summer. I say semi-defunct because there was a newer gravel parking lot by the gravel road, and a gated-off road leading deeper into what used to be a paved parking lot and paved RV and campsites. It's about a mile from the gravel parking lot to the paved lot, and this walk goes just fine. The road continues past the paved lot for about a mile, and then splits into almost non-existent trails. It was after I got past the paved lot that things started to get strange. I started to get a feeling that was hard to describe. It just felt wrong. Every step I took came with the thought, you shouldn't take another step. You should turn around. This feeling kept growing and growing in intensity until I got to the end of the road and I just couldn't take it anymore. I turned back and went back because I had the strong feeling that if I went on a trail, something very bad would happen. The walk back to the gravel lot was just fine, and by the time I got to the lot, the feeling was completely gone. I looked for agates on the gravel road. The second one I will say I think was probably just a deer, but I'll let you decide. This hike was in the early fall. I went off trail, down a gully, and followed a small creek. All in all, it was a good hike, until I rounded a bend and saw a cave. My initial thought was to go check it out. Then that nagging feeling came and was like, no, something bad is in there. I was admittedly thinking more along the lines of a homeless person or something like that. Not that homeless people are bad, just that I didn't want to get into an altercation. As soon as I turned away, I had that same being watched feeling that so many people describe, and I just had to get out of there. So I backtracked my steps and was about 2 miles into the hike back when that feeling suddenly got much, much stronger. Eyes darting all over the place, I was literally almost walking sideways on the trail. Then all of a sudden, there was a huge crash behind me and to the right. I didn't see anything before or after this crash. This is where I think it might have been a deer, but I didn't see anything. This feeling intensified all the way until I got into my car and locked the doors. It got better as I collected myself in the car. I don't know how to explain these. Could just be an overactive fight or flight response, but they stick out so much from all of my other experiences that I can't help but think of them and wonder if I had tuned in to something else. My friends, we'll call them Amy and Serafina, have lived most of their lives in the suburbs and cities. They never have been to the backwoods by any stretch of the imagination, but they were even more inexperienced with camping when they were juniors in college. They borrowed a tent, sleeping bags, and a nylon-insulated cooler, packed them in Amy's Toyota hatchback, and drove to a state park in southern Minnesota. Down-to-earth Amy noted all the warning signs about black bear thwarting best practices at the park entrance, but didn't push spacey artistic Serafina too much about these. A mix of excitement and tiredness gripped them both after their long drive, the setting up of the 2-person tent, and making dinner. They ate dinner at the campsite's little wooden picnic table, enjoying the sounds of the birds. Amy, the driver, was the most tired and turned in for the night first. She was grateful that Serafina had volunteered to clean up after dinner and dispose of the garbage. Amy was asleep when Serafina entered the tent not long after. Hours passed. Amy shook deep-sleeping Serafina, who immediately knew why Amy woke her, and began shivering in her sleeping bag. Fierce and desperate animals were locked in a midnight battle on, under, and around the picnic table. "Did you pack the food and the garbage back in the car?" Amy mouthed to Serafina. Serafina shook her head and tried to hold in the tears. In fact, Serafina had left their much-enjoyed box of Cheez-Its right in the middle of the table, and the garbage bag and soft-sided cooler right beneath. The growls and snarls outside the tent were replaced, on one side of the conflict by squeals and screams and rustling farther and farther away into the woods. There was a moment of silence. Then, snuffling, snorting, and groaning. Something big was outside the tent, low to the ground. It had a musky stench. The girls didn't dare turn on their flashlights. An outline of an enormous, inhuman face, a snuffling muzzle, was pressed into the cheap fabric of the tent. Sarah and Amy clutched each other, shivering uncontrollably, squeezing together in the middle of the tent, as far away as possible from the face pressing into the nylon. Finally, the bear noisily moved off to worry the last scraps from their dinner into the woods. After dawn, when they dared to unzip the tent, Amy and Serafina gasped at the scene. The Cheez-Its box, their used paper plates and towels, all their food and all their garbage had been ripped to shreds and scattered all over the campsite and the nearby woods. There were confused tracks and scratches on and around the picnic table. Worst of all were the bear tracks, which circled around and around their tent, and a snout-shaped shallow ditch at intervals, where the bear had apparently snuffled with only 1/6 of an inch flimsy tent cloth, dividing it from my friends. It might not be paranormal, but it was still one of the scariest things that ever happened to them in the backwoods. I am a wilderness survival instructor and security contractor. A couple of days ago, a student of mine and good friend who I had taken out into the woods before told me that his dad just got 150 acres of land in a secluded mountainous part of my state. It had a large amount of forest on it that hadn't been explored yet, as his dad was only building something for his horses that took up about 100 yards of the property. And his horses were free to roam at the moment. He said that his dad got an insane deal on the property. My friend is now a dad of 3, and I know he doesn't get out into the woods that often, so I agreed to go with him because it seemed really fun, and I can imagine that he needs a getaway every now and then. We are both indigenous, into cars, into wilderness survival and all sorts of stuff, so we never run out of anything to talk about in the woods. His dad, however, told us that he didn't want anybody exploring the woods unless we had a gun. He said it was because he saw coyotes. Now, we're all indigenous here. We were raised in the same state. Coyotes don't actually attack people, really. My friend, who we'll call RC, also told me that a while back, when he was first at the property, he saw movement in the tree lines that was roughly human size and shape, but he couldn't really tell since his eyesight isn't that good. I brought my AR and a small flint knapping kit just for the fun of it, and we set off onto the property. We explored a lot of the rolling fields, creeks, multiple natural springs, and ponds. Everything felt normal. It was beautiful landscape. Eventually, we decided to get to the forested part of the property as it hadn't been explored yet. As soon as we entered the tree line, the entire mood shifted. The forest had an ambiance of its own, very similar to the woods in the movie The Ritual. The woods were gray and dead silent, save for the occasional creaking of tall, tired cedar trees. There was a very small stream running through the center of it, with sand that was black. It felt like we were surrounded, watched from all sides. It didn't take long before a very putrid stench hit our nostrils. It was the odor of rotting flesh. We decided to follow the smell, and we found the remains of 3 to 4 cows. We examined the exposed skulls, and we couldn't find any bullet holes. It didn't appear to me that these cows had been put down. Something killed them, though, and their bones were spread over about 30 yards. There were large indentations in the dirt all around them that were very vague in their shapes. We decided to press on into the woods. Now, we were accompanied by only silence, the putrid odor of death, and the sound of our own heartbeats. We kept stopping at the stream as I noticed several different types of tracks, large coyote tracks, and something else that was large but intentionally avoided the sand, it seemed. We pressed on into the woods until we started to find trees that had been bent over and pinned behind other trees while they were still alive, something that could never, ever happen naturally. We hiked on and found what I can only describe as a tool made of bone lying on the ground. It was extremely crude, but it looked like some kind of scooping tool or knife. It was disturbing because although it looked primitive, it looked more primitive than a person would make, but an intentionally shaped tool nonetheless. We hiked on until we found a clearing with a pond that had more large oval tracks surrounding it. On the other side of the pond, we found a very strange little tree structure. It was an A-frame, had rocks placed up against it, but it wasn't that sturdy, and the rocks were very peculiarly placed. We found no sign of any campfires around it. We found no camping trash. This isn't exactly a place that you could hike to from a house. It was getting dark, so we decided we should head back. I had a flashlight on my AR, but I didn't want to rely on that, in the dark, with something that kills cows and makes tools out of their bones somewhere behind us. We made our way out of the forest and back to where the trucks were parked, just in time before it got too dark to see. As we were leaving, we saw something on top of one of the hills that we couldn't identify, but we didn't stick around to find out what it was. It's worth mentioning that the previous owner began construction of something on the property, abruptly halted that construction, and left.
I used to work on the North Slope of Alaska. Here's one of my stories. By user Clyde 2003, posted to r/backwoodscreepy. I used to work on the North Slope of Alaska in the oil industry. The work we were doing required us to travel far out into the Alaska Petroleum Reserve, which is basically just untamed tundra wilderness for hundreds of miles. The oil companies would build these long ice roads in the winter that would lead to exploration drilling pads. Our job was to go out after they finished the initial drilling and test rock formations for their oil-producing qualities. It was mid-January. The sun hadn't quite come up yet. And when I say the sun hadn't come up, I mean in almost a month and a half. Polar nights are intense. The particular well site we were traveling to was about 60 miles west of Alpine, Alaska, deep in the wilderness. Our job took a week, but we finished and were headed back to camp to finish our hitch and go home. At the beginning and end of the ice roads are guard shacks that you have to check in and out of for safety, no cell reception, and radios work only up to a distance. If you don't check in or out in a set time, they come looking for you to ensure that you're not a popsicle. It was about 4 a.m, not that it mattered in the land of endless night, and we were halfway across the ice road. Travel was slow as the speed limit on the road is only 25 miles per hour. It was then that something appeared in the road, in our headlights. It was a man, in jeans, sneakers, and a hoodie, walking down an ice road in wilderness tundra at 4 a.m, and it was negative 20 degrees Fahrenheit out, which is about negative 29 degrees Celsius. It's not unusual for the local Inuit people to be out this far hunting. Maybe his snowmobile broke down and he's trying to get back to the guard shack. Seemed plausible. He didn't acknowledge us as our trucks rolled up next to him. He just kept shuffling forward. He didn't seem cold. His clothing, while totally not appropriate for the extreme weather, appeared warm and dry. We also noticed that he wasn't Inuit, but Caucasian. I rolled down my window and asked if he needed any help and if he was okay. He still didn't acknowledge us, just kept shuffling forward. His face was completely blank, devoid of any thought or emotions. The other guys in my truck suggested that maybe he was in an accident and was in shock. I continued rolling my truck alongside him as he trudged down the road, still trying to get his attention. Even in this extreme cold, I could occasionally get whiffs of a peculiar smell coming off of him. He smelled acidic. I don't know if that makes sense. There was just a lot about this guy that made the hair on my neck stand up. The guy behind me in the truck's crew cab had had enough of all of this. He rolled down his window and reached out to grab the guy. He later said that he was just going to try to kind of shake him out of his stupor. But before my buddy's hand could reach him, this walking popsicle spun around and latched onto my buddy's outstretched arm. He glared at him, and then at me, with this look of pure rage, not removing his hand from my friend's arm. If emotions had a physical temperature, this guy could have melted that entire tundra that night. My buddy groaned in pain as he tried to get his arm free. At that moment, the guy starts screaming in our faces. There was so much hate and rage and anger in that scream. It was absolutely terrifying. I slammed on the gas and spun out on the ice for a second before the wheels caught and launched us forward. Popsicle Dude still had a hold of my buddy's arm and was trying to pull him out of the truck. He was running alongside the truck, while the other guys in the cab held on to my buddy to keep him inside. After several moments, it might have only been a few seconds at most, my buddy tore free from this guy and we hauled to the guard shack another 30 miles down the road. We checked in with the guards and reported what we had just seen. The guard was looking at us like we were trying to pull some kind of prank, but policy said that they had to check it out regardless. My buddy's arm was sore, and when he pulled back his sleeve, there were noticeable bruises in the shape of a hand around his arm. We filed a report with the guard and were told to head back to our camp. None of us really wanted to talk about what happened, and it was a quiet drive the rest of the way. We flew home the next day. The next time we saw the guard at this shack, we asked him if they had ever seen Mr. Popsicle on their patrols. He told us they searched up and down that ice road for a solid 12-hour shift and saw nothing, not even tracks in the snow leading off the road. He told us it was a good prank and that he'd get us back for making him waste a shift driving around. But it wasn't a prank. Who would make up a story like that? And who would willingly bruise their arm for a dumb prank? We never got a satisfying answer as to what happened that evening, and we still never convinced anybody that we weren't joking. I still wonder about that dude, if he even was a dude. The Alaskan tundra is a weird place, and that was just one of many weird stories from my time up there. I hope you enjoyed it. My grandpa was born in the last years of the 19th century and spent his entire life living in rural Idaho as a farmer and rancher. He has tons of old cowboy stories, and he would always tell us grandkids. Most of them were funny, some were cautionary, but a few were downright creepy. When my grandpa was 6 years old, he, along with his older brother and a gang of kids from the nearby farm, decided to go ice skating for the day. At that time, my great-grandpa was working as a ranch hand, and the family lived near Chesterfield, Idaho. Now it's mostly a ghost town. It was a bright and sunny January day in 1902, and though the temperature was low, the sun kept things somewhat warm. They had hitched sleighs to their horses and headed down to the Portneuf River to ice skate. There were 8 kids all together, and they were excited to show off their new skates for Christmas. Along with my grandpa and his brother, there were the 3 Robinson kids, Tommy Bear, and the Gooch twins. The best spot to skate was next door to the Gooch's ranch. The river there was broad and shallow, so the ice tended to be thicker, and if they did fall through, they would just get their legs wet. The kids spent a couple of hours skating when a loud scream came from a willow bush on the riverbank opposite them. The kids could only watch as a giant man, covered head to toe in thick black fur, came lumbering out of the bushes. It was carrying a large tree branch and was screaming in rage at the kids. They fled toward the sleighs, trying to scramble up the riverbank in their skates. My grandpa, being the youngest, was at the back of the rush. He couldn't get a good foothold because of the skates, and he fell backwards toward the ice. The giant was now crossing the river toward them, screaming and swinging his branch. My grandpa was sure that this creature was going to eat him. As my grandpa tells it, Lady Luck smiled down on me that day by the river, because as the giant was midway across the river, the ice gave way. It only submerged to its shins, but it slowed down considerably as it tried to get back on top of the ice. This gave my grandpa's brother enough time to jump down and cut the laces off my grandpa's skates. They left the skates and dashed up the riverbank and jumped onto the sleigh. As they looked back, the giant man was cresting the riverbank. To their relief, it did not chase the sleighs. It just stood there, hollering at the kids and swinging its tree branch. The kids were able to make it back to the Gooch Ranch, where they told their encounter to John Gooch, the twins' grandfather. Word spread quickly in the tiny farming community, and soon a posse was formed to hunt down the wild man. Where the kids had been skating, there were footprints, almost 2 feet in length, that the group found. My grandpa's skates were found near the tracks. They had both been bent in half, like horseshoes. The tracks headed west into the nearby mountains. The hunting party followed them as far as they could, but deep snow prevented any further travel. The creature was never sighted in that area again. The story captivated the small community, and soon word traveled across the country of the Idaho wild man. That spring, my great-grandpa decided to buy a ranch in the Little Lost River Valley, farther north in Idaho. My grandpa had many other weird and creepy backwoods stories, but he always said that this encounter frightened him the most. He was sure that he would have been killed if that giant hadn't broken through the ice and given his brother a chance to cut his laces.
Whistling in the Woods by Itachi Uchiha, 11/3/88. Posted to r/backwoodscreepy. To start this off, I need to give some context. I'm 23 and I currently live in New York City, but I have grandparents who live down in rural West Virginia. When I say rural, I mean the literal boonies. Their closest neighbors are over an hour away, in a small town with a few houses and a Walmart. Last summer, my grandfather, who I'll just call Robert for privacy reasons, had a surgery done on his hip. The majority of my family lives on the West Coast, and my grandmother, who I'll just refer to as Muriel, is very old and wouldn't have been able to take care of Robert. Because I was the closest family member, I was the one they asked to come down there and help out my grandfather. I agreed, and I went down for 2 weeks while he recovered from his surgery. Fast forward a week, and everything was going fine. All I really had to do was help my grandfather up and down the stairs and walk his dog, a blue heeler named Rocky. Normally my grandfather would walk Rocky once in the morning and once at night through the woods behind their property, but because of his surgery, that responsibility fell to me. This was the part that I hated about helping him, because ever since I was a little kid, I never liked those woods behind the property. Whenever I would go down there as a kid, my cousins and I would always get creeped out going into that forest. It always just felt off for some reason. Anyway, for the first week, walking Rocky in the forest at night was fine, even if it was a bit creepy. That was until one night, a week into my stay. I was walking him through the forest at about 8:30. The sun was setting over the Appalachian Mountains. Everything was going normal until I heard a strange whistle that sounded like it was about 20 yards away. Both the dog and I stopped dead in our tracks and looked toward the direction the whistling had come from. I shined my flashlight in the direction, but I didn't see anything, so I just assumed it was a bird. Looking back at it, it was definitely not a bird. There are no nocturnal birds that chirp and whistle like that out there, and it sounded more musical than anything a bird out there whistles. Anyway, the dog was spooked. He wouldn't stop growling and staring at whatever was back there, and he kept trying to go back up, until whatever, or whoever this thing was, whistled again, to which the dog started barking like crazy. At this point, I decided that I definitely did not want to stay there, so I kind of yanked on the dog's leash, and we both bolted out of the woods and straight back home. When we got back, I told my grandparents what happened, and they both seemed spooked. My grandmother immediately asked if I whistled back. I told her that no, of course I hadn't, and she seemed relieved, but told me that I didn't hear anything, and to just ignore it. I asked why she wouldn't tell me, and would instead just tell me that I didn't hear anything. I decided not to press it any further, and I went to bed, terrified, and wondering why she seemed so freaked out. The next morning, she told me that instead of walking Rocky through the woods, I could just take him on laps around the house, so that's what I started to do. Every night, I would take Rocky for around 50 laps around the house before going back inside. On Friday, the third to the last day that I would be there, one night I was taking the dog for laps as usual, and I heard that same creepy whistle behind the attached garage, which was only about 10 yards from the house. This time, I immediately took the dog back inside and locked the doors. For the rest of the night, I put in my earbuds and completely ignored any more whistling, just like my grandmother had told me to do. Because if you hear something, no, you didn't. To this day, I still don't know what that whistling was. Some of my friends say that it was a skinwalker, but that's a Navajo thing, I think, and there's almost no Navajo in West Virginia, at least not to my knowledge. My girlfriend, who stayed back in New York City, asked her Muslim parents who are from Yemen, and they said that whistling at night is a sign that a jinn is nearby. Everyone has theories, but nobody really knows what it was, neither do I. But whatever it was had my grandparents legitimately scared. I've heard of weird things happening in Appalachia, but this is the first time I've ever had a first-hand experience with it. Does anyone have any idea what this could have been?
For some background, this happened back in the 80s. I was between 9 and 10. I was an only child at this point, and my mother was a single mom. She had taken all the money that she had and bought a trailer and some land, and moved out to the country. I can still remember how she installed the septic system, installed the plumbing and an electrical pole, and how we wired that to the house. This had given me great fascination with electricity. I was always helping her with these projects. I grew up knowing a lot more than most kids about these kinds of things. We lived in a rural area in East Texas on a 2-acre tract of land. Houses were sparse and situated quite far apart, so not a heavily populated area. I was a lonely kid for the most part living out there, but I digress. I'll move on to the day they came. My mom was busy with something in her room, which was situated at the far end of the 72-foot trailer we lived in. I went to the kitchen for something and heard a knock at the door. I went to open it and found 4 kids standing outside, 2 boys and 2 girls. I opened the screen door and the larger of the boys asked, "Can we use your phone? We need to call our mom." I was immediately suspicious because where had these kids come from? I lived here a few years and knew all the kids in the neighborhood. I remember looking at the larger boy's eyes and thinking something was different about him, but I couldn't put my finger on it. I shrugged and opened the screen wider and let them in. I left the front door open as I took them into the kitchen and pointed to where the phone was. The larger boy picked up the phone as my mom called to me. I ran into my mom's room and she said, "Who's in the house?" I told her a bunch of kids wanted to use the phone. She looked angry and said, "You don't let anyone in the house. Tell them to leave." I walked out of her room and back to the kitchen to tell them that they had to go, and found the phone off the hook. The front door was still open and the screen door was closed. I ran to the door and outside to look for the kids, but they were nowhere to be found. They couldn't have had time to walk or run across 2 acres to get to the street. So, where were they? After that happened, life was super weird. Mom was always getting sick, unable to find sustainable work, and became heavily paranoid. She got into damaging relationships with men. Of the most weird occurrences were when she didn't have the ability to pay the phone bill. So the phone company came and disconnected the phone. However, we kept getting calls. I rarely ever answered the phone, so when my mom told me this, I was skeptical and I didn't really believe her. Then one day she was busy outside and the phone rang, so I answered it. I heard a woman say hello on the other end. It sounded just like my aunt, and then it all just went to static. When my mom came back in, I told her what had occurred, so she went to a neighbor's and called the phone company to ask them to check the line, that our phone was still ringing. They came out, inspected the line and the pole, and came inside and told my mom, "There's no way you're getting phone calls. The line is completely disconnected. It's cut at the pole." This happened constantly, even after my mom moved the trailer to another city. In that city, she had failed to pay the bill again, and again we kept getting phone calls that ended in dead air, or strange voices, or static. Their linesman told her the same thing, that there was no way our phone was ringing, but yet it was. To this day, I really don't know what to make of any of that, but it was also around this time that I began to experience things like words of knowledge, clairaudient experiences, where I would know things that I had never learned, and I would hear things just before they happened in physical reality. I mostly kept those experiences to myself, and I would just think, how weird. When Mom sold that trailer, we never had those weird phone experiences again, and the clairaudience also went away. There were a few other weird occurrences, too. While still living in the country, I was sitting on my mom's bed next to her. She was saying, "It feels like there's bugs crawling all over me." I got off the bed and walked over to her dresser, and for some reason, I felt the need to look up. On the ceiling, there were tons of tiny spiders. I am not exaggerating when I say there could have been millions of itsy bitsy tiny little spiders. I knew my mom would freak out, so I just said, "Mom, please get up and leave the room." She looked at me with a look of concern and asked why. I said, "Just trust me, get out of the room." She then gave me a look like I was simply being impossible, so finally I said, "Look up." I have never seen her leave a room so fast after she looked up and saw that mess. Literal arachnophobia. We fumigated the house directly after that several times a year. It could be unrelated, but I've never seen anything like that before or since. After we'd moved the trailer to another city, some lights would either dim or get brighter and brighter when we turned them on until they literally popped. When Mom called the electric company, they sent an electrician out to inspect. He climbed the pole, and when he went to test one of the lines, it literally popped him off the pole and he flew to the ground. He was okay, though a little shocked, pun intended, and shaken. The electric company's stance on the issue is that there was a miswiring at the pole. It was most likely that they missed the ground. Again, could be unrelated, but the circuit breakers never tripped during these episodes. In hindsight, it was all just really, really weird.
This happened a couple of years ago. My husband and I were up late, worrying about our dog. She had thrown up something red, and we thought she wasn't feeling well. Turns out she had jumped on the dining room table and ate some of my roses in a vase, so she ended up being just fine. But the husband and I were worried, and we hadn't realized that she had eaten the roses yet, so we decided to go to the vet. It was about 10 or 11, I'm pretty sure, at night. When we stepped outside the door, we looked to our left at the cul-de-sac that's next to the neighborhood. It's an empty road except for one house. An old man and his dog live there, and there's a CrossFit gym. In the middle of the cul-de-sac, there's this little girl, maybe 4 or 5. She's riding this old metal tricycle in a circle. The tricycle was making this constant squeak, squeak sound. So that in and of itself was pretty creepy. There was just something off about it. The way she was riding the tricycle, it just didn't seem right. My husband and I both remember her being under some kind of light, but there's no street light where she was at. I felt creeped out, but more confused and worried than anything. I started to head toward her, but my husband pulled me away and said we gotta go. He was pretty freaked out by her. I didn't really get a good look at her eyes. When my husband pulled me away, the squeaking abruptly stopped, and I heard a little voice say, "Mommy?" I don't really remember everything else that well. Everything happened pretty fast. But I glanced back after she stopped pedaling, and as my husband was pulling me away, and there was just something weird about her face. I vaguely remember thinking that her eyes were black, but I didn't get a good look, and I didn't know about BEKs at the time, so I really didn't have a framework in which to process this. I just learned about BEKs recently. Does anyone else think that this might have been a BEK encounter? I have spent decades in the military intelligence community, so I don't want to put too much information out there about myself on a public forum. However, I'm curious if there are any other experiences that overlap my own. We lived off base in this rundown community that looks like any other rundown community you would find next to a military installation. The apartment complex itself was nice by the standards of the rest of the buildings in our area. At about 12:30 in the morning on a Friday morning, I was woken up by a series of knocks on my heavy wooden door. I have a rule. One series of knocks is just people messing with the neighbors, but if they really need something, they'll knock twice. Yep, there came the second series of knocks. I expected it to be someone from work trying to get a hold of me. My cell phone had died. It had happened before. I opened the door and stared down at this kid that I estimate to have been somewhere around 6 years old. There was so much about this kid that was just bizarre. The eyes feature suggested in BEKs seems kind of trivial. I can't say with 100% confidence that his eyes were all black. I just don't know, because the rest of him was such a mess. When I look at people I don't know, I have a habit of avoiding eye contact. The rest of his description is as follows. His clothing was a gray, filthy hooded sweatshirt, with the hood up halfway, with matching sweatpants. The shoes were unremarkable. The skin complexion, for lack of a better phrase, was extremely pale. I don't know if there were blemishes in the way of freckles or scars on the skin, or if he was just really dirty, but there were some marks. His hair was possibly reddish-brown, messy, dirty, and short. His face was in this grimace of hatred. His expression was like somebody who was sucking on the world's most sour candies. And here's the worst part of it. The body odor he was radiating was like something I have never smelled before or since. I've smelled decomposing bodies in war. The closest smell that I can relate to was in Ranger School. In Ranger School, due to the lack of food and rest, often the guys' bodies would start to consume muscle for energy. Combined with the lack of bathing opportunities, this creates an odor that is hard to top. but this kid's smelled like weaponized foulness. I asked, "Can I help you?" In a flat voice, void of inflection, he said, "My parents don't like you." I responded, what?" He stated, "You'll be okay if you give us something great." I slammed the door on him because I thought he was just screwing with me. He let out this, "No!" I could hear him on the other side throwing a tantrum, like you see toddlers in the store doing when their parents won't let them have something. Definitely a very strange thing to do at midnight. However, kids running around the dilapidated neighborhood unsupervised was a pretty common occurrence. I just chalked it up to bad parenting. I showered and threw my clothes out because I didn't want that stench on me, and I went back to bed because I had to be up again in 4 hours. Strangely, the stench didn't seem to linger. It's like it went with him. I saw this kid on 3 other occasions. The second time, I was going out to my car in the morning, and he was standing in the parking lot glaring at me. When I came home, he was staring at me, standing in the same spot. Then when I looked out the window hours later, he was still in the same spot, glaring with that same sneer at nothing. I asked my wife what she made of him, and she said he wasn't bothering anything, which was a pretty low bar for that neighborhood. Kids would often run around vandalizing people's vehicles and apartments. I thought about calling the authorities, but what was I gonna say? There's this weird kid. He might need help because he's weird. Oh, and he stinks. The truth is, I hated this kid. Now, I have 3 kids of my own, so I don't just out and out hate other kids. But I hated this one. I hated his smell. I hated that he existed. I felt like he was trying to target and bully me for some reason. No, I didn't want to help this kid. Also, I had these paranoid thoughts of, if this kid hates me as much as I hate him, he's gonna lie to the cops and tell them I had harmed him. It could affect my security clearance. It's best to just ignore him and this will all go away. One time, I saw him interacting with kids outside, so I knew he wasn't just a figment of my imagination. However, he didn't play with them like a typical kid would. This girl would come up and grab him by the arm, and he would just stand there and glare at her. There were kids running around him, and he just stared at them with that grimace, unmoving. My wife wanted me to share this experience that I had back in 2011. At the time, I worked in the office of a regional command. I've read into various truly bizarre government programs. However, thinking about it, I still don't know what to make of this kid. I don't know what to get out of writing this. Maybe someone knows more about this kid or has had other similar experiences. It's certainly not extraordinary, like some of the other experiences that people on Reddit have had. I'm not saying this kid was magical or demonic, I don't know. I can't rule out that he was truly just some kind of unfortunate kid. Maybe the right thing to do would have been to get him help. However, I just can't get past the hatred that I had for him for no reason. Between that and the smell, my experience wasn't that bizarre otherwise. What I do know is that I'm fine with never seeing that kid again. Maybe these BEK experiences can be explained by kids just being extra weird. But either way, I'm glad my experience is over.
My creepy night in the Black Pine Forest. Alright, so let me tell you about this super weird thing that happened to me and my buddy Alex in the Black Pine Forest. I don't know its real name, but that's what we called it. We're both pretty chill about ghost stories and all, but this experience was next level. We hit up the forest for a weekend hike. It's got these massive pine trees, and it's usually a peaceful spot. But locals sometimes chat about it being kind of spooky. We didn't pay much attention to those stories. Day 1 was all hiking, setting up camp, and the usual stuff. Nothing out of the ordinary. The forest was alive with nature sounds, but when night came, things got super quiet. It was just me, Alex, who knocked out early, and our campfire. I wasn't ready to sleep, so I stepped outside the tent for some air. And then I heard something really strange. Like whispers. Not the wind or animals, but actual whispering. It was coming from the trees around our camp. I was curious and, a bit freaked out, but I had to check it out. I grabbed my flashlight and headed into the trees. The whispers got louder as I got closer. It was like a bunch of people talking all at once, but I couldn't understand what they were saying. It was super eerie. As I moved deeper into the forest, the whispers seemed to surround me. I felt this chill, and not just because it was night. It was like someone or something was watching me. I kept going, thinking maybe I'd find some kids pranking campers or something. But nope, there was nobody there. Then the whispering just stopped. Like, completely. 1 second it was there, the next total silence. I stood there, flashlight in hand, feeling my heart racing. I didn't know whether to bolt back to camp or keep looking around. After what felt like ages, I decided to head back. I didn't mention anything to Alex because I didn't want to freak him out, but I barely slept that night, listening for any more whispers, which thankfully didn't come back. The next day we packed up and hiked back. I did a little bit of digging and found out that Black Pine Forest was known for this kind of thing. Stories of unexplained sounds, shadows, and even ghost sightings. I wish I knew that before, but honestly, it probably wouldn't have stopped us. So, yeah, that's my creepy story from the woods. No idea what those whispers were, but it's something I'll never forget.
One year, my mother took us kids to a state park for a summer vacation. She wasn't really into going camping, so she just rented a family-style cabin at the park. The cabin was picturesque, with native stone walls topped by brown plank trim, and it featured a small bedroom, a kitchen, a bathroom, and 2 couches in the living room. One of the couches was a hide-a-bed, and the other was not. A wall plaque informed us that the park cabins had been built by the WPA in the 1930s. We had arrived in late afternoon and began unloading the car for our 3-day stay. I was to hang our clothes in the tiny closet. As soon as I opened the closet door, I got a bad case of creepy chills. Though the west-facing cabin door was open and sunshine was streaming into the room, not one ray of it penetrated the closet. It was like the light just stopped whenever it struck the open closet door. The wood trim along the opening gleamed in the light, but the interior was pitch black. I couldn't find the rod to hang the clothes on. I really did not want to enter that closet to feel for the rod, and there didn't seem to be a closet light. My mom brought the flashlight. The batteries must have been low, but we could dimly see the clothes rack. My sister, 13, and I, 11, would be sleeping on the pull-out couch. My little brother was 18 months old at the time, and he was sleeping on the other couch. My mom was sleeping in the little bedroom. Unpacking finished, we hurried outside to enjoy the mountain scenery while it was still light. That night, Mom left the bathroom light on with the door nearly closed. This made a nice, dim nightlight in a strange place, except for the closet next to the bathroom. We had all been asleep for a while when I woke up without knowing why. Something just wasn't right. I hadn't been aware of hearing anything, but still, something was off. I studied the room carefully. Nothing. I panned across the room again, and that's when I saw a very tall man leaning forward over my little brother on the opposite couch. The man was wearing a tan trench coat, like in the old Humphrey Bogart movies, and a 1940s-era brown hat. His back was to me, and he appeared to be studying the sleeping child. I couldn't move. I couldn't even breathe. My little brother's eyes opened. He looked up at the man, and began screaming bloody murder. The man just faded out. He didn't leave, he just disappeared. Now Mom's up, all the lights are on, Brother's still screaming and won't settle down. Sister sits up, rubbing her eyes groggily. "What's going on?" she asks. Meanwhile, I'm yelling hysterically, There was a man in here." My mom checks the exit door next to the brother's couch, and it's locked. She grabs a skillet from the kitchen and checks the bathroom, the closet, everything. She goes back for the flashlight because it's dark in the closet. Nothing. My sister gets up and grabs my little brother, and he begins to calm down, but he's clutching her neck so hard she says it hurts. A thorough rehashing of events didn't really lead to any conclusions. My sister insisted that I had had a nightmare. I said, "Okay, but what about Brother? Did he have one too, at the exact same time?" Mom didn't really have much to say. She just mostly looked thoughtful. She had never allowed us to watch ghost or monster movies for fear that it would give us nightmares. Finally, she said that we should all just go back to bed and we could talk about it in the morning. She tried to put Brother back down on the couch, but he kicked and cried so much that she just wound up taking him to bed with her. She left the kitchen light on this time, and we finally got back to sleep. The next morning at breakfast, Mom explained a little bit about ghosts, and how this might have been one. She said that ghosts were lost or confused souls, that it couldn't actually hurt us, and that after our day's activities we would pray for the ghost and it should go away. Well, it didn't. After our prayer session, Mom left the bathroom light on with the door open, just in case. I wanted to go home, and Brother still couldn't stay on the side of the couch. Sister resented the fuss because her sunburn was bothering her. Brother was to sleep with us on the pull-out. I never thought I'd get any sleep, but I finally did fall asleep. Then suddenly I'm wide awake again. I look around, and again I don't see anything at first. But then, there he is, emerging from the closed closet door and walking slowly across the kitchen. Again, I can only see him from behind. In spite of the nightlight, the closet area is still completely shadowed. He disappears into the little bedroom where my mom is sleeping. I wanted to call out a warning, but I was frozen with fear. A minute passes, then another. A crashing sound from the bedroom. And then, my mother's voice, loud and commanding. "Out. Get out." Lights on, rerun of last night. Mom said that she woke up to see the man standing at the foot of her bed. As her eyes traveled up from the belt of his trench coat, the figure seemed to solidify. Details became sharper. And then, she looked at his face. There wasn't one. An automotive coil shock absorber emerged from the neck of this trench coat and disappeared into the fedora hat. It raised its arms like a Bela Lugosi monster or a priest giving some kind of benediction and began falling forward onto the bed. Right before it hit the bed, it disappeared. The crashing sound had come from Mom knocking her water glass and the bedside lamp onto the floor when she went for the light. Mom agreed that we would cut the vacation short and leave as soon as it was daylight. Even though she doubted that the park would refund the unused day of cabin rent, she didn't really care. Sister had to fetch our clothes from the closet as I flatly refused to go near it. She had to use the flashlight. Many years later, I relocated to a town not too far from the park. Lots of locals frequent the park, but of course they don't really rent the cabins there. I have yet to find anybody who's heard of the ghost in Cabin 7. A family trip to a secluded cabin turned terrifying. Last year, my family and I rented a remote cabin in the woods for a week. It was meant to be a relaxing break from our busy lives, but things took a dark turn on the third night. My younger sister noticed that the bathroom mirror was fogged up, and there was a message written in the steam. Help me. At first, we thought it was just a prank, or that somebody had used the bathroom before we got there and left it in a hurry. But then the messages started appearing every night. Each day they would be different, but always related to somebody asking for help. Things got worse when one night the message was, I'm watching you. We searched the cabin for any signs of somebody playing tricks on us, but everything seemed normal. We eventually found an old journal in a drawer that mentioned a previous occupant who had vanished under mysterious circumstances. The entries talked about seeing strange messages on mirrors. After that, we packed up and left early. I still get chills thinking about those messages and the sense that something was watching us from the woods. The cabin was supposed to be a peaceful retreat. It wasn't. A few buddies and I rented this old cabin out in the middle of nowhere for a weekend fishing trip. It was supposed to be the perfect escape from the city noise, but it turned into a total nightmare. The first night, we started hearing this constant tapping on the windows. At first, we figured it was branches hitting the glass, but it was so rhythmic and consistent that it started to feel deliberate. And then we noticed it happening when there wasn't any wind. We checked the windows and even went outside to look around, but there was nothing there. The tapping continued all night, and no matter how many windows we checked, it was always the same. Soft, rhythmic taps that would start up again as soon as we settled in, with nothing around to explain it. By morning, we were all exhausted and kind of creeped out. Things got even weirder the next night, when we found strange marks on the windows that weren't there before. It was like someone, or something, had been trying to get in. We ended up cutting our trip short and leaving that day. And to this day, I can't shake the feeling that whatever was out there is still tapping on those windows somewhere.
It was supposed to be a simple hiking trip in the Oregon wilderness, a break from hectic work life. I stumbled upon the cabin purely by chance, a quaint structure seemingly untouched by time, hidden in a dense part of the forest. The first night was peaceful, with only the sounds of the forest to keep me company. But when I woke up the next morning, something felt off. The calendar on the wall showed the same date as the day before. I brushed it off as a mistake, until I realized that everything outside was exactly as I had found it the previous day. The same fallen branch on the path, which I had picked up and moved. The same pattern of mist swirling in the trees. As the day progressed, it became clear that I was reliving the same day. When night fell, eerie things started to happen. Shadows danced in the corners of the room, and faint whispers echoed through the cabin, though nobody was there to make them. The next morning it happened again, the same date, the same unchanging scenery. But this time I noticed something new, a hidden compartment in the floorboards containing a diary. The diary belonged to a woman who had lived in the cabin decades ago. Each repeating day, I uncovered more of her story. She wrote about her lover, a soldier who was supposed to return from war. But as days turned into years, his letters stopped, and Emily, the author, was left waiting, her heart growing heavy with uncertainty and sorrow. Nightly, the cabin seemed to replay fragments of her emotions. The whispers seemed to be fragments of her prayers for her lover's return. The shadows were manifestations of her growing despair. On what felt like the 10th repetition of the same night, I found a final entry in the diary that I hadn't seen before. It was written in a shaky hand, the ink blurred by what I assumed were tears. Emily had learned of her lover's death, her hopes shattered. Overcome with grief, she could not bear the weight of living in a world without him. I realized that the cabin was stuck in a time loop, echoing Emily's last days of heartache. That night, I spoke to the cabin, to Emily's lingering spirit. I told her that everything was different now, and that if she was waiting for him, he wouldn't find her here. He would be where she should go, the other side, whatever that is. The next morning, I finally awoke to change. The calendar had moved forward one day. The forest seemed different, alive with sounds and movements that had been absent before. And the diary was gone.
I've lived in California my whole life. As soon as I had my driver's license, I would save as much as I could so that I could go down to Disneyland at least once a year. It was a lot cheaper to do that back then, and I'm a Disney freak. When this happened, I was almost 22, and I was still living in my first apartment. It was in the South Bay area of the Silicon Valley. Earlier in the day, I had driven into the North Central Valley to pick up my best friend at the time. We were going to Disneyland, and this was her first time. She was so ridiculously excited, I didn't even mind the fact that I had to drive 3 hours north just to go back down south again once I had her in tow. We were finally officially on our way at about 9 p.m. so that we could avoid any traffic. We were going to make a quick stop by Isla Vista, where my partner was staying for school, to catch a nap and pack him up so we could all go together. I always took Highway 101 when I was driving down to Santa Barbara. It took longer than taking the I-5, but honestly, I just preferred it. This trip was no exception. A few hours into the trip, as my friend and I were blasting Disney music to get us in the mood and singing along, we had passed through King City. And that's when I began to see the strange shapes along the side of the road. I didn't think much of it at the time, attributing it to the Tully fog beginning to settle in onto the highway. Then, seemingly out of nowhere, there was a deer carcass right in front of us on the highway. Without enough time to avoid it, and going probably a little bit too fast, we ran right over the thing. Instantly, my car began to reek of decay. Honestly, it was horrific. We pulled over under the nearest street lamp to make sure that there was no damage to my car. We called animal control to report the corpse and pull the putrid deer meat out of my front bumper and grill. Soon enough, and only a little nauseous, we were back on our way. I remember that I had started to feel off right about then, but I thought it was just me being sick from the deer smell. At the time, I didn't even entertain how strange it was that there was a rotten deer carcass in the middle of a busy highway. They're usually prompt about at least moving those things to the side of the road where nobody will hit it. About 20 minutes later, the strange white shapes moving, almost rolling, along the side of the road became much more prevalent. There were zero traces of any fog, and with the smell almost completely gone, the sinking feeling in the pit of my stomach was only getting worse. I knew something was off, but I didn't want to say anything about it because my friend was a little bit of a scaredy cat. Then I saw what looked like a body wrapped in gauze roll onto the shoulder from an embankment. But when I looked for it again in the rearview mirror, there was nothing there. I had slowed down considerably at this point, which tipped my friend off that something was wrong. I could feel her nerves rising almost instantly. When I finally pulled my eyes back to the road in front of me, that's when I saw it. And my friend saw it too. On the side of the road, a man was standing beneath one of the sparsely placed street lamps. He was no ordinary man either. He was half as tall as the lamp, making him at least 3 meters tall. The not actually a man was wholly unclothed, but lacked any genitalia at all, almost like an alien. Despite this, I more or less just understood that he was male. He was emaciated to the point of almost being skeletal, but still managed to be standing perfectly straight. His hair was long, wispy like cobwebs, and his skin looked like white, tanned leather stretched over his bones. As we passed him, the only part of him that moved was his head, to slowly turn and keep watching us. His eyes almost looked like they were made of chrome metal. I kept my eye on him through the rearview mirror, watching him get farther and farther away, until we crested over the hill and were no longer able to see him. In the passenger seat beside me, my friend was sobbing uncontrollably, which to me meant that she had seen him too. Not wanting to stop, all I could do was offer her my hand and floor it. I tried to get to my partner's house as fast as I could. We spent several minutes not saying a word. I wanted to say something, but trying to wrap my brain around what I had just seen left me speechless. At some point, the radio had been switched off, leaving the only sound in the car being my friend's sobbing. What happened next all happened more or less in the same moment. Without even a shudder, my friend abruptly stopped crying and almost threw herself at the window control on her door with one hand, frantically trying to buckle her seatbelt with the other. Her belt had been on the whole ride, and she was particular about seatbelt safety. Before she could even reach it, the window was already halfway down, and she was scrambling to keep it from lowering any further. She screamed something about not letting it take her, and eventually got the window to roll back up. At the moment I saw her begin to move, I could hear the window was already going down. My hands were nowhere near the window controls on my side of the car. They both had been white-knuckled on the steering wheel since we saw the man, except for when I held her hand. At the moment I heard the window going down, I heard a raspy, biting whisper in my ear that said, "I'm gonna pull your friend out of that effing window." After hearing the voice, I slammed on my brakes and swerved onto the shoulder. By the time we stopped, the window was up and my friend was sitting back, shock-white and wide-eyed in her seat. I was livid. I turned to the seemingly empty back seat, and almost in a growl I spat out the words, "Get the F out of my car. You are not welcome here." I never thought that anything would answer me back, but at that moment both my friend and I heard it, the same voice that had whispered in my ear, saying, "Fine." That was all it said, before I could feel that something had changed. I floored it again, calling my partner as my friend began to sob once more. I instructed him to do some warding things in his room before hanging up, and desperately tried to build a protective bubble around the car. We still had an hour or so to go before we reached Isla Vista, and honestly, it was one of the longest hours of my life. Eventually, my friend became more lucid, and we talked about what had happened to her. She told me that she didn't know why, but all of a sudden her seatbelt unbuckled, and she just knew something was going to try and pull her out of the window. I told her what I had heard and confirmed that we both heard the response to my demand. We eventually made it to Isla Vista and decided to pack up with my partner and continue straight down to Orange County. Nothing else happened on the trip down, and we eventually got back to feeling the excitement for Disneyland. We all had an absolute blast, almost completely pushing what happened from our minds. Almost. We took the same route back home as well, and we didn't see a single thing out of place. I've made that drive probably 100 times between Disney and visiting friends and partners in Southern California, and to this day, that's the one and only experience I've ever had on that drive.
I've only told this to a handful of people in my life, but it's really been bothering me lately for some reason, so I thought I'd get it off my chest, and maybe somebody will get some enjoyment out of it. I've looked up similar events to what occurred to me, and I saw a post from about a year ago on Reddit describing something similar, so I thought I'd share. Take it for what you will. A little backstory. I'm from Northern California, in the Sacramento area. All my life I wanted to be a cop. After the Army, I got hired as a sheriff's deputy in the Sacramento area in late 2011. I worked patrol and was also on the CSI team as collateral assignment. So I would work normal 12-hour patrol shifts, answering calls and doing standard cop stuff, and then I would go to CSI calls for serious stuff. By early 2017, I was badly burned out, and I found a new purpose in life and quit. This story occurred at the end of 2016. I'm not religious at all, but I am spiritual. The house that I grew up in as a kid was haunted by something serious, and I've experienced my fair share of quite serious paranormal events as a kid, but nothing since about the age of 15. Until this happened, and I was about 33 when it occurred. In late 2016, I was working day shift patrol in a smaller town in our county. I get sent to a Safeway grocery store to a report of domestic violence which was occurring in the store. Being a deputy, I'm alone and I have no partner, but I have backup that's coming, but it's like 20 minutes away. It's reported that a younger Hispanic male is slapping around a younger Hispanic female. It's now over and they're checking out and they're not fighting anymore. I show up and enter the store and immediately recognize these people. They were gang members. You see them now and again in the area, but it's semi-rural and these people mostly lurk in Sacramento and don't really come to the area much. We were about 30 minutes from Sacramento. I won't go into the whole thing, but I could just tell. The guy also had some teardrop tattoo on his face and some tattoo on his neck that gave it away. I knew what I was dealing with. They're compliant and they say nothing happened and agree to come outside to talk. I pat them down, separate them, handcuff them, sit them down a good distance apart from each other, and I start interviewing one half of the party to figure out what occurred and if anybody needed to go to jail. They're both sitting on the curb out front of the store, with their legs kicked out facing the parking lot. My back is to the parking lot and I'm facing the store. It's about 1 o'clock in the middle of a weekday in a strip mall. There are dozens of people shopping and going about their business. As I'm talking to one of them, getting their half of the story and taking notes, clear as day, I hear the most beautiful female voice I've ever heard in my life. It sounded smooth and almost like really good computer AI. Like that customer service phone support AI that you can't tell if it's human or not, but it's just a little too perfect to be human. That voice spoke inside my head. This was not my gut feeling or my inner monologue or my sixth sense or training or whatever you want to call it. It was an outside voice that was not mine or from my thoughts, and it was like beamed inside my head. All it said was, "Turn around." At the same time it took to say turn around, maybe a second, I simultaneously saw my entire life flash before my eyes. Then I saw a Hispanic man in his 30s, wearing blue jeans, Adidas shoes, and a red plaid long-sleeved lumberjack-type shirt, walk up behind me and shoot me in the back of the head in the parking lot. It's like a 33-year-long movie of my entire life just played out in like a half a second inside my head. So when a disembodied voice tells you to do something, you do it, right? I turned around and this exact person that I had seen in my vision of me dying, wearing the exact same clothes, with the exact same cars behind him in the backdrop, is walking up behind me and is about 15 feet away from me. The exact guy from my vision is now standing behind me. I confront him without pulling out my gun, and I can immediately tell that this guy is legit and is up to no good. That he's purposefully trying to sneak up behind me. I'm professional but firm, trying to address the situation and process what just occurred at the same time. I don't have time to deal with this guy and the two detained persons. The short of it is that the two detained people are his friends, and he wanted to come see what was happening because he was concerned for their well-being. Yeah, no. He basically gets told to F off or he's going to jail, and he agrees that's a good idea. He walks back into the parking lot and disappears from view amongst the cars. He walks away easily 100 meters and appears to be gone. I go back to interviewing one half of this domestic, and about a minute later, the same thing occurs as the first time. The voice, the vision, the guy, the exact same thing. I turn around again, but I pull my gun out. I regret to this day not pointing it at him and proning him out on the ground, because I would love to know if he actually had a gun, but I suspect he did based on how he was walking and how he kept moving behind me. I asked for my cover officer to expedite with lights and sirens, and the second this guy hears the sirens, he quickly walks into the store and disappears. Don't ask me why I didn't do what I knew was right and what I was trained to do. I just didn't. All I could think of is that I wanted this guy away from my presence. I don't want to search him or get near him or talk to him or deal with anything about him. All I want at this moment is for him to not exist and be gone. He had a horrible energy to him, like an almost evil energy. I've only felt that type of energy coming from another person a few times in my life. People that have experienced this might know what I mean. And that's it. My partner shows up, we deal with the couple, the male half goes to jail for beating on his girl, and she goes about her business. I go into the store with my partner to look for the gun guy, and we never find him. He must have gone out the other entrance. I didn't mention it to anybody for years, definitely not to any other cops, as they probably would have taken me off the streets. I can't prove that it occurred other than my word. One of the single craziest things that has ever happened to me. I've heard other weird stories as a cop from other cops regarding hauntings and stuff like that, but this was definitely the weirdest. Take the story as you will, and hopefully you enjoyed it, but it is true.
The Haunting of Bodie Ghost Town by Carla P. Growing up in California, I had always been fascinated by the state's rich history during the gold rush era. Bodie, a well-known ghost town from that period, was particularly intriguing to me. The town, once a bustling place filled with miners and their families, is now a state historic park, preserved in a state of arrested decay. I had heard stories of hauntings and paranormal occurrences in Bodie, but I never truly believed them, until I experienced it myself. It was a crisp October morning when my friends and I decided to visit Bodie. The drive was long, and the landscape barren, as we approached the isolated town. Upon arrival, the first thing that struck me was the eerie silence that hung over the place. The old buildings, some still furnished with items from the past, stood as silent witnesses to a bygone era. We roamed the town, visiting the old saloon, the schoolhouse, and the decaying homes. It felt like stepping back in time, each building telling its own story of the past. As the day wore on, the sky began to cloud over, casting a somber mood over Bodie. It was in the old Methodist church where I first felt something was off. A cold draft swept through the building, despite the lack of wind outside. I shrugged it off as a quirk of the old structure, but then I heard a faint sound, like a whisper, coming from the back of the church. I turned around, but there was no one there. My friends were in a different part of the town, so I was alone. The whispering continued, a hushed, unintelligible murmur. I felt a chill down my spine and decided to leave the church. Later, we gathered in what used to be the main street. The sun was setting, and the fading light gave Bodie an even more ghostly appearance. That's when I saw something that made my blood run cold. Up in the window of one of the houses, there was a face staring down at us. It was the face of a woman, pale and sad. I blinked, and she was gone. I mentioned it to my friends, but they laughed it off, saying that my imagination was getting the best of me. But I couldn't shake off the feeling of being watched. As we were leaving, I took one last look at the town. For a moment, I thought I saw figures standing in the shadows, watching us leave. They were there 1 second, and gone the next. The drive back was quiet. I kept thinking about the face in the window and the whispers in the church. After doing some research, I learned about the legends of Bodhi, stories of spirits of the dead miners and their families, who are said to still inhabit the town. Some locals believe that these spirits are protective of Bodhi and wary of visitors. My experience in Bodhi was unsettling, to say the least. I haven't been back there since, and although I'm not opposed to it, if I do go back, I'll be much more cautious this time.
My story may not be the most exciting, but it's a personal experience that I have felt compelled to share. This incident took place in the summer of 2017, when my family was on vacation in California. It happened on the last leg of our journey, when we were on a road trip from San Francisco to Los Angeles to catch our flight back home. We had spent the day exploring John Steinbeck's family home in Salinas, and were en route back to LA. The afternoon sun was setting over golden vineyards that graced the valleys we were passing, casting a warm glow over the landscape. Packed into a rental van, my family was mostly sleeping, apart from my father, who was at the wheel, my grandmother occupying the passenger seat, and me situated in the rear of the van. As we curved around a bend in the road, my father's voice rang out. "What is that?" Being at the back of the van, I could only catch a glimpse through his side of the van of a dark figure crossing the road from the left. I anticipated seeing the figure on my side of the van within moments. As we got closer, however, the figure shifted from an upright posture to walking on all fours before disappearing behind the hill. I strained my eyes to spot it reappearing from behind the hill, but there was nothing. Given its size, equivalent to that of a man, there was no logical place for it to hide, leaving me bewildered. Both my father and I were puzzled, as he'd only ever seen the figure upright while focusing on the road. My grandmother, despite being at the front, seemed oblivious to the entire incident, perhaps lost in her own thoughts. My dad and I, both believers in the paranormal, have our theories about the figure. While he leaned toward it being a Sasquatch, I have contemplated the possibility of it being a skinwalker. This event remains my sole encounter with the paranormal to date, and it lingers on my mind. I still wonder about the identity of the figure we saw crossing the road that day.
The Forgotten Campsite. It all started as a weekend camping trip with my two best friends, Alex and Jenna, in the remote woods of Oregon. We had planned this getaway for weeks, aiming for a spot known as the Forgotten Campsite, named so due to its seclusion and the tales that hikers occasionally stumbled upon it by chance. We set out early, our backpacks laden with the essentials, the excitement palpable among us. The hike to the campsite was challenging but beautiful, taking us through dense forests and along a meandering river. By late afternoon, we found it, a small clearing with an old rusted fire ring at its center, the ground flattened by previous campers. We set up our tents and gathered wood for a fire. As night fell, we cooked dinner over the flames, sharing stories and laughter under the starlit sky. Everything was perfect, or so it seemed. Later, as we settled into our tents, a sense of unease crept over me. The forest, lively with sounds during the day, was eerily silent, as if all the nocturnal creatures had suddenly vanished. I tried to sleep, attributing my unease to the new surroundings. In the middle of the night, I was awakened by a faint whispering outside my tent. At first, I thought it was Alex or Jenna, but a quick glance showed them both asleep. I listened, heart racing, as the whispering grew louder, a chorus of indistinct voices that seemed to encircle our campsite. I nudged Alex awake, and he heard it too. We cautiously unzipped the tent, half expecting to find somebody playing a prank. but the clearing was empty, the whispering voices now fading away into the night. The next morning, we discussed the event. Jenna, a very heavy sleeper, had heard nothing. Alex and I were perplexed, but decided that it might have been the wind or some nocturnal animal. As the day progressed, we tried to put the incident behind us, exploring the nearby woods and river. But the sense of unease lingered, a shadow over our previously cheerful spirits. That night, the whispering returned, more coherent this time. We could almost make out words, but not in any language that we recognized. This time, Jenna heard it too. Terrified, we huddled together in one tent, none of us daring to step outside. The next day, we decided to cut our trip short. As we hurriedly packed our gear, I noticed something strange. Small stone-like objects arranged in a circle around our campsite. They had not been there before. The arrangement was deliberate, almost ritualistic. We left the forgotten campsite with more questions than answers. Who had whispered in the night? What did the stone circle signify? Our search for answers in the following weeks turned up nothing. This camping trip, meant to be an escape from the mundane, which I suppose it was, turned into an ordeal that we still talk about to this very day.
During a summer break, I joined a group of friends for a camping trip in an off-the-beaten-path forest area that we'd read about in an old hiking guide. The spot was beautiful, with a large open meadow surrounded by dense woods. We set up our camp in the meadow and eagerly prepared for an evening of stories and stargazing. As night fell, we gathered around the campfire, the warmth of the flames a comforting contrast to the cool night air. The sky was clear, and the stars seemed to sparkle even more brightly against the inky darkness. We laughed and chatted, the flickering fire casting dancing shadows on our faces and the ground around us. It was really magical. Just after midnight, I noticed something odd. There was a faint glow emanating from a point deeper in the meadow, where the trees just began to close in. It wasn't the light of another campfire or lantern. It was a soft, ethereal kind of light. It seemed to pulse gently. Curious, I mentioned it to my friends, but they seemed too engrossed in their conversation to care. Stupidly, I decided to go investigate alone. As I approached the light, I felt this chill run down my spine, and I couldn't quite figure out why. This light just seemed to hover in the air. It was illuminating a small area of the meadow with this really weird glow. There was no source of the light that I could discern. There was no fire, no lamp, just this weird radiance. It was kind of like in a video game where if you approach a lamp or something and the object hasn't rendered in but the light's still there. It was like that. I reached out toward the glow, but as I got closer, it just vanished, leaving me in the pitch dark. I scanned the area, but there was nothing. There was no sign of what could have created that light. I rushed back to camp, freaking out, and my friends were still none the wiser. I tried to tell them about what I saw, but they just laughed it off. The rest of the night passed uneventfully, thankfully, but the experience left me very unsettled. When we left the forest the next morning, I just couldn't shake the feeling that we'd been visited by something. The phantom fire remains a mystery. I have no idea what it was, where it came from, or why it was there. But whenever anyone asks me, what's the weirdest thing that's ever happened to you in the forest? That's the story that I tell. And to be honest, I hope I never get a better one.
I've always been captivated by the supernatural, though I had never had any personal encounters. Being from the Midwest, one of our favorite pastimes was exploring the countryside. My friends and I were particularly drawn to cemeteries, discovering all kinds of hidden treasures. One such was a cemetery nestled on a grassy hill, where the tombstones were concealed beneath the carpet of grass. Another was hidden deep within the woods, across an ancient bridge, with no markers in sight. We had perused various local legends about haunted locations, but hadn't stumbled upon any major sights or experienced anything out of the ordinary. As we moved on to college, we maintained our bond, catching up every other weekend or so. One place we'd always yearned to find was a particular cemetery known for its paranormal activity, but its location remained a well-guarded secret. As it turned out, one of our friends had managed to locate this elusive spot, thanks to county directories. Eagerly, we decided to visit. We arrived at sunset, engaging in casual ghost hunting activities like asking questions and recording potential responses. Though we weren't taking it too seriously, there was still an undercurrent of anticipation for a supernatural encounter. In a moment of adolescent recklessness, a friend extinguished his cigarette on a tombstone, hoping to provoke a reaction. I know. After asking another question, we found ourselves enveloped by a profound silence, soon broken by the sound of leaves crunching underfoot. It sounded like someone was approaching us from the darkness, though we saw nothing. Suddenly, the silence was shattered by a scream that seemed to curdle the very blood in our veins. The terrifying event left us somewhat stunned, and it feels surreal to recall it even now. After a moment of frozen shock, we hastened our pace toward the car, gradually breaking into a run, the silence remaining unbroken. Even now, I find myself pondering whether it could have been a large cat, or some other creature, despite the improbability given the local fauna. But to this day, I have never heard a scream quite like that, and just thinking about it sends chills down my spine.